Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. Serafina always believed she understood the unspoken rules of an elite art academy. She had spent years reading the glossy brochures, scrolling through the school's online galleries, and listening to alumni gush about boundless imagination and limitless creative freedom. Whenever professors visited her old public high school, they stood beneath banners that read inspiration, innovation, imagination. They promised a place where any student could nurture talent, where every idea deserved to bloom, where no topic was off limits if it served the work. Serafina had held on to those promises like a lifeline. They were what pushed her to write late into the night, and to send pages of fiction to scholarship committees. They were what fueled her confidence when she packed a borrowed suitcase and took the train to campus. On the first morning of her first semester, she walked into creative writing workshop expecting a room full of open minds. Instead, 30 classmates stared at her as if she had arrived uninvited to a private party. They sat stiffly at rows of narrow desks, each desk marked with a slim silver nameplate engraved in fancy script. Some students already had papers spread out in neat piles. Others adjusted jewel-encrusted watches or scrolled idly on expensive phones. Their hair was freshly cut, their blazers freshly pressed, and their notebooks embossed with initials in gold leaf. All these polished details combined into an atmosphere that felt oddly corporate for a studio arts college. Still, Serafina told herself the awkwardness would fade once they heard her work. Art broke barriers. That was what every brochure said. During the first week, the teacher, who preferred to be called simply Mr. Clark, announced an assignment meant to warm up their imaginations. Each student would produce one short piece, no more than 800 words, on whatever theme felt urgent or personal. When Mr. Clark used the phrase unlimited creative freedom, he did so with a flourish, opening his arms as if he were introducing the entire sky. Serafina believed him. She went back to her dorm, opened her laptop, and filled several pages in a single sitting. What emerged was a raw monologue exploring the line between salvation and self-destruction. Her narrator, an unnamed voice, declared, "When I drown in a pool of my own blood, society decides if I rise shining or rot to nothing." The line felt true, the way certain dreams feel truer than daylight. She did not censor herself. On the contrary, she leaned into the intensity, sharpening images until they cut through comfort. By morning she had shortened the piece to meet the word limit, proofread twice, and printed a crisp copy on the college library's heavy linen stock. Reading day arrived. Students volunteered in alphabetical order. Serafina's last name fell near the middle, and she listened with polite attention as her classmates shared poems about sunsets, essays about childhood memories, and stories about heartbreak that resolved sweetly before the final period. Each piece earned a polite murmur of appreciation. Those polite murmurs rolled around the room like a loop of soft background music. Eventually it was her turn. She stood, smoothed the hem of her black sweater, and walked to the lectern. Under the fluorescent lights, she felt oddly tall. She cleared her throat and began. The first sentence knocked the polite hush out of the air. Halfway through the third sentence, a chair squeaked as someone sat straighter. By the sixth line a whisper rippled through the class. The words poured from her in a steady, certain tone. She did not falter. She finished with the same line that had thrilled her the night before. "Drown in a pool of my own blood," and then silence slammed shut. Her pulse throbbed loud in her ears. She waited for feedback. She expected at least one person to congratulate her courage, maybe even ask to see more pages. Instead, she saw 30 wide eyes and 14 raised brows. She noticed the boy in the second row leaning toward his friend to whisper behind a cupped hand. She noticed the girl twisting a pearl earring, lips pursed in distaste. She noticed Mr. Clark remove his glasses, pinch the bridge of his nose, and then motion for her to take her seat. Serafina sat down feeling an odd, heavy calm wash over her. She believed she understood misfits, people labeled strange for thoughts they never asked to have. She understood how society punished anyone who spoke of pain too frankly. While she processed this, Mr. Clark cleared his throat and forced a nervous chuckle. "Well," he said, "that was certainly vivid." Then he hurried the class to the next reader. After the bell, Mr. Clark asked Serafina to remain. He waited until the last student drifted into the hallway, closed the door, and folded his arms. He told her piece would not be circulated for peer critique. He told her the content violated community standards, though he could not cite a rule. He told her he would recommend she withdraw from the course so someone on the waiting list could take her seat. The phrase "not a good fit" repeated 3 times. His voice was tight, his smile practiced. Serafina listened, surprised to find she was hurt but not afraid. Her first response was a question. "The quality of my writing earned me a place in this class. How can the same writing disqualify me?" Mr. Clark kept smiling, though the smile slipped at the edges. "The problem is the content. The piece is disturbing." Serafina's gaze drifted to a laminated poster on the wall, a poster she had admired on day 1. It read in bright red marker, "No discrimination, no racism, no sexism, no homophobia, and no rules." Someone had drawn a lopsided heart in the bottom corner. "My story didn't break any of those guidelines," she said calmly. Mr. Clark sighed, took a step toward the door, then seemed to remember professional courtesy and faced her again. "I simply believe your work would be better suited to a creative writing club. Or perhaps you should see the school therapist." She thanked him for his time, gathered her backpack, and left before he could offer another brochure. She did not see the therapist. She did not withdraw. Instead, she walked straight to registration to ask about other writing courses. While she argued with a board clerk, a student with a fading bridge piercing strolled up. The girl had sharp cheekbones and bright eyes set off by thick black eyeliner. She carried her phone like a shield and smiled when Serafina glanced over. "Let me guess," the girl said, voice rich with exasperation. "Clark threw you out too?" Serafina managed a tight-lipped nod. "Humiliating, right? He did the same to me. And to half a dozen others who dared write something spicy." The girl leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Don't worry, I got you. Come on." Before Serafina could protest, the girl clasped her hand and tugged her down an unfamiliar corridor, a wing of the building seldom used. The hallway smelled of old paint and dust, and fluorescent lights flickered overhead. The girl talked the entire time, ranting about hypocrisy, about professors who preached open-mindedness while fearing any story that dug below the polite surface. She dropped her backpack against the wall with a clatter and extended her hand again, this time like an official introduction. "I'm Austin. Serafina." Austin repeated the name approvingly. "Beautiful," she said as if it were an objective fact. "This is where we meet." She tapped a plain wooden door with 2 quick knuckles. "Secret group, starts in 20 minutes. He'll open it soon." "He?" Serafina echoed. Austin thumbed her phone, uninterested in elaborating. Serafina muttered, "Okay," mostly to herself. Minutes ticked by. Eventually a lock clicked and the door swung inward. Inside was a classroom stripped of standard-issue furniture. Desks were pushed against the walls, leaving space for one large table in the center. At that table sat a man whose presence filled the room. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a charcoal shirt with sleeves rolled to reveal forearms laced by veins. His hair and short beard were ink black. His eyes, equally dark, reflected overhead lights like polished onyx. On the whiteboard behind him, someone had written a Bible verse in looping cursive. "That which proceeds out of the man, that defileth the man." Mark 7 verse 20. The sentence stretched across the board, elegant yet unsettling. Austin pointed and announced, "That's him. He runs the group." Then she grabbed her backpack by one strap and dragged it to a corner, where other students, 7 or 8, waited quietly. Serafina recognized none of them. They ranged from nervous freshmen to confident seniors. All eyes flicked to the man at the table. He looked up, his gaze fixed on Serafina. She felt it like pressure on her skin. He crooked a finger. "You," he said in a voice that was smooth yet carried authority. "Come here." She hesitated only a second, then crossed the room. Up close his features were so symmetrical they seemed carved. His gaze was unblinking, almost intrusive, yet not cruel. "You're Serafina?" he asked. He said her name as though he already knew, testing the weight of it. "Yes," she whispered. "Do you want me to help you?" His question was so direct and so private that it stole her breath. She managed a nod. His mouth curled in a knowing half-smile, one dimple cutting through the dark stubble. "I can make you a better writer, Sarah," he said, shortening her name in a way that felt intimate. She offered her hand. He shook his head, dismissive. Instead, he pointed at the verse on the board. "Read," she obliged. He cocked his head. "Do you understand it?" "I think so." "In light of your recent classroom experience?" he prodded. "I didn't connect it." She felt heat climb her cheeks. "That's all right." He folded his hands, the posture signaling mentorship rather than judgment. "This academy brags about hands-on learning. Engineers can rebuild machines. Sculptors can cover every wall. But what do writers get? A blank page. Administrators claim words are weapons, yet they lock writers in safety boxes." Serafina listened, mesmerized by the cadence of his speech. She realized she had been waiting for someone to articulate this frustration, someone older, someone fearless enough to dismiss the school's polished facade. "I used to teach," he continued, "but I prefer to lead." His smile widened at her intrigued expression. "Tell me, what's the darkest scene you've ever written?" She considered, heart thrumming. "Graphic torture and assault," she admitted. He studied her, unflinching. "What's the darkest scene you've ever imagined?" He tapped the desk with a pen that seemed to appear between his fingers. She said nothing. Her silence was answer enough. His gaze flicked to the board again. "The verse poses a dilemma. It's not what enters a person that defiles them, it's what comes out. Creativity you birth onto the page, words, images, atrocities, becomes part of you. So," his voice dropped. "Are you willing to own it?" Serafina crossed her arms over her chest, partly out of defiance, partly out of discomfort. "The world on the page isn't equal to the world outside." "Perhaps." He leaned forward. His eyes dipped to the neckline of her sweater, lingered a beat, then rose. "But the line blurs for true storytellers. You construct kingdoms so detailed you could navigate them blindfolded. Doesn't some part of you want to walk those streets in the flesh?" She bristled. "Reality is separate from fiction. Is it?" He arched a dark brow. "You wrote violence that made your teacher recoil. What does that say about your mind? That I can imagine terrible things does not mean I endorse them." She snapped. "Yet the words are yours. If you've written it, you've breathed life into it. Are you sure you wouldn't want to feel the thrill your characters feel?" Serafina's heartbeat kicked harder, but not solely from anger. She imagined him bending her over that heavy table, imagined him painting stark imagery on her skin, and felt a jolt of desire that frightened her. He smiled as if he sensed the current. "Tell me how you kill on paper," he said. She swallowed, voice low. "I describe blade angles, arterial spray, the smell of copper. I pace breaths, outline panic in the victim's eyes, then slide into cold detachment." He nodded slowly. "You may stay for today's demonstration. I think you'll find it enlightening." He stood. The students drew chairs around a large wooden table in the room's center. Up close the table bore scorch marks and dark stains. A verse identical to the one on the whiteboard had been burned into the wood grain. Tall candles flickered at each corner, their wax pooling like pale blood. Between candles lay 2 polished knives with Damascus steel ripples glinting in their blades. "Today," the leader announced, "Gabriel needs practical research." "Gabriel?" A thin blond boy rose. He adjusted wire-rimmed glasses, strode to the table, and addressed the group. "My novella includes a scene where the killer stabs a 5'2" woman in the upper right chest. I need to verify unconsciousness time and blood loss rate, assuming average body mass index." He said this clinically, like reading a lab request. The leader gestured at the group. "Our female volunteers, please stand." Only 2 girls fit the description, a petite brunette named Leah and Serafina herself. Instinct made Serafina shift back, but Leah spoke up in a trembling voice. "I'll do it." Some students sighed relief. Others watched as though at a theater performance. Leah climbed onto the table, sitting with legs dangling. The leader murmured a brief caution. "Minor pain, no lasting harm," then disinfected one blade in a candle flame. He offered the hilt to Gabriel. "Remember," the leader said, "accuracy is crucial." Gabriel inhaled shakily, then positioned the tip against Leah's upper chest. He pushed. Metal entered flesh with a sound like tearing fruit. Leah gasped, eyes huge, then exhaled in a wavering moan. Blood welled bright. It sheeted down her side, dripped onto Jonathan Edwards's collected sermons stacked below. Gabriel's face tightened with a mix of horror and fascination. He withdrew the knife, blood shining on the patterned steel. Leah's eyelids fluttered. Serafina felt herself detach, mind observing details. The candlelight reflecting crimson streaks, the copper scent intensifying. She saw Leah sway. A timer clicked. One student recorded vitals, pulse, respiration, pallor. At 80 seconds, Leah slumped unconscious. The recorder noted time to syncope. Another student pressed gauze to the wound, while a third wrapped a pressure bandage, clearly rehearsed. "She'll be fine," the leader said. "And Gabriel now has data." The group clapped politely. Austin pumped a fist. Serafina's stomach churned, yet heat hummed through her veins. The scene felt obscene and hypnotic, and somehow inevitable. When Leah was carried to a couch to recover, the leader approached Serafina. "So," he said softly, "what did you learn?" "That line's blur and gray," she whispered. He nodded as though she had passed the test. His gaze drifted to her hands, then to her throat. "The Academy will never understand writers like us," he said. "But here you can explore without fences." He touched her elbow. His fingers were warm. "Stay. Learn. Write truth without apologies." Serafina looked at the stained table, the knife soaking in a glass bowl, the verse on the board promising that whatever poured from inside her revealed who she was. She thought of Mr. Clark closing the door. She thought of Leah breathing shallowly but alive. She thought of her narrator drowning in blood and whether that narrator might be closer to Serafina than she dared admit. She met the leader's dark eyes. In them she saw both invitation and warning. Creativity or identity, he had said the two were inseparable. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps writing was a doorway one could not close. She felt butterflies rearrange in her stomach, as if her body were making room for something new, something dangerous, something an ordinary syllabus could never contain. She took a breath and stepped closer to the table. Shani Jackson arrived at Winnog College late in the afternoon, on a day so hot and humid that the air seemed to push back when she breathed. The taxi that brought her up the long, tree-lined drive kept stalling because the driver insisted on turning off the air conditioning to save the engine. So by the time Shani stepped out at the front gate, sweat was already dampening her gray t-shirt. She stood still for a moment, working the stiff muscles in her shoulders and staring at the main entrance. Even after 2 months of reading glossy brochures, she was not prepared for the sight that greeted her. The campus gate was a pointed Gothic arch of dark stone. In the curve of the arch a bronze sculpture of a fox reclined, larger than life, its body stretched across the keystone as if guarding the path. The fox's muzzle rested on its paws, yet the position of its ears suggested sharp attention. Its thick tail looped around and crossed the neck, almost like a scarf. according to the pamphlet that the admissions office had mailed to every new student. The fox of Winnog stood for Circe, the Greek goddess of change. The idea was that young women entered the college as uncertain high school graduates, and left as transformed scholars ready to bend the world. Shuni's mother thought the fox was cute. Shuni's father liked the idea of a trickster mascot. Best keep your opponents guessing on the basketball court. But now, in person, the gleaming bronze looked uncanny, almost watchful. She adjusted her backpack, thanked the driver after paying the fare with tip, and followed a narrow path onto a lawn. The field rolled away bright and green, cut into rectangles by thin gravel walks that sparkled where the sun caught mica chips. Around the edges of the green, buildings rose, each one more ornate than the last. Shuni had visited a few colleges during recruitment tours, and most campuses looked a bit like a collection of brick boxes. Winnog looked like an illustration in a storybook. Tall spires, curved rooftops of dark slate, windows pointed at the top, iron downspouts decorated with little gargoyle heads. Some structures were gray stone shot through with quartz, others were soft pink sandstone carved with vines. A slate roof here, a copper roof there. Every style seemed to have been rolled into one place, and all of it looked older than any building Shuni had set foot in. She reminded herself that architecture did not matter as much as opportunity. For 3 years she had stuck to the plan: focus on grades, shoot hundreds of practice baskets after class, stand out in high school tournaments, and hope a coach at a good college noticed. It had worked. When Nog's coach called her parents in April, offered full tuition and room, and insisted he needed her speed and inside game. After that, the decision felt easy. Shuni's family had never had the money for tuition. Scholarships were the only road. Besides, her father was convinced a small private college where every professor knew your name was safer than a large state school. Now she was here, just shy of 19, 5'9" in sneakers, strong from years of drills, uncertain how she would measure up in lecture halls instead of gyms. Her teammates back home in Chicago threw a party before she left, and presented each senior with a pair of black Air Jordan sneakers. The gift felt like a good luck charm, so she wore the shoes even though new kicks meant breaking them in on these uneven paths. She shifted her backpack again, tugged the front strap to center the weight. Her parents had insisted she pack for all seasons, afraid she would freeze if New England winters proved harsher than Midwest storms. The bag felt twice as heavy as her biggest gym duffel. At registration inside a tall building called the Hall of Records, she waited in line behind students carrying leather suitcases and monogram tote bags. A dean in a linen skirt took Shuni's forms, stamped them, handed over a key and a campus map, and told her to report to Skulk Hall. The name made her think of crime novels. Detectives skulk through alleys. But the dean assured her the building was simply named after the Old English word for a group of foxes. Before Shuni could respond, the dean had moved on to the next student. Map in hand, Shuni crossed the main lawn again. In sunlight, Skulk Hall looked impressive, for stories, pale stone, green copper gutters glowing at the edges. A carved inscription over the door read, "Enter curious, depart wise." Inside, the front lobby smelled of polish and old wood. A student volunteer showed her the stairwell, and joked that the steps dated back to the Civil War and might complain under basketball-conditioned legs. Shuni laughed politely, though she was already annoyed by the weight of her pack digging into her shoulder. Midway up to the third floor she paused to catch her breath. The treads creaked under each step, and the railing was worn smooth by decades of use. Yet when Shuni opened the door marked 3C, modern drywall, fresh paint, and bright LED fixtures greeted her. The contrast felt strange. Outside, medieval castle. Inside, campus apartment. One bed already held a duffel. A blonde girl bounced on the mattress as if testing a trampoline. She stopped mid-bounce and flashed a grin. "Hi! I'm Bard!" Her words came out in a burst. "Shuni," said Shuni, dropping her pack onto the other bed's pale duvet. "Chicago." "Excellent." Barb hopped to the floor, rolled her shoulders, then flopped onto the desk chair. "North Dakota here, though half my family is from Minnesota. We're the ice fishing branch." She laughed at her joke. "Scholarship?" Basketball. Shani kicked off her sneakers and flexed her toes. You. SAT and 2 awful summers in a lab counting fruit fly wings. Biology program liked my volunteer record. Within 20 minutes they discovered they shared a love of horror movies, a mutual addiction to iced coffee, and near panic at the idea of being the first in their families to attend college. During orientation presentations, they sat side by side, whispering jokes whenever an administrator used words like synergy or synergy of community transformation. When the campus tour guide launched into details about traditions, Barb rolled her eyes so dramatically Shani almost laughed out loud. They spent that first night arranging their half of the room, matching posters on opposite walls, Michael Jordan for Shani, a NASA star map for Barb, and promised to keep each other sane. Classes began after Labor Day. As the weeks rolled, Shani got used to morning practice with the basketball squad, afternoon calculus lectures, and late-night reading sessions fueled by vending machine pretzels. Yet every few days she heard of another tradition. One evening a resident advisor announced that all first years must attend Lantern Night. Students gathered in the courtyard after dark, each new student holding a paper lantern, while older students circled them, chanting something about foxfire guiding the way. Shani found the ceremony decorative but harmless. Even so, she felt a chill when seniors in red-orange cloaks passed among the crowd, hoods raised. Their cloaks shimmered when torchlight hit them. Barb whispered that the upper-class women wearing cloaks called themselves fur maidens. She claimed the fur might be real fox, but the cloak liners were rumored to hide cell phone pockets. Shani assumed odd rituals were a harmless quirk until Hell Week. The Monday it started, she woke to find every first-year room locked from the outside. Resident advisors giggled in the hall and barked commands through megaphones: crawl to breakfast, recite campus hymns before entering classrooms, wear socks on your hands for the next lecture. Later that afternoon, Shani and Barb were returning from the library when 5 seniors blocked the stairwell, forced them to hop on one foot while howling like dogs. Shani complied, laughing through embarrassment, but when she returned to her desk she noticed bruises on her thigh from bumping a stair rail during the forced hopping. Barb shrugged it off. Weird, yes, but they did this stuff to my cousin at her college too, she said, supposed to build unity. Still, Shani could not ignore another detail. More and more, she saw older students wearing bright red bum bags cinched around their waists, oversized pouches that bowed out under tunic-length tops. At first she assumed they were carrying big phones or water bottles. Then she observed that students with bum bags tended to appear during rituals. They whispered messages to resident advisors, took notes on clipboards, and often stood at the edges of events with an odd attentiveness, as if monitoring. Shani's unease grew. One Sunday near mid-October Shani and Barb agreed to jog before sunrise. The air was cool enough that Shani's breath puffed white as they ran along a service road behind dorms. At Vixen Residence, housing for juniors, Shani slowed. In a walled back garden a dozen students in red-orange cloaks played croquet beneath lanterns. Their mallets glinted silver. Their cloaks hid something bulky near their waists. Barb jogged in place at Shani's side, craning her neck. Looks fun, she said. I played croquet once at my grandma's. Not at dawn, Shani murmured. And not dressed like Halloween extras, Barb admitted, but she smiled as if impressed. They turned, resumed jogging, and by breakfast Barb was joking about infiltrating the croquet coven to learn their moves. Shani told herself to focus on academics, on her layups, on getting used to the spiced apple cider the cafeteria served when leaves turned red. But in late October the campus buzzed about the friendship pole ceremony, held every autumn for new and junior students to affirm the spirit of Winnog. Posters announced, wear red and orange. Sneakers required. Shani had exactly one red shirt, her Bulls tee from home. She decided that would have to do. Barb wore a bright orange running top under her fleece and insisted they arrive early. At twilight the freshmen formed 2 long lines leading to the Fox Arch juniors in cloaks stood at the front, near a podium, where 2 seniors addressed the crowd through a megaphone. The taller senior's cloak collar was trimmed with thick fur so orange it glowed in torchlight. She instructed everyone to yelp like foxes. She claimed bark greetings pleased the school mascot. After students passed under the arch, each would receive tea and meat pies in Madden Hall. As the chant began, some nonsense string of syllables about Vixcata Skulko, torches flickered, and seniors scribbled notes on pads. Shunny felt gooseflesh rise despite the mild night. Hundreds of voices howled. The sound bounced off stone walls, echoing. In that moment, the old Gothic towers did not look quaint, they looked like watchtowers in a citadel. Later in their room, Shunny stood brushing her teeth and tried to explain her discomfort. "It's like we're rehearsing for something we don't understand," she said. Barb sat on her bed, foam glowing against her face. "I thought it looked pretty. Those glowing ribbons on the poles? Magazines would freak out to photograph that." She yawned. "You overthink." When Barb mock-howled, Shunny froze. Something in the sound felt hungry. She spat toothpaste into the sink and decided not to push. They needed harmony to survive finals and winter sports. By December the lawns turned white under an early snow. Icicles formed along every archway. Shunny practiced jump shots in the gym until her shoulders burned, then studied math until midnight. Barb, meanwhile, spent more time with students Shunny privately dubbed the bummers. They wore red bum bags over sweats, smoked clove cigarettes behind Vixen, and whispered about planning spring festivals. Barb attended croquet games even in freezing wind. Some nights Shunny woke to hear her roommate mutter or yip in her sleep. Later Shunny would try to pinpoint the week when Barb's manner truly changed. Perhaps it began with the secrecy. Barb locking her drawer, glancing at Shunny's laptop as if afraid Shunny logged what time she came in. Perhaps the moment was January, when Shunny suggested a weekend movie downtown and Barb replied, "I have training." When Shunny asked, "Training for what?" Barb shrugged and said, "It's complicated," and left. Busy with practice and group problem sets, Shunny let the distance grow. Yet every dawn jog brought new unease. She saw footprints in snow behind the chapel, small paw prints, too large for cats, leading to gardens then disappearing behind locked gates. She found gutted rabbits near the science center, entrails bright against white drifts. Maintenance blamed local foxes. Shunny tried to accept that explanation. Foxes lived in woods everywhere, right? By March she felt ready to transfer. She researched state universities with strong math and basketball programs, drafted an email to her parents, then deleted it in guilt. She told herself to finish the year. One more month couldn't hurt. April's warmth eased the snow but not her unease. Finals loomed on the calendar. She spent evenings solving calculus proofs while Barb disappeared. When Barb did turn up, she showered so long steam seeped under the bathroom door. Shunny once noticed odd welts on Barb's shoulders when she stepped out wrapped in a towel. Scratches? When Shunny asked, Barb said she slipped carrying croquet equipment. The explanation felt thin, but Shunny let it go. One Thursday night, a week before exams, Shunny studied until midnight. Barb had left at dusk, promising to update her essay in the library. At 1 a.m. the room remained empty. Shunny tried reading again but visions of gutted animals intruded on logarithm tables. Finally she pulled on sweats, laced her Jordans, and went searching. She jogged across dark quads lit by iron lamps. Up ahead she heard voices, low chant, then wordless song carried on cold spring air. She followed the sound to Madden Dining Hall. The carved oak doors stood ajar. Inside, the room's long tables had been pushed aside, allowing a view through French doors into the cloister courtyard. There, under dozens of glass lanterns, a maypole rose, ribbons streaming. Around it danced the fur maidens in cloaks, weaving the ribbons as they circled. Their movements were half ballet, half martial drill. Each time they stepped round the pole they yipped like foxes. Shunny's throat tightened. Lantern light flickered over polished stone, casting tall shadows. She slipped through the doorway to see better. At the maypole's base someone was bound to the pole with rope. No, woven vines? Shunny blinked. The figure's head tilted back, howling. Long hair cascaded down pale shoulders. Even from across the courtyard Shunny recognized Barb's laugh, then Barb's howl. Her roommate was naked except a short fur collar. The cord around her waist was not a cord at all but a red bum bag strapped backwards so the pouch hugged her spine. The pack seams had split. From the opening sprouted a long, orange-tipped tail. The tail twitched, brushing Barb's thigh. Hard hammering, Shunny burst into the circle. Dancers gasped. Some hissed. Shunny shoved through ribbons that snagged, wrapped around her shoulders. She reached Barb. "Are you hurt? Is this hazing? I'll call campus police." Barb's eyes met hers. For one beat they looked clear, almost kind. Then pupils flared wide, yellow glints surfacing. "Go," Barb whispered. A second later her head whipped back, mouth open, emitting a razor-edged bark. The sound felt like claws on Shunny's ears. Ribbons tightened. A fur maiden yanked one end, tangling Shunny's arms. She fought free, stumbling, breaking a lantern. Smoke burst out, smelling sweet, dizzying. She escaped through the dining hall, past upended chairs, and sprinted to Skulk Hall. In the room, she grabbed her phone, hands shaking, thumbed a text to her parents, "I'm coming home. Something is wrong here. Don't come for graduation. Please." She stuffed notebooks, 2 hoodies, the Red Bulls t-shirt, and her sneakers into a duffel. Dawn's first light edged the windows. She hurried down the stair, expecting shouts behind. None came. At the train station she bought a one-way ticket west. On the platform she kept glancing back, half certain a fur-clad senior would appear. Yet only commuters in business suits milled about. When the train arrived, she boarded, found an empty seat, hoisted her bag overhead. As she shoved the duffel into the rack, she felt a pinprick at the base of her spine, as though a splinter caught her skin. She reached under her sweatshirt. A small bump, like an insect bite, itched. She scratched. Flecks of something soft came away on her fingertips, orange strands finer than hair. She froze, eyes watering. A sound escaped her throat, high, tremorous. Maybe it was only a gasp. Or maybe, to another passenger, it sounded like the faint yip of a young fox exploring unknown fields. When the family finally managed to separate Darlene Winchester from the gold-rimmed mirror she loved so fiercely, the deed was done over her dead body, literally. For years she had sworn that the glass would not leave her hands until she took her last breath, and the promise, half threat and half plea, became a kind of legend around our town. My mother, Olivia, told me the story so many times I could recite it like a bedtime rhyme. The summer of 1994. The baking heat that wilted the garden roses, the sound of Darlene's voice drifting through the open windows as she insisted the mirror was her truest companion and her fiercest guardian. People laughed then. They called her superstitious, dramatic, eccentric. But during the decades that followed, no one dared doubt her devotion. Whenever Darlene appeared in public she held the mirror tucked under one arm, its gilt frame glinting in the sun. Even when her legs began to fail and she shuffled along with 2 canes, the mirror never left her grasp. I was only 6 the day they laid her in the coffin, the mirror clasped across the brittle lattice of her ribs. The undertaker had posed her as though she were sleeping, hands folded delicately over the glass, skin as pale as uncooked dough. To a child's eyes she looked strange, almost theatrical, her lips painted in a garish shade that reminded me of cartoon vampires. The mirror lay like a shield, its surface dull from polish and age, its rim heavy with chips that caught the light in thin, sharp flashes. Everyone filed past to pay respects, and though the adults whispered prayers and condolences, their gazes slid to that familiar circle of gold. Nobody could imagine the old woman's body without it. And then, just as the wake dwindled to quiet murmuring, the mirror vanished. One moment it sat gleaming over Darlene's sternum. The next it was gone. A sudden hush swept the room, followed by a rising hum of shock. It was as though someone had snatched away the sun. Panic spread among the Winchesters. Cousins dropped to their knees, sobbing. Aunts pressed trembling rosaries to their lips. My father, Alex, barked orders into his phone, demanding locksmiths and plumbers, anyone who might uncover the missing heirloom. They flipped pews, pried open cupboards, tore up the thick funeral home carpet. They even paid a pair of handymen to rip out a section of sewage pipe, convinced some prankster had decided to flush the mirror away. The search lasted hours. The dead woman's name echoed through the halls, each syllable carrying increasing desperation. But the mirror must have possessed its own sense of humor. They never found it. Not that day, not that year, not in the 2 decades that followed. The Winchesters eventually buried Darlene without her beloved glass. By autumn the panic had faded to uneasy silence. Relatives prayed harder, fearing some curse might cling to the family line, yet nothing supernatural emerged. Life moved on, or seemed to. There is, however, a piece of the story that never makes it into the family retellings. A tiny moment everyone overlooks, a single mistake that changed everything. It begins and ends with me. I remember the funeral clearly, far more clearly than anyone believes a 6-year-old can. Mom and Dad stood near the chapel entrance, talking to an elderly man whose name I never learned but whose face remains lodged in my mind. Deep wrinkles, watery blue eyes, a voice that sounded like gravel. When I replay the memory, I hear him exhale smoke that no longer exists, a phantom cough shaped by decades of cigarettes. "Yes, so who will be carrying the coffin, besides Alex?" my mother asked. "It'll be Mac," the old man replied. Mac, Darlene's eldest grandson. "They picked the sturdiest fellows they could find. God forbid that mirror slip when she's moved. It was as though she'd die on the spot if she ever looked away from the damn thing, pardon my French." He chuckled, and my father forced a polite grin, though his eyes were heavy with worry. They spoke a while longer, but I only half listened. Instead I stared across the room at Darlene in her casket. The mirror glittered under the overhead lights. Dust motes drifted like lazy snowflakes, settling on her dress and veil. I felt an odd tug in my chest, a flicker of longing and fear. I clung to the hem of Mom's black skirt, imagining what it must feel like to hold such a beautiful object, to own something everyone else desired. Adults sometimes underestimate how a child's mind works. I was already a curious boy with restless hands and too much imagination. When Mom turned to speak with another relative, I wandered off, weaving through clusters of mourners until I reached the line forming before the coffin. Someone had placed a large glass bowl of lollipops near the entrance, and I slipped 3 into my pocket, bright swirls of red and orange, before joining the queue. Each minute that passed felt measured by the shrinking length of candy, my tongue sticky with sugar. The adults ahead of me made their farewells swiftly, heads bowed, hands clasped. Then suddenly there was no one left. I found myself alone beside the casket. The chapel door clicked shut behind the last mourner. In that hush I heard my own heartbeat thrumming in my ears. I peered over the polished edge. Darlene lay motionless, her waxy mouth frozen in a half-smile. The mirror rested beneath her folded fingers. For a moment I thought I saw the frame wink at me, a tiny flare of light that felt like a secret invitation. I told myself I would only touch it, just to feel its weight, then set it back and run to find Mom. But when I slipped trembling fingers under the rim, something in me shifted. Greed, maybe? A childish thrill that blinded me to consequence. I pulled the mirror free. Her right hand thumped softly against the oak. My breath stopped. I imagined her sitting up, eyes black and empty, mouth spilling blood. Instead she remained still, one arm slightly askew. I clutched the mirror to my chest, turned, and ran. My shoes squeaked across the polished floor. Panic propelled me through a service door into a narrow hallway lined with brooms and buckets. There I hid in the shadows, pressing the cool glass to my racing heart. I told myself deep breaths, recalling a lesson from school, counting until the shaking eased. Voices drifted from the chapel, first confusion, then alarm. Through a small vent I heard my father swearing into his phone, the construction crew's drills tearing tile. All the while I remained silent, the heavy circle of gold tucked beneath my shirt, its rim digging into my ribs. By the time they gave up the search I had slipped back among the mourners, small and unnoticed. The mirror hid inside my pants, angled along my thigh. I felt its presence like a secret pulse, my personal treasure and shame. That night I propped it in my closet, careful to angle it away from my bed. The house was quiet, but from the shadows I swore I heard soft groans, a strange creaking as though it strained under invisible weight. I convinced myself it was the house settling. Yet each time I passed the mirror, a faint whisper seemed to stir. Years crawled by. I grew taller, learned how to hide the mirror in new places. Under a loose floorboard, behind cardboard boxes of old toys. I felt tethered to it, unable to let it go. Sometimes I imagined returning it to Darlene's grave, but fear of punishment, fear of the unknown, always stopped me. Instead, I treated it like contraband, a forbidden artifact. During my teenage years, the mirror began calling louder. One evening when I was 17, curiosity overpowered caution. I set the mirror on the desk, switched off the lamp, and stared. My reflection blinked back at me, nothing strange. But after a minute I heard breaths, ragged, rattling, mixed with faint voices behind the glass, as though the mirror housed a distant room. I leaned closer. The noises grew clearer yet remained impossible to place. I could not tell whether they came from the frame, the hall, or my own mind. Late that summer I decided to learn the truth. The night I turned 21, flush with independence and the keys to my first beater car, I took the mirror and followed those voices. I held the frame before me like a compass, rotating slowly until the breathing sounds intensified. Then I stepped in that direction. I crept downstairs, slipped out the back door, and into the warm night. The air thickened as I drove country roads. The mirror lay across the passenger seat, silent until the worn asphalt gave way to gravel. With each turn its whispers sharpened, guiding me. Past midnight the road ended beside a field of tall grass. The moon hid behind clouds, lending the land a steel-gray glow. When I stepped from the car, the mirror shrieked, a high feminine wail that sliced the stillness. I jumped and nearly fell into the ditch. I marched through the grass toward a clearing. A stone slab rose from tangled weeds. A tombstone. My blood chilled when moonlight unveiled the inscription. Darlene Winchester. 1919 to 1994. Beneath those simple dates I thought I saw fresh soil, as if something had disturbed the earth. A breeze stirred, carrying a sweet, sickly odor. I lifted the mirror. All at once the breathing grew deafening, echoing from everywhere, yet when I lowered the frame the field was silent. My pulse hammered. I risked one more glance into the glass. Something hunched beside the headstone, a gray figure, hair clinging in wet strands, spine curved like a question mark. It rocked gently, each rasping breath making the ribs expand against parchment skin. One eye gleamed, milky and leaking black slime. It stared through the mirror, not meeting my gaze directly but seeking itself in the reflection. Terror ripped a scream from my throat. I flung the mirror into the weeds and bolted. Grass whipped my shins. Branches clawed at my jacket. I dove into the car, engine roaring. I have only patchy memories of the drive home. Flickering headlights, the highway a blurred ribbon, the taste of metal in my mouth. When I reached my apartment I slammed the door and sank to the floor, sobbing quietly until exhaustion took me. In the morning the world was dreary but intact. Sunlight spilled on the rug as though nothing supernatural had followed me. I told myself the figure had been a trick of nerves, a nightmare. Yet every reflective surface made me flinch. In my dreams the mirror returned, perched on the doorstep like a feral cat, dripping dark liquid, whispering my name. I refused to look in it again. Years passed, and eventually the dreams settled into uneasy silence. Now I am 61, a grandfather, a man with thinning hair and sore knees and a lifetime of mundane memories piled beside the extraordinary. People around me forget birthdays, misplace keys, but I remember everything. The way Darlene's lipstick gleamed in the funeral lights, the feel of that mirror's heavy rim, the hiss of breathing no human lungs could create. Tonight someone knocked on my door. No courier, no neighbor, but when I opened it a package rested on the mat. Wrapped in newspaper, no return address. The paper smelled faintly of damp earth. Inside lay the gold-rimmed mirror, surface dull, rim cracked. My heart stopped. I heard breathing again, soft at first, then louder, closer, as though a mouth hovered inches from my ear. My skin prickled with cold. I wanted to leave it outside, to slam the door and pray. But the mirror whispered, a wet, gurgled plea. If I ignored it, would the figure from the cemetery appear, dragging itself across my hallway floor? Would it harm my grandchildren? The horror lay not in the thing itself, but in what it might unleash if abandoned. So I bent down. My hand shook when I lifted the frame. It was heavier than before, the gold colder, as though it had fed on dark soil and returned swollen with secrets. The breathing grew steady, synchronized with my pounding heart. I raised the glass to eye level. My reflection stared back, lined and weary. Around my shoulders the room remained unchanged. But deep in the mirror's depth, a silhouette emerged. Bent, skeletal, hair hanging like wet cobwebs. One nookie I fixed on mine. Darlene? Or something far older? The shape did not climb through the glass. It merely watched, breathing, waiting. I understood then. The bond had never broken. By stealing the mirror I had become its custodian. I had led it home when it was lost. Now, at the dusk of my life, it had come for me again. Perhaps it wanted only to be seen, to be acknowledged. Or perhaps it hungered for other things. My knees ached, but I did not lower the mirror. I spoke a loud voice raw. I see you. I remember. The breathing paused, then softened, almost gentle. For a moment I felt an odd peace. The mirror's weight lessened. The silhouette receded, merging with the darkness until only my own face remained. I exhaled shakily. Outside, the wind rattled the windows, and far away thunder curled across the sky. I carried the mirror to my study, laid it on the desk, and turned it so the glass faced the wall. I do not know what will happen next. Perhaps the breathing will grow restless, demanding. Perhaps my grandchildren will hear whispers and ask questions. But tonight I am not a frightened child. I am an old man who walked through decades of dread and found the courage to look. The mirror waits behind me, silent for now, but the room feels alive with breath. I sit at this desk, pen trembling between my fingers, and write every detail so none of it is forgotten again. Because if one truth survives me, let it be this: some promises outlive flesh, some objects choose their keepers, and no matter how far you run, the past will find its reflection. I never meant to ship aboard the Catherine's blood. She was a blister-black galleon whose ragged rigging rattled like marrow in a bucket, and she took me the way a fever takes a child, quick, hot, and without permission. One midnight in May, the waterfront tavern near St. Croix spit me out into a rainstorm, and I found myself staring down Captain Avila's recruiting cudgel, sign or bleed. I signed. A month later I stood on her quarterdeck, a cabin boy nobody loved and everybody barked at, praying the old boards would carry us someplace rich enough that I could desert in daylight and never look back. Instead we sailed into a storm that tore 3 masts, split the main deck like a melon, and left the blood wallowing west of the horse latitudes. Avila refused to heave to or turn about. He was chasing Spanish silver rumored to ride a warm current toward the Yucatan, and he swore the sea itself would kneel to his intent. It did not. 2 nights after the storm a fire somewhere below decks ate the powder stores. Half the crew died in the roar, and the other half scattered across burning planks and choking smoke. At sunrise only 7 of us floated in a splintered skiff, our eyes ringed red from salt and soot. I was 15 and smaller than a sack of sailcloth. Wedged between barrels I had no strength to lift, and men who had begun choosing which of us would be eaten first. Spinny Lugo, the ship's surgeon by title and vivisectionist by habit, was the first to voice the thought none of us could swallow. If we drift another day without rain, something's got to give, he said, licking cracked lips with a tongue gray as drift sludge. Jewel-Eye Malik snorted agreement. The gem-teethed rogue had lost his left eye to a boarding pike years earlier and set a sapphire in the socket because it frightened opponents. It frightened me now, fixed on Captain Avila's motionless frame. Avila sat propped against the gunwale, beard matted with blisters from burning pitch. He breathed in low rattles, lids fluttering like torn sailcloth. If our water cask had not leaked on the second night, we might have nursed him, But the cask was dry, our tongues leather, and the days turned inside out until dreams and waking shared the same thin light. Eli Upwind, the navigator, kept muttering tallies. 69 days from the Cape, he insisted, although I had lost every count but the pounding of my own heart. Upwind's sextant lay broken at his feet. The stars he once read like scripture now spun unseen behind noon's cruel blaze. Egbert of Ela, Eggy, was the captain's nephew, scarcely 17, soft-cheeked and freckled. The first time the thirst clawed his belly, he pissed in a tin and drank it while the rest of us tried not to watch. Stick Darrow, tall and black as polished onyx, tried the same and gagged until bile painted the keel plank. The stench hung under the awning we rigged from a ragged sail, thick as tallow smoke. On the dawn that changed everything, the skiff rose and fell on a swell smooth as glass. The horizon shimmered white. We had not seen a gull or cloud in 3 days, nor a breeze strong enough to groan the single, or I dragged as a crude rudder. I dozed sitting upright, forehead burned raw, until I dreamed a voice yelling, "Gabble scab!" I jerked awake. The word was nonsense, but Captain Avila's lips had shaped it. He slumped again, beard scraping his chest. Spinny's slug tongue swept his mouth. Jewel's sapphire glinted like a cold moon. I read the thought between them, the captain's flesh would be first. I hurled a palm of seawater into Avila's face, hoping the sting might rouse him. The brine hissed on open sores, the lids pinched tighter but did not lift. Jewel scowled at me. Spinny's knife came up, not threatening me, merely testing its razor on a torn bit of sail. A shudder rattled my ribs. My belly turned at the thought of meat, but my mouth watered in spite of terror. We lasted 3 more sunrise sunsets. On the third, Jules died without ceremony, neck twisted at an angle no living spine permits. Eggy, hoarse with thirst, spat a hoarse laugh. Told why drink your piss. Stick agreed, voice brittle as sun-bleached coral. Spinny wasted no time. The stiletto flashed, and a strip of Jules' arm lifted free like bacon rind. I pressed myself against the mast stub while Spinny chewed, lips smeared crimson. Stick and Eggy hesitated only seconds before carving their shares. My stomach clenched, but saliva filled my cheeks. Horror wrestled hunger until horror lost. Still I held back, fearing I might follow the meat into madness. Night bled into dayless heat. Jules' corpse thinned. Stick had shirt sleeves soaked red from slicing more than his share, though Spinny never scolded. He had eyes only for the captain now. When Jewel-Eye's marrow was gone and his fly-blown skull rattled at our feet, Upwind broke. He had refused the flesh, nursing some silent prayer, but thirst drove him blind. Near dusk he slashed his own wrist, drank until vomiting. At dawn he lay still. Spinny and Eggy split him with the casual craft of butchers. I clutched the last of my secret goat jerky, pilfered during the galley fire, and chewed behind bent knees while their knives scraped bone. Captain Avila lingered, a shadow breathing. Then one moonless night I woke to a wet gurgle, Stick lying flat, Spinny sawing his calf while Eggy sucked spurting blood. Stick shrieked once, then knife found throat. By dawn 2 bodies rotted, flies droning like black sails. Spinny's belly rounded. Eggy's eyes shone. Only the 3 of us and the captain remained. Waterless, windless, time coiled. I prayed for rain or storm to end us. Instead, a gull came. I almost mistook it for hallucination until the bird circled twice and alighted on the rail. Salt crust burned my eyes, but the gull was real. White feathers stained yellow, its black eye curious. I dared not move. Eggy snored, Spinny snorted dreams of bone. The gull hopped nearer Stick's eyeless skull. The gull's beak plunged once, yanked out a dripping morsel. It cocked its head at me. When beak sank again I pounced. My hands found its neck. The bird thrashed and screamed. Spinny jerked upright, blade flashing. "Well done, Salt!" he crowed. Eggy licked lips. "Where there's birds, there's land," he whispered, peering at empty horizon. We saw nothing but haze. Still hope flared. I dressed the gull with my dagger, tossing plucked feathers that whirled like dirty snow. I kept a drumstick, gave the rest. Meat shriveled like old leather under sun but tasted sweeter than any roast I remembered. While Spinny gnawed, he eyed me. "Why, Kent," he muttered, wiping blood. "A lad like you'd feed us good and long." Eggy laughed, thick and stupid. I showed Spinny my knife point and his grin curved cruel. An understanding passed. I was not prey, yet. That afternoon a dark smudge tipped the horizon. Eggy wept. Spinny found strength to row with me. The speck grew, palms, cliffs, a pale beach. By dusk we ran aground in a lazy surf. Eggy collapsed kissing sand. Spinny and I dragged the skiff higher, then he staggered inland muttering about coconuts. I stayed with Eggy, feigning care while thinking how easily Spinny might kill us both once fed. When he vanished into jungle, I slipped the opposite way, through undergrowth wet with evening dew. Fruit hung heavy. I filled pockets, crept deeper until the roar of a waterfall swallowed the sea's murmur. Mist cooled my scorched skin. Between leaves I glimpsed a white curtain of falling water sheathing a pool green as glass. On trembling legs I crawled to it, drank until belly ached, then slid under the cascade. The chill speared but healed. Behind the veil a stone ledge offered shelter. I hauled up, and the ledge gave way. Dark swallowed me. I felt blind, flailed through damp air, and struck stone hard enough to extinguish thought. Light returned reed thin. A shaft from the hole above painted the cavern in dusky blue. My bones throbbed but none felt broken. Nearby a pool steamed, bubbles rising like slow pearls. Drawn by warmth, I dipped a hand. Perfect heat licked bruises. I eased in naked, let the fizz nibble grime from skin. Languor wrapped me. Before sleep drowned me I crawled out to a mattress of woven rushes. Dreams came, voices chuckling like surf, a lullaby in a tongue unknown. When I woke, I saw in the half-light a bookcase, a cook circle, a pot. Someone lived here. Yet no flame burned. Still I saw, my eyes drank shadow as daylight. Curiosity nudged fear aside. I rummaged the shelves, logbooks, herbals, poetry, and a thin octavo titled Transmutations of the Flesh. The letters glowed faint, and I noticed my fingertips glowed alike. Hair pricked along arms, hair thicker and softer than before. I scratched. A tuft came free, pale and silken. I slept again. Next waking, fur-blanketed limbs. My ears had grown, tips sharp as a wolf's. Arms longer, legs shorter, tail sprouted, a lithe, felted rope. Terror spasmed then melted into a strange delight. Strength pulsed in new muscles. I leapt, 2 fathoms straight up. Clawed toes bit rock. From the height the top hole seemed close. I laughed, a rough purr echoing. More days, or half-light spans, passed. Fruit vanished. Hunger twisted differently now, not for human flesh, not even for fruit. Fish called. I dove into the cavern lake, surface silver-mouthed. Scales crunched succulent. Alone I spoke new words to the echoes. The name Salt felt wrong, Thomas felt distant. I thought of the skinny alley tomcat I once fed scraps. Survivor, skulker, free. That would be me, Tomcat. One sleep after another until one dawn the whole glazed rose and footsteps thrashed above. A scent drifted, musk warm, unfamiliar yet kin. Then she descended in a single bound, Rena. She stood on digitigrade feet, tail swaying, fur golden, eyes jade bright. Wolf ears, monkey limbs, smooth breast half hidden by soft leather. A mirror of myself, radiant. We spoke without shyness. Words tangled with churs and trills our throats had learned. She had lived 2 years on this island, abandoned by a stepfather who found children burdensome. The waterfall pool had changed her as it now changed me. The villagers, gentle brown fisher folk, believed the pool sacred, gift of a moon goddess, and we were its guardians. Desire smoldered between us, swift and fierce. That night, was it night? We lay on rush mats beside an emberless glow and mated with a hunger simpler and purer than any meal. Morning scented of ripe guava and salt wind. Rena's nose twitched. "Steal," she whispered. "He comes." My heart lurched. Spinny. We climbed from cave to jungle canopy. Spinny's stench carried sweat, rot, madness. In days he had built a roost of branches, stored bones, gnawed coconuts between kills. Eggie's skull grinned from a stake. Spinny slept clutching a femur like a child's doll. Rena asked, "Show mercy?" I saw in her eyes the villagers' children gathering fruit. I shook my head. No mercy. We dropped to the forest floor and approached the tree. Spinny snorted awake, torch flaring. He blinked at our furred forms. Recognition crawled across his mind like maggots. Salty? Demon spawn! He reached for a dagger. I swept legs from under him. He crashed, the torch hissed against damp loam. Rena pinned his wrists. I pressed clawed thumbs to his throat. His scream shrilled, cut short. When breath ceased, we dragged him to the sea. Waves lapped his corpse, salt claiming what salt had made. We watched until the tide bore him out. Then hand in hand we returned inland, to waterfalls, to moonlit pools where new life brewed. I sometimes recall the skiff, the shrieks, the hunger. Yet the memories grow faint, like the bones Spinny left to bleach. In their place blossoms a tribe's laughter, a lover's purr, the scent of night flowers and warm rain. We guard the sacred water, guiding lost sailors who stumble to our shores. Some we heal, some we warn away, and those with cruelty in their gaze we deliver to the deep. The village sings of two spirits, half beast, half light, who keep the balance between hunger and hope. The world beyond may name us monsters. But here, in the hush of falling water and the whisper of fur against fur, we are merely what the sea and sorrow made us, not cursed cannibals, but chosen guardians, born again in the pool where wounds are washed into wonder, and the devoured find new forms. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I had never planned to come to this city, not really. I took a train on a gray afternoon only because I could not bear to stay where I was, and I stayed here only because I had nowhere else to go. The place was famous for its two universities, older than the rail lines that brought me, older than the streets that wound in tight circles around the colleges like coils of ivy turned to stone. People whispered that the two colleges existed in a polite rivalry, that each cultivated a slightly different flavor of brilliance. But no one had bothered to explain how a man like me might fit into either scheme. I arrived with the clothes in my suitcase, a little money in my pocket, and a restless conviction that if I kept moving fast enough, no one would notice how little I belonged. I rented a tiny attic room that tilted to one side. On the right days, a patch of sunlight reached the windowsill for half an hour before noon. From that sill, the view made me feel I had climbed into the clockwork of history itself. Spires and ragged chimneys and alleyways so narrow that night was always lodged in the mortar. I was older than the students spilling across the squares in their scarves and coats, but younger than the professors striding between the cloisters. I hovered in the gap where no one would think to look. Jobs came and went, washing dishes, shelving books, carrying crates, and I never stayed long enough to learn anyone's name. I convinced myself that constant change might hide the truth I feared, that my talent lay chiefly in leaving when the questions grew too pointed. On the day everything happened, I woke late and climbed down the attic stairs with a dull ache behind my eyes. Rain hammered at the roof slates like fingernails tapping on glass. After drifting through a morning of half-hearted tasks, I found myself walking only to escape the walls. I passed pubs where cheerful voices rose like steam, past cafes breathing the smell of burnt coffee and wet wool, past squares where bicycles stood in patient ranks. At last, on a street that curled behind one of the older colleges, I saw a sign pointing toward the main university library. I had been inside several of the smaller departmental libraries, quiet chambers lined with polished oak, but I had not yet set foot in the great building that anchored the campus like a cathedral of knowledge. Something in me, equal parts boredom and curiosity, pushed me through the heavy door. The air inside was different, drier, older, as though each breath had been measured and recorded by centuries of scholars. The entry hall was paved in stone that muffled my footsteps. Above a high desk, an old clock ticked in a slow, dutiful rhythm that suggested it judged anyone unworthy who hurried past. Two librarians watched newcomers over the rims of identical spectacles. They did not smile, and that suited me. A smile might have asked a question I could not answer. Without speaking, I crossed into the long main aisle. On either side, shelves rose well above my head. They climbed so high that metal ladders clung to the wood like timid insects, waiting to be wheeled along iron tracks. The books pressed together with solemn patience. I had liked libraries once, small public ones, where children's laughter floated between the stacks, but this place felt different. It belonged more to the dead than to the living. The hush weighed on me, and I would have left if not for that hush. It muted everything else that clamored in my thoughts, the self-doubt, the restlessness, the awareness that I still had no plan for tomorrow. I walked deeper. Dust floated in watery light falling through narrow windows. An occasional lamp cast islands of brightness onto green leather-covered tables. A student or two bent over their notes, shoulders hunched, as if the library squeezed them into the posture it required. I could not imagine lowering myself into one of those chairs to wrestle with equations or ancient verbs. To do so might expose that I had quit formal study years earlier, that I had walked away from a scholarship because I could not decide what to become and feared being cornered by success when failure was easier. I might have floated forever in that drip feed of self-pity had something not stirred at the edge of my vision, a faint glow that felt more imagined than seen, a shimmer the color of dust in sunlight. My pulse stumbled. I lost it, found it, and then lost it again between the shelves. The more I searched, the farther the corridors stretched, turning corners into other corners like a labyrinth that rearranged itself behind me. Somewhere in that wandering, I realized the hush had changed. It was not merely silence. It had a grain, a texture, as though it carried sounds too quiet for the waking ear, faint rustlings, murmurs of pages turning all by themselves, a breath that might have belonged to the library rather than its visitors. I passed sections labeled in Latin, in Greek, in languages I had never studied. I passed rolling ladders locked in place like guards at attention. My heart kept a small, nervous rhythm, but my feet moved faster. Then the corridor darkened without warning. The overhead lights ended, replaced by a softer, browner half-light that seemed to settle rather than shine. The shelves here looked older, carved with patterns that time had softened until they resembled vines. The air smelled less of dust than of something herbal, sage, rosemary, and then the odor changed again, a fleeting whiff of candle smoke, though I saw no flame. I realized, as one realizes a tune has been playing for some time without noticing, that every step in this aisle felt easier. The hush no longer weighed on me, it welcomed me. And there, near eye level, sat a row of volumes bound in leather so dark that the gold titles flashed like embers. One spine caught the lamplight at a slanting angle. Shadows slid across the letters, making them blur in a way that turned my breath shallow. I could read most languages well enough, but these letters never resolved into any alphabet I knew. They wavered, as if undecided whether to resemble English or something far older. Perhaps curiosity blinded me. Perhaps something else reached for me first. Either way, I stepped closer. My finger hovered near the spine, and the air prickled with cold. I imagined the librarians appearing at either end of the aisle, arms folded, ready to expel me for touching a restricted shelf. But no footsteps came. The hush held still. I told myself I would look only at the cover. I grasped the spine. The leather was warm, too warm, as though another hand had left its heat. I felt a faint steely pulse beneath the skin of the binding, as if it breathed. Panic whispered, but fascination drowned it. I slid the book free. The instant its weight settled in my palm, the hush thickened. It filled my ears like water. I perceived nothing else, not the aisle, not the scent of old paper, not the possibility that someone watched me. Only the book existed. My eyes dropped to the title and found no letters, only symbols composed of hooks and loops. They twisted in shapes reminiscent of cells dividing under a microscope, or claws hooking into flesh, or comets arcing through night. My head fluttered with absurd ideas. Perhaps the book would open of its own accord, perhaps it would speak. I reasoned that such fancies belonged in bedtime tales. Then I opened the cover, and reason slipped. No pages greeted me. Instead, charred fragments occupied the gutter, edges fused into a single scorched cavity no thicker than my thumb. A smell rose, smoke long gone, ashes long cold. Whoever had once mutilated the volume had not merely torn pages out. They had burned the text until only a hollow remained, an open wound lined in soot. And in that hollow, resting on velvet blacker than the absence of light, lay an amulet. Its chain was twisted copper, tarnished to a dirty green, but the pendant was impossibly bright, a sphere of flawless glass that glowed with inner frost. Veins of pale blue light chased themselves through the orb like cracks forming and healing in ice. I did not think. I lifted it free. The chain uncoiled, cold scales against my fingertip. A shudder passed through me, part delight, part terror, like the first moment of falling in love with the wrong person. I half expected the librarians to spring from shadows. Yet no one came. The hush granted a strange permission. I slid the pendant over my head. The chain settled across my collarbones. The sphere kissed the skin above my heart. It was colder than stone. My breath caught, and I braced for pain. Pain came. It radiated needles under my ribs. The hush tightened, a blanket smothering sound. I stumbled against the shelf behind me. Books rattled. The world tilted. Some rational corner of my brain screamed to rip the amulet free. I clutched the chain, but the links powdered between my fingers, a fine green dust sifting through my nails. The sphere pressed inward. My ribs creaked as if trying to part. I felt heat boiling beneath the cold, felt my vision tighten to a tunnel. Yet a deeper compulsion pinned me still. If I fled, I would forfeit the one true thing I had ever found. If I let go, I would return to drifting through rooms that did not want me, lives that could not keep me. Only here, pierced by beauty and dread, did I feel chosen. The sphere sank deeper. A crunch, a wet pop, a bloom of white fire across my spine. My knees buckled. I slid to the floor in a parody of devotion, palms pressed to stone, forehead bent to where dust filmed the tiles. The hush roared now, full of voices layered upon one another, not words but the shapes of words, syllables too heavy for the ear. They told me their story, of fires lit to hide truths, of pages sacrificed to preserve power, of a bargain struck so long ago that even the stones had forgotten. I must have lost consciousness. When sight returned, darkness ruled. The lamps were cold. The aisle yawned black as a well. I tried to push up. Vertigo toppled me. My chest felt numb. I touched the place where the sphere had been. Smooth skin met my fingertips, faintly warm, but beneath, a hollow ached, as though something nestled between my lungs, a weight that did not belong to flesh. I dragged myself upright, bracing against shelves. I could not see the book I had taken. Perhaps I had knocked it into shadow. Panic sparked. Had I imagined everything? Yet beneath my shirt, a pulse throbbed, echoing against bone, and I knew the sphere remained, embedded beyond reach. I stumbled forward. Every few steps, the hush quivered, and my pulse answered. Corridors turned unfamiliar. The lights nearest me flickered as though awakened, then died again before my steps. When I reached the entrance hall, blackness pooled beneath the clock. The door was ajar, letting in the faint orange of street lamps. No librarian waited. No guard demanded an explanation. I stepped into rain that smelled of iron. Streets lay empty. I walked as if under water, each breath thick. In the attic room, I undressed before the narrow mirror. Gaslight wavered over skin slick with sweat. On my chest, precisely above my heart, a circle of frost blossomed, silver at its edges, faint blue veins radiating outward like crystal grown across a windowpane. When I touched it, cold stabbed my fingertip. Beneath, the sphere pulsed, a star trapped beneath ice. I slept little. Dreams coiled, corridors turning upon themselves, books rattling on shelves, a voice describing annihilations disguised as miracles. Every morning, the frost circle spread. By day, when I passed shop windows, I imagined I saw thin threads of light webbing beneath my shirt, converging on the sphere. I avoided crowds. The hush had followed me. In any room, Noise seemed to soften when I entered, syllables swallowed as if a pocket of silence accompanied me. Nights, I returned to the library. Not consciously, my feet delivered me. Each time, the doors yielded, the halls emptied, the same aisle awaited. The book lay where I had dropped it, open to its ravaged hollow. I would kneel before it, and the hush would gather like an embrace. If the sphere spoke, I did not understand the language, yet I knew its intent. I had become its carriage. It had offset centuries of stillness. Through me, it would move into the world. Weeks passed. Once, near sunrise, I lingered on the college bridge overlooking the shallow river. Fog rose from the water. The frost on my chest now spanned shoulder to shoulder. My breath clouded even in summer warmth. I pressed my palm to the railing. Ice bloomed beneath it. Wood cracked. I tore my hand away. Fear returned, a pulse of clarity. If the sphere's influence widened, it would not stop with ancient shelves and empty streets. It would hollow the world as it had hollowed the book. I imagined people freeze-shattered, cities trapped in stillness. I imagined libraries stripped to scorched shells, because knowledge threatened whatever slept inside the orb. The hush urged me back, embraced the inevitable. All my life, I had fled responsibility. Now fate had chosen me for the greatest responsibility of all, to carry ruin. I hated responsibility as deeply as I feared meaninglessness. But here was both. I could not discard the sphere. The chain proved that. Yet perhaps I could contain it. Walls might hold what pages could not. Stone might anchor what flesh yoked. I returned to the aisle before dusk, when the library opened. Students drifted through the main hall, unaware of me. I slipped along corridors that now felt half-lit in my presence. At the magic section, the lamps flickered out. I kneeled beside the mutilated volume. The hush thickened until my ears hummed. I could not breathe. I lifted the covers. The hollow waited. Against my skin, the sphere pulsed like a second heart. I pressed my fingertips to the frost, but the sphere remained fixed. I clawed, nails breaking, but it would not rise. The hush curled, smug. It seemed to laugh. You thought you were the thief, but you were the door. I looked around, at the other books, at spines patient and silent. If knowledge had fought this thing once, it might again. I shoved against the shelf. The structure trembled. Books toppled, spines cracking. Dust billowed. Somewhere, alarms might sound, but none reached me. I dragged volume after volume from the shelf and jammed them into the hollow. Encyclopedias of astronomy, grimoires of long-dead alchemists, calculus treatises, crowding them until the cavity overflowed. I forced the covers shut and jammed the book between others like a stone in a breach. Pain speared my ribs, the sphere blazed. I screamed. Frost leapt from my chest, racing across wood, sealing shelves in glassy rime. The aisle glimmered. Through the ache, I shoved onward, toppling more shelves, barricading the aisle in splinters and ice. Pages fluttered like wounded birds. My breath was crystal, each exhale forming shards. The hush howled. At last I collapsed. Ice gnawed my pulse. Yet the sphere's blaze dimmed, muffled behind the barrier of torn knowledge. I sensed it straining but leashed, its breath shallow. I crawled through debris, out of the frost zone, into lamplight flickering weakly. Footsteps pounded elsewhere, librarians rushing, but the hush swallowed their voices. I reached the entrance hall. Rain splashed beyond the door. I turned once. The library's heart lay dark, glacial. Perhaps the sphere would break free. Perhaps scholars would salvage the aisle and wonder why a madman had desecrated sacred volumes. I could not know. I only knew the frost on my chest had cracked. Beneath, skin bled where glass withdrew. I staggered into rain that steamed off my shoulders, carrying away the last chill. I never returned to the attic. I boarded the first train south, a ticket bought with borrowed cash. No station guard remarked on the blood drying under my collar. In new cities, I felt the hush only as an echo, distant, resentful. The frost scars healed, leaving a pale circle faint under sunlight. Sometimes, in dreams, I hear shelves groan behind a wall of ice. But when I wake, I remind myself, words are razors, and books can be cages when we do not respect their power. I drift still, but the drift is not aimless. Somewhere, perhaps under reconstruction, perhaps under quarantine, lies an aisle where silence breathes. If the sphere ever finds another door, I hope someone braver stands in that corridor. Someone willing not only to carry ruin, but to bury it again and again, beneath the weight of our best and worst words. I pedal toward Millington Lake like I do most afternoons, following the familiar chain-link curve behind the abandoned softball diamonds, thinking about nothing heavier than the shiver that will pass through the reeds when the first evening wind pushes across the water. The sun is low, more gold than white, and for a few blessed seconds the whole shallow bowl of shoreline seems to glow from the inside. Everything feels balanced, harmless, almost peaceful, until I notice the boy in the folding chair. He sits near the water's edge where the grass stops and the gray-green smear of goose droppings begins. No one ever lingers on that stained fringe unless they have a purpose that matters more than the stink or the jelly streaks on the soles of their shoes. His purpose is the camera beside him, a black DSLR as long as his forearm, perched on a tripod like a heavy mechanical bird. He keeps one hand on the lens barrel, steady, casual, as if the camera and the boy have grown together like moss around stone. A snapback cap hides most of his face. Its brim is bent until the cloth almost kisses the top of the lens. Mid-teens, maybe taller than me but thinner, bones still looking for a permanent address under the loose sleeves of a thrift store t-shirt. The shoes once belonged to some cross-country star who outgrew them and posted them online. Second-hand Nike trainers. The kind that say I run when nobody asks but I don't always have a place to run to. I coast behind him on the path and break a polite distance away. "Any luck?" I call. He doesn't jump. He pivots the camera up from the Canada geese and meets my voice with a small, nervous smile. Even before he answers I can tell he's not a threat. The eyes are earnest, dark, full of data, not hunger. Still, I keep the bike between us until I'm sure. "Good day for birds," he says, and tilts the playback screen toward me. "There's a green heron back in the reeds. Haven't seen one since spring." The first photo he shows is all color and motion, a heron caught mid-takeoff, water beads clinging to its legs like quicksilver. He toggles to another frame of a red-winged blackbird landing on a cattail head, bright epaulets blazing in the sun. No blur, no hesitation. I whistle. "That's Audubon-level stuff," I say in the measured, teacherly tone I use whenever I want to make a shy kid believe me. "You planning to sell prints?" He shrugs, almost embarrassed. "Just for the school's site. Maybe a scholarship portfolio next year." I nod the way grown-ups nod when they don't want to ask how a 15-year-old affords a $2,000 lens. Then he flicks to a new folder. Stars appear on the screen, spiraling smudges of violet and sapphire, nebulae lit with electric swirls, galaxies spinning like carnival fireworks. Central Illinois is flat enough that the night sky sneaks up and swallows you whole when the humidity lifts, and he's been out there with the tripod absorbing every photon. The colors are impossible, the detail dreamlike. My throat tightens with something like envy but warmer. "You shot those? Out by the corn?" I ask. He grins wider. "You have to drive until the road turns to gravel, then hike another mile so the headlights don't ruin it, but yeah. The Milky Way is easier to catch now they shut half the street lamps off for the energy project." I remember the press release about sustainable Millington and the LED replacements that never arrived. The boy and his camera must have celebrated the darkness. "Keep at it," I say. "World needs more light captured in dark places." He likes that. He lifts a hand in shy farewell and turns back to the geese, easing his finger onto the shutter. I push on. "Not my circus," Dad used to say. In this case the circus is a one-performer show, and he's doing fine without me. Halfway around the asphalt loop I meet the family, mother in lavender fleece, older daughter in a teal hoodie, younger girl in rain boots even though the sun has baked the mud to scales. A long retractable leash trails from Mom's fist to a tiny black and white dog shaped like an Oxford shoe on chopsticks. The creature's coat is freckled and dappled like granite polished to a shine. "What's the breed?" I ask, more to be polite than curious. She laughs apologetically the way owners do when the dog looks like it was assembled by mad science. "Mostly dachshund, they told us, but maybe part terrier?" Shelter wasn't sure. "Dachshunds like bacon," I say. It pops out before I can censor the line. "Always improves the recipe." Mom chuckles, but the kids stay cautious. The dog hides behind their ankles and growls, a kettle whine more than a threat. I squat to seem less tall, even if the titanium prosthesis squeaks. Domino, the name is dyed on his bandana, eyes the metal and edges away. He knows something's off about my shape. 2 carbon fiber rods where calves should be, knees that were softly when I stand, shoes built on curved blades instead of soles. Kids need a moment to process it. Dogs usually need longer. The girls pull the leash tight and drag the little mutt forward. I wave them on, resisting the urge to scratch behind Domino's ear. Every creature has its comfort radius. Mine is wider these days. Past the weeping willows the path angles behind the condos and starter homes with decks large enough to host a wedding band. Out come the joggers in neon gear, gliding in pairs with earbuds sealing them into private galaxies of cardio-approved playlists. They ghost by without eye contact, bodies tuned to metrics, heart rate, pace, VO2 max. Their dogs, labs with groomed coats, mini goldendoodles with bows, float beside them like accessories. They have mastered the art of polishing life down to its stainless steel core. I admire the discipline even as I distrust it. When they pass, silence returns except for the distant drone of Highway 6. I reach the shelter on Martin Luther King Drive, the one that Parks and Rec built with leftover grant money and no plan to maintain. Its picnic tables sag under graffiti and gum. Today a man in a filthy Carhartt coat and knitted watch cap sleeps there, head on crossed arms. A grocery bag bulges at his feet beside a pink Dora the Explorer backpack sun-faded to salmon. I slow, checking for the faint rise and fall of breath. He is alive but exhausted. Probably kicked out of whichever doorway he claimed last night. I imagine the luxury loft people up the hill calling the cops if he tried to nap on their turf. The shelter is the last place between gentrification and the cornfields where nobody bothers to shoo him away. Except sometimes the soccer dads who stash orange slices under the benches and don't want vagrants near their daughters. I coast to a stop and dismount softly. If he wakes startled and panics, the prosthetic legs won't sprint fast enough. A plastic water bottle has rolled onto the concrete beside him. Empty. His lips are split, the skin around them tinged blue. I carry a sealed Dasani in my pannier, mostly habit. I set it by his elbow. The scrape of plastic startles him. "Shit," he mutters, jerking upright. Yellow bristles ring his chin. His pupils adjust to daylight like a feral cat's. "Water," I say softly. "It's clean." He stares at the bottle, measuring risk. Then his fingers curl around it and twist the cap. He drinks in slow gulps, pausing to breathe through cracked nostrils. "Bless you," he mumbles. The accent is Midwest flattened by years of cheap whiskey. "No blessing needed," I tell him. "Rest as long as you want. No one's coming until the weekend league shows." He squints, probably gauging whether I plan to call the cops the moment I pedal away. I back up, hands visible, and return to the bike. The chain clicks when I push off. Behind me he raises the bottle in a shaky salute. For now, mercy is a currency we can both afford. Evening slides toward true dark. The path empties except for raccoons tiptoeing out of culverts. I circle the lake again, counting the memorial bricks set under benches and along the seawall. Each one is a footnote, in loving memory of Kayla Jones, beloved sister. Or "We miss you, Grandpa Art." I stop at one half hidden by weeds. The inscription reads simply Tina. No dates, no last name. Just 5 letters, the stones so worn the edges blur into moss. When I kneel to clear dirt from the engraving, the prosthesis creaks louder than the frogs. My own memorial would puzzle future joggers. here lies the girl who vanished twice. Once into the lake on prom night, the second time into the pin-drop silence that followed. They never found enough remains for a gravestone. The current kept secrets. But afterward things changed. I changed. The body that crawled out of the cattails weeks later was mine and not mine. Legs dissolved below the knee, lungs scorched by putrid algae, hair tangled with fish eggs. The surgeons told Mom I'd live with compromise. They didn't mention the new frequency I'd hear. Humans pitch it as dread, animals as warning. Rumi's verse at the top of page 1 in my journal, "The wound is where the light enters," was supposed to comfort. Miss Grendel believed stories saved us. I think trauma just rewires the sensor array. Now when I pedal the lake loop at dusk I catch frequencies most folk avoid with their noise-canceling headphones. A shape moves up the embankment. The night sky is clear, moon fat and white, but details blur. Male, late teens, ball cap with a Cubs logo. Aluminium bat in hand. The angle of his shoulders, the deliberate hush of his footfalls, send alarms down my carbon shins. I slow, coasting behind willow fronds. He slides on goose line, curses under breath, rights himself. The bat clicks against a tree trunk, an accidental sonar ping. He's searching. For a victim? A thrill? We've had muggings here. Phones, wallets, the occasional assault that splashes across social feeds until attention drifts. He approaches the fishing dock where Tina's stone lies. I lean the bike against the cottonwood and step into shadow. The legs were quietly. I swear the motors hold their breath. The kid stops at the dock, eyes scanning for stray joggers, loose bags, parked bikes, easy prey. He raises the bat, practices a slow swing. The moon flashes on the aluminum. I step forward. The boards groan. He spins startled, bat half up. For a heartbeat we stare. His pupils wide, my reflection silver in his shock. The prosthetics gleam under moonlight, alien, insect thin. I let the night wind ripple my jacket, allow the titanium to catch cold blue. To him I must look part human, part machine, part cautionary tale. Evening, I say. His grip tightens. He forgets to speak. No one taught him how to address ghosts. I know the drill. Adrenaline surges. The reptile brain weighs flight against fight. I am not large, but unnatural can trump size. Uncertainty radiates off him like microwaves. Nice night for baseball, I add. The joke hovers, lifeless. He backs up, sneakers sinking into muck. The bat lowers a centimeter. Then a little more. I keep my stance loose but steady. My chin lifts to show throat, an ancient signal of peace. You ever hear of Tina? I ask. His brow furrows. He shakes his head. I gesture toward the memorial brick. She tried to cross the ice one winter. Fell through. Nobody saw until morning. A simple version of a complicated truth. Some nights teens dare each other to stand out there. The lake keeps count. He glances at the water. Black mirror broken by pale lily stems. I step sideways, positioning myself between him and the path home, forcing him to choose the open shore. I'm heading that way, I say, nodding toward the condos. You coming? He hesitates. The bat droops. One more heartbeat and he turns, stomping back across the grass, vanishing up the hill toward street lamps that glare like interrogation lights. I wait until his shadow dissolves into suburban glow. When silence settles, I kneel beside Tina's stone. My reflection wavers in the water. Girl, machine, guardian. The night breeze presses goose feathers across the surface, constellations of white against black. I slide the journal from my jacket, flip to the newest blank page. Rumi greets me. You are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. I laugh softly. Maybe the poet never pedaled a cracked asphalt loop under Midwest stars, but he knew something about hunger and forgiveness. I write. Tonight the lake breathed once and held it. The shadows tried to lean closer, but fear blinked first. The water kept its dead and let the living consider their weight. The pen pauses. Across the dark expanse a loon calls, a warble that thins to a whistle. I add, Some wounds fill with water, some with light. Mine filled with both, and now I ferry messages between them. I close the journal, tuck it under the bush behind Tina's stone. Someone will find it one day, maybe the boy with the camera or the man in the Carhartt or the jogger who finally pulls her earbuds to hear the night speak. They will read my lines and wonder if they are confessions or warnings. They will make their choice. I mount the bike, pedals clicking into place. The moon's path glitters on the water, a road of mercury. Not my circus, Dad used to say. But some nights you find yourself the lone clown left to fold tents, chase off thieves, and whisper bedtime stories to ghosts. So I ride another lap, titanium blade singing, because nothing good happens after dark, unless someone keeps watch. Vienna stepped off the ramp and sank to her knees in the crusted soil, startled by its gritty feel and the way a chill seeped through the knees of her expedition trousers. Dawn's first light broke over distant peaks, painting the rock and rubble in soft rose and gold. She had studied thousands of photographs, satellite composites, drone panoramas, long-range survey mosaics, but no image had prepared her for the stillness of a Terran sunrise. She tasted metal on the air, smelled dust and pine resin half a kilometer away, and felt as if she were looking at half-remembered pages from a childhood storybook. Paddy, her field partner for the semester, shuffled down beside her. He was tall and lanky and still waking up. Gray threaded his beard more heavily than the travel brochure portraits he used for university conferences, though he had tried to hide the white streaks with a quick pass of dye that morning. He pressed a glove to the soil, then chuckled. "I always picture Earth as a blue sphere," he said quietly. "More ocean than land. We planned our first step and there's not a drop of water in sight. Just rock and wind and a city in pieces." Vienna scanned the scene again. The distant skyline looked melted, like a candle rubbed by time. Wind gusted across the landing site, rattling the fence of dry stalks around them. She hugged her jacket tighter, surprised by the cold even at sunrise. Terra's average temperatures were supposed to be climbing steadily toward greenhouse extremes. Apparently the Colorado Highlands hadn't received the memo. A voice boomed behind them, Professor Kasparov, folded into a bulky thermal parka and leaning on her walking stave like a monarch. The expedition's 37 other students gathered around, aged scholars all, a strange mix of silver and stooped figures who might have been grandparents to the starry-eyed first years back on their home station. "Listen, all of you," Kasparov called out, lowering her hood. "You have come a long way to stand on the cradle of our species. Treat the ground with respect, treat the life you meet, plant, animal, microbe, with caution. You carry detailed field charts, rations, and emergency beacons. You also carry each other. Stay with your buddy. It is a very large planet, and the university does not run a rescue patrol." Students glanced at their assigned companions, checking shoulder by shoulder to make sure their lines were clipped fast. Kasparov smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes folding like parchment. "Study first, marvel second. Remember everything you see. Touch nothing unapproved. And if anything seems wrong, come find me before my afternoon nap." She tapped the side of her pack. "I intend to sleep heavily. Do not force me to wake up for trivia." Permission granted, the class dispersed across the plateau. Vienna and Patty hurried toward the trail markers that pointed uphill, the wind shepherding them like impatient hands. Their scooter hummed along the cracked roadway, weaving between abandoned vehicles half buried in dust drifts. 20 minutes brought them to a metal kiosk that had once been a scenic overlook. Vienna killed the drive, hopped off, and stretched her legs. A mountain towered ahead, its upper slopes buried under white fields of snow, the lower ridges clad in dark evergreen. A handwritten placard on the kiosk identified it as Mount Circle, Pre-Collapse Summit, 3,770 meters. Patty unstrapped a recording drone from the scooter rack. "Mountains first, city after breakfast?" She nodded, shading her eyes. "If we leave now, we can hike 2 hours before the sun reaches full glare." Wind bit at their cheeks as they started up the ancient foot trail. Gravity pressed differently here, heavier than station spin. It made each step deliberate, tested lungs that had spent decades breathing filtered air. Vienna kept a careful pace. She had trained on the treadmill for weeks. But Paddy lagged, his pack creaking with sample jars and solar sleeves. When the slope eased, they stopped beneath a weathered spruce. Vienna raised her visor. The silence was extraordinary. She could hear her own pulse. Then came calls, sharp, warbling cries, and a shadow of wings passed overhead. She grabbed her sensor wand to record the silhouettes. Long necks, black wingtips, beaks pointed like spearheads. Canadian geese, perhaps, or one of the evolved variants that thrived since the human collapse. Paddy scrolled through their database tablet. Hundreds of possible species, he said. Half of them unknown since North Hemisphere field teams pulled out. We'll have to compare calls later. They pushed higher. Vienna paused often, collecting flakes of mineral from fractured boulders, cataloging lichens that grew in star-shaped clusters on the granite. Paddy documented everything: images, coordinates, temperature shifts, burying the evidence under meticulous digital tags. He tried to keep pace with her curiosity, but his breathing grew ragged, cheeks grayer by the minute. Finally she steered them to a sunlit boulder and unpacked a thermos of synthetic tea. Steam curled from the cup, mingling with the pine scent. "Think about living here," she murmured. "Families planting gardens, children catching insects, snow melt rushing down in spring. History breathed in every direction." Paddy wiped his brow, following her gaze. "And then the ships came to take us off-world. All that planning, reactors and domes and terraforming, so we could start over on sterile moons. Earth just stopped mattering." They fell quiet. At Paddy's feet a narrow procession of insects, glossy black, each no longer than a fingernail, traversed the trail in twin lanes, one heading uphill, one down. Vienna knelt, fascinated by the orderly traffic. The insects climbed over twigs triple their height, then realigned perfectly behind the leader. When Vienna dribbled a trickle of tea across their path, scout insects fanned out, traced the edge of the liquid, then set a new route, and the army followed without hesitation. "Incredible," she whispered. "They behave like a single organism, but adapt instantly to obstacles." She scanned for auditory signals, smelled the air. Nothing obvious. Chemical cues, perhaps? Or vibration pulses our equipment can't detect. She tugged the buddy line, unsheathing an isotopic marker to flag the site. "We should trace them," Paddy said. And so they did, tethered wrist to wrist by 3 meters of smart cable. Off the trail they stepped carefully to avoid crushing the tiny highway. Grass hissed dryly around their boots. Paddy watched the slope for larger predators. Field manual pages scrolled in his lens overlay warning of coyotes, feral dogs, rare mountain lions. Vienna kept her eyes on the miniature caravan. A smell hit her first, rancid, sweet, stomach-turning. She gagged, covering her mouth. Paddy pointed ahead, a mound of feathers scattered across flattened grass. The body, little remained but ribs and sinew, breasted askew, entrails already picked clean. Black flies buzzed near the torn cavity. The insect columns swarmed over the carcass, slicing slivers of flesh and ferrying them away. "Large bird," Paddy murmured, steadying the recorder's focus though his face had blanched. "Maybe a swan or crane." He dug tweezers from his vest and collected 2 flight feathers, a piece of hollow bone. Vienna backed away, retching. The stench clung to her nostrils like glue. "Let's get out of here." She started downhill, towing the buddy line hard enough that Paddy stumbled. They regained the official path and hurried upward without conversation. Only when a clear brook crossed their ankles did they stop. Vienna rinsed her hands and face, trembling. Paddy sat on a rock, gray hair ruffling in wind, legs shaking with exhaustion. She knelt beside him, noticing a light tremor in his fingers. He smiled weakly. "Too much atmosphere for an old agricultural tech," he joked. She squeezed his arm. They chatted then, about their former careers, about what drew them to resume studies so late in life. Vienna shared memories of her late husband, an orbital engineer who died before retirement. Paddy described endless hydroponic corridors lit in magenta and blue, lettuce leaves bigger than his head. They laughed at themselves for playing explorers at 70 plus, the only age the government subsidized curiosity. Clouds climbed the sky. Shadows lengthened through the pines. They began the descent, moving faster now. Vienna scanned every rustle, expecting eyes in the underbrush. Halfway to the trailhead, Patty's toe caught a root. He pitched forward and landed hard. Vienna knelt, heart hammering. Patty did not rise. His breath rasped. Whites of his eyes flicked under closed lids. Vienna activated the medical routine on her recorder. Pulse 140 irregular. No head trauma visible. Shock risk. She spread the silver emergency blanket over him, strapped a gel heat pack to his chest. "Come on, old man," she whispered. He did not respond. The scooter stood nearly a kilometer downslope. Their buddy line would stretch half that. Kasparov's rule echoed, "Stay with your partner, or rescue is not guaranteed." Vienna looked from Patty's still form to the distant pines. If she left, predators, or simple exposure, could claim him. If she stayed, he might die anyway while she waited for the unlikely arrival of another group. Minutes ticked. A jay shrieked somewhere overhead. Finally she clipped her recorder to Patty's vest. "If you wake, press send," she told his unhearing form. She unclipped the tether, tied it to an alder branch above him, and set off at a jog. Gravity clawed at her thighs. By the time she reached the scooter, sweat soaked her armpits despite the cold. She slapped the distress beacon and collapsed. Professor Kasparov arrived in a hum of turbines, two teaching assistants straddling scout bikes behind her. Vienna woke to the professor's calm shadow. "Explain," Kasparov said. Vienna poured out the story: insect's carcass, Patty's collapse. Kasparov listened, eyes half-lidded, as if hearing results of a lab assay she'd predicted. "You left him unguarded. He needed medical care." Vienna's voice cracked. "We must go back. Now." Kasparov turned to her aides. "Retrieve the subject. Take monitoring kits. Record all interactions." The assistants revved their bikes and disappeared up trail. Vienna sagged with relief. Kasparov removed Vienna's pack, weighing the rock samples, sniffing the feather. "Your field notes are thorough," she said. "You show promise for my laboratory." Vienna blinked. "Field work suits me. But Patty..." Kasparov's tone shifted, airy as falling ash. "Your partner has become part of a larger observation. An uncontrolled environment yields rich data. Predation events, microbial succession, insect behavior, far beyond simulation." She smiled faintly. "True science demands sacrifice." Vienna stared, a hollow opening in her chest. "He's a person, not a specimen." Kasparov's hand settled on Vienna's shoulder with physician gentleness. A sharp sting followed. Vienna glimpsed a hypodermic slide into her skin. Ice flooded her veins. She tried to stand, but gravity tripled. The world pitched. Kasparov's voice drifted through static. "You sought the frontier, Vienna. Now you will serve it. We cannot waste such initiative." Darkness closed. Hours later, Vienna surfaced to birdsong. She lay supine on cool grass. A thin tube snaked from her elbow to a metal stake, nutrient drip. She struggled upright. Her scooter was gone. Only the mountain loomed, sun now behind its peak. Footsteps rustled. The shorter teaching assistant emerged, planting a sensor node into the soil. He did not meet her eyes. A second node blinked near a tree: audio, motion, bioparticulate. "What did you do?" Vienna croaked. He avoided the question. "This site is off-grid now. It won't appear on the students' maps." Vienna weakly tugged the floor free. Blood welled in the crook of her arm. She staggered toward the slope where she'd left Patty. The assistant blocked her. "You're to remain within 50 meters, he said. "Observation protocol." Vienna's knees buckled. She fell, cursing. Tears blurred the pines. Miles above, a hawk circled on thermals. Vienna pictured Patty lying among the roots, heart fluttering against a silver blanket, insects crawling nearer. Kasparov's silent experiment had begun: measure the planet's response to human frailty. Vienna clenched a fistful of dust. She breathed the scent of sap and stone. She vowed then, to the wind, to the silent machines, to the ghost of Earth itself, that she would not be passive data. She would find Patty or find proof of what happened. She would expose Kasparov's calculus of expendables, even if it meant bleeding across every ridge of this unwanted fortress world. The assistant finished his work and left her alone with the forest's murmurs. Vienna rose, following the insect's old trail uphill, pulse echoing like a drum against the ruined walls of human history. Noah Bailey always tried to arrive early for exams, telling himself that a few quiet minutes in the classroom might settle his racing thoughts. But on that cold, gray Thursday he was nearly late. He reached Caraway Hall just in time to claim one of the back row desks and drop his heavy backpack with a thud that turned a few heads. His movements felt slow and uncoordinated because he had slept only 3 hours. The previous night had disappeared in a blur of half-warm pizza slices, cheap energy drinks, and a marathon session of Resident Evil 7 that somehow stretched until the faint blue of dawn crept under his dorm room curtains. By the time he finally crawled beneath the blanket, his head still buzzed with game music and jump scare images. Then he dreamt of being chased through hallways by things without skin, woke drenched in sweat at 9:30, and stumbled across campus with a stomach lined in battery acid and regret. Inside the lecture hall the fluorescent lights hummed, the furnace rattled, and 40-plus students coughed, shuffled, and cleared their throats. All the normal test day noises felt louder than usual to Noah. Worse still was the steady tick of the old brass clock mounted above the dry erase board at the front of the room. That second hand clicked like a woodpecker inside his skull, poking holes in every fragile thought he tried to hold. He rubbed his temple, opened his spiral notebook, and waited while Dr. Lucius Sistrunk moved along the aisles handing out stapled exams with one gloved hand. The man's white latex gloves always made Noah think of mortuaries, though Sistrunk taught Introduction to Criminal Pathology, not anatomy. He never smiled, not in class and not now. He simply slid each test onto the desk surface in silence, then moved on. Noah thanked every god he could name that the exam was open book. Even so, he knew from experience that open book tests could feel harder. They tempted students to flip pages for too long, wasting precious minutes while the problems piled up. Keeping track of time was extra difficult for someone whose attention span had been tangled since elementary school and made worse whenever caffeine, adrenaline, or exhaustion joined forces. Today all three pulled his nerves in opposite directions, and the classroom seemed to tilt slightly left, then right, every time he blinked. He skipped quickly through the first 5 multiple-choice questions, mostly definitions, and wrote short answers for the next 10, which dealt with signs of strangulation versus suffocation, toxicology basics, and blood spatter physics. By question 15 his knuckles were stiff from gripping the pencil too tightly, and the cramped muscles in his forearm reminded him that the worst part of any final was always the physical toll. The heel of his hand grew sore from sliding across cheap paper, his shoulders tightened, his legs fell asleep under the too-low desk. He took a sip from the tall can of bargain energy drink hidden inside his hoodie pocket. The bubblegum sweet liquid coated his tongue and left an aftertaste like tin, but it kept his eyes focused for another 5 minutes. Dr. Sistrunk's real weapon of pain, however, arrived halfway through the packet in the form of 3-part discussion questions. Each scenario unfolded like a miniature crime scene, requesting a full essay analysis, probable sequence of events, first indicators of foul play, and recommended next steps for investigators. By the time Noah reached question 24, he felt as if someone had replaced the bone marrow in his fingers with burning glue. A dull fire climbed from his knuckles to his elbow, and the pencil no longer obeyed his commands. The world squeezed into a tunnel, white paper shining painfully beneath fluorescent light, the soft scuff of erasers, the smell of ballpoint ink, and the endless tick, tick, tick of that front-of-room clock, each second ramming another nail through his pulsing head. Yet question 24 was different. He knew it even before reading the instructions because the font seemed bolder, the text set apart by blank space above and below, as if Dr. Sistrunk had paused dramatically while typing the exam. The prompt read, Determine at least 4 likely causes of death under the following conditions. A deceased female body is found in a locked greenhouse under these conditions. No signs of forced entry. Blunt force head trauma. No skin beneath the victim's fingernails. Broken wristwatch stopped at 2:13 a.m. Found near the body. Second set of footprints in the soil, larger than the victim's. Copper coin embossed with the Rathmore University crest. Hint: not all causes have to be murder. Noah let his pencil hover as curiosity cut through the brain fog. The greenhouse murder scenario felt oddly familiar, and yet unsettlingly fresh, like a dream half remembered. He flipped backward through the textbook's pages, scanning chapter headings: thermodynamics of decomposition, insect activity timelines, residual nerve movement, but found nothing about locked room greenhouses or copper coins. His lecture notes from the last 6 weeks held only routine case studies and diagrams of lividity patterns. Dr. Sistrunk never mentioned Rathmore University in class. So where had this come from? Noah peered up the aisle and saw other students bent over their exams, some scribbling quickly, others frowning at the prompt with wrinkled brows. No one raised a hand for clarification because everyone feared Dr. Sistrunk's blank stare whenever a timid student asked him to rephrase a question. If there was an answer, they'd have to uncover it alone. Noah closed his eyes, massaged the bridge of his nose, and tried to conjure possibilities. The body and footprints implied at least one other person, but lack of forced entry suggested a key or inside connection. The broken watch might mark time of death or serve as misdirection. The absence of skin beneath fingernails could mean the attacker wore gloves, or that the victim lacked the strength to fight back. The blunt force injury pointed to a heavy object, perhaps a flower pot, a gardening tool, or the greenhouse's own metal framing if she fell. And the coin, that felt like a signature, maybe left intentionally by someone tied to Rathmore. Did local legends mention a university coin? None came to mind. He scribbled a rough outline. Accidental death, victim trips, fractures skull on stone planter, watch breaks on impact. 1. Homicide, attacker pushes her, cleans under her nails, stages scene. 2. Heat stroke, greenhouse overheats at night, delirious fall. 3. Cult ritual, coin left as calling card, poison or blunt object used. 4. The list felt thin. His mind drifted unhelpfully to a memory of playing Resident Evil and searching a dark conservatory full of mutated wasps. But he forced the image away. Focus. He had to write something cohesive. Across the room, Janine Armstrong, quiet Janine with gray-green eyes and always 3-layered cardigans, sat unmoving. Noah noticed her stillness because every other student flicked erasers, tapped pens, or brushed hair from faces. Janine rarely spoke in class, yet she never failed to turn in perfect lab reports. She stared at question 24 as though looking through the paper itself, seeing the greenhouse, feeling the cold soil and wet glass. Noah wondered whether she too felt that odd pull of familiarity. She lifted her pencil, pressed the tip to paper, and began writing in a slow, steady hand. Her expression did not change, but her eyes seemed to unfocus, as if viewing a scene projected inside her head. Noah turned back to his own answer and forced the words to come. When time was finally called, Noah's hand cramped into a claw shape. He rubbed circulation back into his fingers, gathered his scattered textbooks, and shuffled down the aisle. Dr. Sistrunk sat behind a small desk at the front, collecting blue books into careful piles. Noah handed over his packet with a polite nod. The instructor's face showed nothing, no breath of approval, no hint of disapproval. Other students filed past in silent relief. Outdoors, a chilly drizzle dampened the campus lawns. Students hurried between buildings under umbrellas or shrugged deeper into hoodies. Noah zipped his parka, stuck earbuds into his ears even though they played no music, and trudged toward the dormitories. His old Dodge Ram pickup sat alone at the far end of the gravel lot. Rain misted the windshield. If nothing else, he thought, the exam was finished. Unless Dr. Sistrunk swerved wildly in grading, Noah would eke out a passing grade for the semester. He spent the evening microwaving ramen and scrolling forums about speedrun strategies for Resident Evil 7. By midnight he lay on his unmade bed staring at ceiling plaster, mind still buzzing with greenhouse clues. He almost missed the faint knock on his door. When he opened it, the hallway was empty except for a cream envelope wedged inside the doorframe, sealed with scarlet wax bearing the Rathmore crest. No address, no signature. Noah's stomach flipped in excitement and dread. He cracked the seal. Inside lay a single folded card. Question correctly answered. Come at midnight to the old mortuary at the back of campus. Bring no one. Midnight. He checked his phone. 11:14. Some part of him wanted to laugh and toss the note. He was exhausted. But something about the challenge, the secrecy, and the rumor of that abandoned mortuary tugged at him. He had heard stories, rattling ventilation ducts, lights burning in rooms sealed since the 1950s, the ghost of Rathmore's first mortuary science chairman who supposedly died at his desk. Most claims were nonsense told to scare freshmen, but the whispers persisted. The idea of stepping inside a forgotten part of campus history, especially if it connected to question 24, was irresistible. So Noah laced up boots, grabbed a flashlight, and stepped into night. Fog curled around street lamps as he crossed the damp soccer fields beyond the main quad. Past the final row of dormitories, a narrow path led into taller grass and half-collapsed stone walls. There stood the mortuary, red brick, ivy-choked, 2 stories high with boarded windows. Noah remembered reading that after World War II the university expanded its pathology program, then abruptly shuttered the mortuary wing by 1964. No one bothered to demolish the building. It simply slept at the edge of campus like a forgotten relative. The iron gate stood open, hinges groaning in wind. A single lamp above the archway flickered. 2 silhouettes waited near the entrance. As Noah approached, he recognized Sylva Hutchins, tall, blonde, black nail polish. She leaned against a broken column reading a leather-bound journal, hair tucked behind one ear. She rarely spoke in class, but her essays sliced like scalpels. Standing beside her was Elijah Park, a skinny boy with crooked glasses and a jittery habit of scanning any room for exits. He held a small digital camera in one hand and kept tapping the lens cover. Sylva's almost black eyes lifted. She offered Noah a crooked smile, first acknowledgement she had ever shown him. "Looks like we have another successful applicant," she said softly. Elijah pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, glanced over Noah's shoulder into fog, and whispered, "You didn't bring anyone, right?" "No one," Noah answered. His breath puffed white and light from the lamp overhead. Without another word the 3 turned as footsteps approached behind them. Janine stepped through the gate, hands in coat pockets. She nodded at each of them in greeting. 4 students total. Noah wondered how many had taken the test. They pushed the front doors. Hinges shrieked. Inside, the first corridor stretched long, lined with cracked white tile halfway up the walls. The air smelled of stale disinfectant and mildew. Their flashlights painted shaky cones of light along ceilings stained with patchy water damage. Occasionally a fluorescent bulb flickered overhead, but most remained dark. Along the hall iron doors stood closed. Some bore names etched on brass plaques. Others were blank. On the floor faint drag marks ran parallel to the walls. Elijah shuddered. Sylva led confidently, boots echoing. She paused at a heavy double doorway with small glass panes set into each leaf. Through the dust they glimpsed a large room dominated by a central metal slab covered by a white sheet. That must be the autopsy theater, Noah thought. A place for teaching once turned to dust. They pushed inside. The room swallowed their flashlight beams, walls lost in gloom. The sheet-covered form lay on the slab under a suspended surgical lamp. Noah's stomach tightened. Before they could speak, the metal doors groaned shut. The click of a latch echoed like a gunshot. All 4 jumped. From behind a curtained alcove a figure emerged. Tall, draped in black robe and hood that masked any face. The voice sounded distorted, as if filtered through layered cloth and a winded flute simultaneously. "You are all here. And so is the body for you to examine." The figure grasped the white sheet and peeled it back. A young woman lay there motionless, skin pale as wax. Bruising marred her right temple. Dried blood crusted in her dark hair. She wore garden boots and soul-stained denim, confirming greenhouse context. Dr. Sistrunk? Noah wondered, but the voice didn't match. Determine the manner of her death, the figure intoned. The answers are not in books. The vault always remembers. You will return. Then the lamp flicked out. The figure disappeared behind curtain swish. A door opened at the far end. They heard retreating footsteps and faint clink of keys. Then silence. Noah's flashlight beam shook as his nerves caught up. Was that part of the test or a prank? Silva ignored him, already donning latex gloves from a box on a side table. We need to document everything before they come back. Elijah fumbled fresh batteries into his camera. Janine stepped closer, eyes unfocused again. She seemed to listen to sounds beyond hearing. Noah tried to remember forensic protocols from lab. Note environment, photograph scene, sweep for trace evidence. Here, though, there were no resources except their wits. Silva studied the victim's hands. No defensive wounds. Nails clean, consistent with no skin under nails in question. She examined hairline. Bruise suggests single strike, angled downward. Elijah took photos, flash popping bright. He muttered about wrist fractures. The watch remained at 2:13. He photographed the copper coin near her boot. Janine stood still, breathing shallow. Noah watched her. Her trembling fingers curled, eyebrows knitted. Was she frightened or seeing something else? He approached. You okay? He whispered. She flinched, then nodded. Just sorting details. Her voice sounded thin. Together they noted the soil prints around the slab. Maybe someone moved the body here from greenhouse? They debated. After 20 minutes, Elijah said, There's something embedded under skin on the neck. A glint of metal. Silva used tweezers to free a sliver, a metal tag etched with numbers, 4 groups separated by periods. Coordinates? She jotted them. Noah bent to read the numbers. They looked like latitude and longitude. If so, where? Silva flipped her journal to a map of the campus. Her pen tapped an empty rectangle. That's an unused wing of the library. But there's no basement, Janine whispered. There is. It's just not on plans anymore. She covered her mouth, as if regretting. They stared at her. Noah's suspicion stirred, but before he could question further, footsteps echoed outside. They rushed to replace sheet, cleaned fingerprints from instruments. Doors creaked open and the robed figure re-entered. Lights flared. The figure's masked face regarded them. You have touched truth enough, the voice said. You've all been marked. The figure extended gloved hand to each student, offering a folded slip of parchment. Noah unfolded his, ink-scratched crooked letters. The vault always remembers. Return tomorrow night. The room plunged into darkness again. Noah's flashlight beam wavered as he heard doors unlock. The figure was gone. They fled corridors, hearts hammering, and emerged into cold fog under flickering lamplight. At dawn, Noah stood on the quad once more, brain buzzing. Janine lingered nearby, hugging her coat. In the highest library tower, a single lamp flickered behind dusty glass. Noah asked how she knew of a hidden basement. She gave only a soft shrug and claimed a feeling, yet her fingers twitched rapidly as though they remembered more than her lips dared say. Classes that day crawled by. Noah spent lunch hour researching coordinate numbers, 43.2312, minus 72.6555, plugging into Google Maps until he found they indeed matched the library's footprint. Maps older than 1950, archived in the history department, showed a sublevel labeled Archive Vault 2. Newer blueprints omitted it. The basement had been sealed. In late afternoon, he met Silva and Elijah in the student union. They shared findings. Silva had discovered newspaper microfilm referencing greenhouse renovations in 1978 after an accidental death. Details censored. Elijah printed a blurry yearbook photo of a horticulture student who matched the corpse's hairline scar. She supposedly drowned in a lake. Inconsistencies spiraled. That evening, under sodium yellow street lights, the group met near the library loading dock. Janine arrived last, pale but resolute. They found service stairs behind a utility shed leading down. A padlock barred the metal door, but Silva produced bolt cutters hidden in her tote. The lock fell with a hollow clang. They descended a concrete stairwell into stale air. At the bottom, a heavy iron door resisted until Elijah located a fuse box. He jiggled switches. Overhead bulbs crackled alive in a corridor lined with moldering archive shelves. Dust hung thick. Far ahead a vault door loomed, steel wheel handle, thick hinges, brass plate reading. Property of Rathmore University. Noah's heart thudded. The coordinates had led here. He spun the wheel. It groaned but did not budge. Silva discovered the copper coin from the crime scene had a key pattern etched along its rim. Inserted into a shallow slot, the coin acted like a key. The wheel turned. The door opened inward with surprising ease. Inside, rows of canvas-covered shapes rested on pedestals. Overhead spotlights flicked on automatically, illuminating dozens of mannequins. Except these were too detailed. The hair was real. The skin seemed preserved. Noah swallowed bile. They were corpses mounted upright, dressed in clothing from various decades, eyes stitched shut. Around each neck hung a brass tag engraved with coordinates and a symbol: greenhouse, observatory, dormitory. Silva whispered, "These are the deaths from Sistrunk's finals. Every year, a new extra credit scenario. Every year, a real body?" Elijah snapped photos, hands shaking. Janine stepped forward, touching a tag. Her breath hitched. Noah saw tears gather. She whispered, "They call it the vault because it stores what the campus wants forgotten." At the far end, a workbench held surgical tools. Above it, Polaroid pictures pinned to corkboard. Dr. Sistrunk stood in many of them beside fresh corpses. His latex gloves bloody, expression unreadable. In one photo he gave a closed-lipped smile. Elijah gasped. He recognized the woman from the cafeteria staff. Silva lifted a binder, pages full of handwritten autopsy notes, all signed LS. A creak behind them made every head turn. The robed figure from the mortuary stepped into light, hood drawn back. It was Dr. Sistrunk. But his eyes were wrong, the pupils dilated into black pools. He spoke softly, the words sliding cold across skin. "I knew the coin would guide you. Curiosity is strong in those with potential. You four answered correctly. Now join the vault." He raised a long scalpel. The door behind him slammed shut. Noah's flashlight flickered. Silva hurled the binder at Sistrunk and dived behind a pedestal, grabbing a heavy candelabra from display. Elijah snapped flash in Sistrunk's face, momentarily blinding him. Janine, without thinking, grabbed Noah's wrist and pulled him sideways between corpses. They wound through aisles, Sistrunk's footsteps echoing. On pedestals, preserved eyes beneath stitched lids seemed to watch. Noah whispered, "This way!" spotting a ventilation grate near floor level. He and Elijah pried with the candelabra. Screws sheared. A narrow duct slanted upward. Silva crawled first, then Elijah. Noah pushed Janine ahead. Behind, Sistrunk's calm voice recited coordinates aloud like a chant, each location ending in "dissection successful." The scalpel scraped walls as he advanced. They wriggled through dusty ductwork, lungs burning. Up one shaft, then a left turn onto a maintenance platform above the main reading room of the library. Noah kicked a vent cover free. They spilled onto old wooden rafters, scraping knees. Below, late-night scholars murmured among shelves, unaware. Elijah spotted a rope pulley used to raise banners. They slid down onto a balcony, scattering pamphlets. Alarms triggered. Campus security chased them, but they burst into the rainy quad and kept running until they reached the student union. There they hid in an old supply closet, catching breath. Silva clutched her journal. "We have proof." She showed Elijah's photos on the camera screen, vault bodies, binder entries. "We take this to cops." Janine shook her head, eyes wide. You think any local police will believe? Sistrunk has 10-year connections. He'll say we forged photos, vandalized property. She wiped tears. He chose us for vault. He won't stop. Noah leaned against paint cans. Then we destroy it. Burn everything. He met each of their gazes. Tonight. They debated until dawn gray-washed windows. Finally they agreed. At dusk they would return with gas cans. Day classes trudged by. Rumors swirled of break-ins at library. Security patrolled. Noah attended morning lecture. Sistrunk absent, class cancelled. Good, Noah thought. The professor would be down in vault trying to recover evidence. Late afternoon brought thunderclouds. Storm predicted. Perfect cover. They met outside maintenance shed at 9 p.m. Rain fell steady. Silva cut padlock again. They filled 4 metal gas cans. Flashlights secured, they hurried along service path. No security seen. Downstairs, they found vault door ajar. Inside, Polaroid board stripped. Some pedestals empty. A body lay on workbench mid-dissection, fresh. Sistrunk had been busy. Janine gagged. Noah unscrewed gas cap. Silva doused pedestal row. Elijah squirted canvas drapes. They soaked floor. Thunder boomed overhead. Noah struck a match. His hand trembled. He looked at the preserved faces, stitched mouths. He thought of exam question hint, not all causes have to be murder. He whispered apology to the dead, tossed match. Flames sprinted across fumes, leaping to cloth. Oxygen whooshed. Silva dragged Janine out. Elijah followed. Noah last, slamming door. They raced up stairwell. Smoke chased. Outside, rain and wind whipped. Sirens wailed from distant streets. Through library windows they saw smoke swirl behind glass. Sprinklers engaged. They kept running. Police cars sped past toward library. Campus alarms howled. In dorm common room they dried hair and shared silence. They had destroyed evidence but ended menace. Or had they? Janine spoke first, voice faint. Sistrunk is alive. She hugged knees. He's not finished. Elijah nodded. He'll rebuild. Silva opened her journal. Inside cover she tucked binder page copied earlier. List of coordinates not yet visited. Next to each, a date. Future dates. Including tonight's. Noah's stomach nodded. He planned more. Lightning flashed. Outside window across quad, a figure in long coat watched dorm building. A street lamp flickered then died. Figure vanished. They exchanged looks. No one needed words. Battle not over. Rain drummed the roof like distant marching. In Noah's palm, the copper coin they had used in vault door weighed heavy. He turned it over, Rathmore crest, Latin motto he noticed first time, Mortuus loci permittitur. Let the dead be allowed to speak. He closed fist around coin, feeling its cold edge. The dead had spoken. Now the living must answer. Days later, official university statement blamed electrical fire and archival storage. Insurance adjusters visited, declared building structurally unsound, recommended demolition. Students buzzed, but semester continued. Dr. Sistrunk did not return to campus. Rumors said he resigned for health reasons. Another rumor claimed he accepted research post overseas. No one saw him depart. Only note on office door. Class cancelled until further notice. Noah, Silva, Elijah, and Janine met weekly in a quiet cafe downtown. They shared fragments. Elijah's nighttime terrors of stitched-eye mannequins, Silva's constant feeling of being followed, Noah's nightmares of greenhouse glass shattering in violent wind. Janine rarely spoke of her visions but sometimes stared at doorways until tears fell. They discussed going to police anyway. Silva argued a burned vault was still evidence. Elijah feared legal consequences. Noah worried Sistrunk would kill again elsewhere. Janine said quietly, "There are more vaults." What did she mean? She traced fingers along coffee mug and murmured coordinates. Silva checked phone, locations across the world, abandoned hospitals, catacombs, shuttered research labs. Elijah shivered. Noah asked, "How do you know?" She looked up, gray-green eyes reflecting overhead light. "Because the dead keep talking." They sat in silence. Street outside drizzled with early winter rain. Somewhere a train horn sounded. Noah reached into jacket pocket, produced the copper coin. He slid it to table center. "Then we follow where it leads." Silva placed binder page beside coin. Elijah added camera flash card with photos backup. Janine placed her trembling hands atop his. 4 students exchanged nods. They didn't know next step's danger, but they understood each other. The dead had asked them to keep remembering. They would carry memory into shadowed places and pull truth into light. Outside cafe window, lamppost flickered, but did not die. It burned steady. And for the first time since the exam, Noah felt ticking in his head slow to quiet. Jonathan woke to an apartment that felt emptier than usual. He pulled the refrigerator door open and stared at the lonely shelves. No ham, no cheese, not even the heel of a loaf. A single jar of strawberry jam sat at the back, its lid crusted with sugar crystals. He sighed, grabbed 2 slices of bread, spread a thin layer of jam across one, and pressed the other on top. It was a flimsy breakfast, but he was already late. He wrapped the sandwich in a napkin, slung his backpack over one shoulder, and hurried for the door. "Bye, Mom," he called, pausing just long enough to hear her faint reply from the bedroom. "Take care, Jonathan." He was halfway down the stairs before her words reached him. A chilly morning fog wrapped around the apartment complex as he sprinted toward the bus stop, crumbs falling from the sandwich clamped between his teeth. The bus squealed to a stop just as he arrived. He dodged a few drowsy students, climbed the steps 2 at a time, and scanned for a seat. Connie sat near the back, occupying a seat and a half, cheeks flushed like apples. His backpack gaped open, notebooks threatening to spill. He spotted Jonathan and waved, powdered sugar dusting the front of his shirt. "Almost missed it," Connie said, wiping crumbs from his mouth. "Almost," Jonathan agreed, catching his breath. "Ran out of ham, survived on jam." "Jam? Poor soul. I had pancakes. Chocolate once. 3 huge stacks." Jonathan rolled his eyes but smiled. He slid onto the seat beside Connie, tucking his backpack under their feet. Condensation clouded the windows, turning the streetlights outside into glowing orbs. The engine's steady growl vibrated under their sneakers. "Did you catch Demon Slayer last night?" Connie asked, mouth half full. Jonathan's eyes lit up. "Absolutely. Did you see how he sliced that demon in half? And the soundtrack? Gave me chills. Feels like a movie now. Anime's turning into art." They shared a quick nod, the unspoken bond of friends who lived, and sometimes survived, through their favorite shows. Outside, rows of houses blurred by. Early joggers and dog walkers dipped into the fog like ghosts. A grandmother with a cane watched the bus rumble past, her gaze distant. Jonathan's thoughts drifted. Lately school felt different, as if someone had turned down the volume on everything familiar. Teachers whispered in hallways, eyes trailing the students too long. Even the principal's morning announcements had lost their booming cheer. "Tomorrow's Friday," Jonathan said. "Feels weird at school lately to you?" Connie shrugged. "Weird how?" Jonathan couldn't name it. Maybe it was last night's dream, an empty classroom, fluorescent lights flickering, a test with no questions. It lingered like static behind his eyes. The bus lurched to a stop at the familiar iron gate. Students spilled into the courtyard, voices bouncing off brick walls. Jonathan clutched his sandwich, took a bite, jam oozing down his finger, and followed the stream inside. Whatever nagging worry he carried got stuck in his throat with the bread. The hallway looked the same, lockers, scuffed tiles, muddy footprints, but the air was thick with hush. A trio of teachers stood at the entrance in identical black suits. No ties, no ID badges, hands clasped behind their backs, expressions blank. Jonathan frowned. Teachers never dressed alike outside assemblies. He and Connie reached their homeroom. On every desk waited a single sheet of pristine white paper and a smooth black pen. No textbooks, no schedule, no welcome message on the board. A chill crawled down Jonathan's arms. Mr. Ionescu entered, if it was really him. He also wore a black suit and the same unfocused stare. "Sit," he instructed, voice hollow. "The test begins now. Write why you deserve to stay in this school." A boy in the back chuckled. "And if we don't? You will be eliminated," the teacher replied. The class went silent. Connie huffed, dropping into his seat. "This some prank?" Jonathan said nothing. He couldn't look away from the paper. The word, eliminated, echoed like a sledgehammer. Connie stood. "I'm going to the bathroom." No reaction. Teacher's gaze held steady. Connie grasped the doorknob. A soft click. Then a wet cough. He doubled over, blood streaking his lips. Students shrieked as Connie collapsed, eyes bulging, limbs twitching. In seconds there was no body, no blood, only dust swirling in the air, settling on the floor. Panic erupted. Chairs scraped. A girl sobbed. Mr. Ionescu didn't blink. "Who does not comply is eliminated," he repeated softly. "Right." Jonathan's vision tunneled. His best friend was gone in front of 30 witnesses. He forced air into his lungs and grabbed the pen. His fingers trembled. Across the aisle Janine sat perfectly still, eyes glassy. She whispered words no one heard, then began writing in swift strokes. Jonathan tried to breathe. What could he say to justify his existence? He never even won an award. Never saved a puppy from traffic. A girl at the front scribbled quickly, then stopped. She read her line, something about not being special. She set the pen down, sighed. Blood bubbled at her lips. She clawed at her throat, toppled, and faded into nothing. Students scattered. Mr. Ionescu watched. Jonathan's pen hovered. He wrote, "I want to live." It looked pathetic. Was that enough? He swallowed, heart hammering. The boy with glasses 2 rows up pulled out his phone. The device flashed red hot. He screamed and dropped it. Fingers split, blood seeping. He collapsed, lifeless. One desk away a girl started to hyperventilate. Her heart seized. She slumped forward, unmoving. Jonathan's pulse pounded in his ears. He felt the air compress, as if invisible hands squeezed the room. He scrawled, "I deserve to stay because I want to learn, to change, to help. My mother waits at home. I haven't lived yet." Ink smeared as tears hit the page. He slammed the period down. The suffocating weight lifted. Air rushed into his lungs. He sucked it like a newborn. Around him, classmates lay motionless, chairs overturned. Only one other student remained, a quiet boy Jonathan barely recognized. Pen resting, calm expression. He met Jonathan's gaze with unsettling certainty. The teachers moved. One picked up Jonathan's paper and the quiet boy's. The others ignored the scattered bodies. "The test is over," the first teacher announced. "Those who understood remain." His outline blurred. Dust trails rose from his sleeves. In silence he disintegrated, leaving only the echo of his words. Jonathan stared, throat raw. 56 students survived across the entire school. The rumor spread quickly. Others had faced the same test, the same silent invigilators. Most had failed. The survivors gathered in the auditorium that afternoon. They searched faces for friends who never arrived. Mr. Nika, the vice principal, glided onto the stage in the same black suit. He smiled without warmth. "You have proven worthy," he said. "Rathmore welcomes those who can state their purpose. Tomorrow you will begin orientation. Prepare." He left. No questions allowed. Janine hovered near Jonathan. Her hands trembled. "Do you know what's happening?" he asked. She shook her head but hesitated. "Something chose us. We're selected." Her voice cracked. That night Jonathan couldn't sleep. He replayed Connie's grin, the way sugar clung to his shirt. He pictured the blank suits, the fires behind their eyes. He fingered the creases of his paper, still folded in his pocket. Midnight. A soft knock on his dorm door. Jonathan jolted upright. On the hallway floor lay a sealed envelope, red wax stamped with Rathmore's crest, no name. He tore it open. Report to the old mortuary at 1 a.m. Bring nothing. He remembered Connie's excitement about the rumors, the light behind the far gate. He thought of the cemetery of empty desks. He considered ignoring the letter, but curiosity overruled fear. He dressed quietly and slipped out. Fog swallowed the path. Street lamps flickered. At the gate the iron was cold under his palm. Ivy strangled the fence, leaves drooping like wet hands. He stepped through. Ahead, a low building squatted against the trees, windows like cataracts. 3 figures waited: Silva, sharp-eyed girl with the ink-black irises, Elijah with crooked glasses, and Janine, arms hugging herself. They exchanged wary nods and entered. The corridor smelled of disinfectant long dried, of something older, earth, old metal, a memory of formaldehyde. Lights shuddered overhead. Doors gaped with rusted hinges. In the main room a slab stood under a single bulb. A white sheet draped a shape. A hooded figure glided from the shadows. No face visible. The voice sounded like radio static given words. You have been summoned. Learn. Adapt. Live. It lifted the sheet. A young woman lay pale, bruise dark on her temple. Soil clung to her shoes. Beside her rested a copper coin, Rathmore crest gleaming. The greenhouse victim, Jonathan murmured. Each student received gloves. They examined the body. Silva knelt, tracing the bruise. Blunt object from behind, she muttered. Time of death matches broken watch. Elijah pointed at soil on the victim's fingertips. She fought? No skin under nails. Maybe attacker wore gloves. Jonathan picked up the coin. Matches the test. Coin as calling card. Janine stayed back, eyes closed, breathing slow. Then she whispered. She argued with someone about keys. He hid when lights came on. She saw the coin and her voice faltered. She opened her eyes, tears glistening. I can see things. The other 3 stared. Hooded figure stepped forward. You will continue tomorrow. Memory is your weapon. Lights snapped off. A gust slammed the door. They fumbled out into the hallway lit only by Jonathan's phone flashlight, hearts pounding. Outside, Jonathan pressed Janine. What did you see? She shook her head. Images. Sounds. I don't know how. Elijah's voice trembled. Are we detectives or prisoners? Silva answered softly. Both. Jonathan lay awake till dawn. In his mind the test replayed. Write why you deserve to stay. His pen's scratches felt like heartbeats. Every survivor had found a reason. Maybe that was the key. Purpose anchored them when fear tried to drown them. Next morning classes were cancelled. Survivors gathered again in the auditorium. 56 seats marked with black envelopes. Jonathan opened his coordinates. Silva found the same. Elijah's contained a medical chart. Janine's held an old photograph. Rathmore founders posing beside the greenhouse. Mr. Nika appeared. Welcome to the second course. Each of you holds a piece of truth. Combine them. Tonight by midnight deliver the answer to the library basement. He vanished. The campus watched the survivors with wide eyes. Gossip erupted. Mass test? Vision? Cult? Parents flooded phone lines. Administration stonewalled. Jonathan, Silva, Elijah, and Janine huddled near the library steps. They compared clues. Coordinates matched a sealed corridor beneath the library. The chart listed unknown patients. The photograph showed a hidden door behind ivy. As dust bled into the courtyard, they pried ivy from the greenhouse's rear. A rusted door emerged. It groaned open into darkness. They entered, phones casting shaky beams on dust-choked air. Staircase spiraled downward. Tiled walls dripped. At the bottom, Another corridor, identical to the mortuaries but older. Cabinets lined the walls, labels long faded. Floorboard drag marks. A soft hum rose, like distant machinery. Janine clutched Jonathan's sleeve. Silva found a switch. Weak bulbs flickered on. At corridors and a heavy metal door barred the way. On it hung a wooden plaque, Mortuus Loci Permittitur. Jonathan swallowed. Let the dead speak, Silva translated. Elijah's hand shook as he inserted a bronze key found attached to his chart. The lock clicked. Door eased open. Inside, a circular chamber throbbed with mechanical heartbeats. Tall cylinders lined the walls, filled with pale fluid. Within each floated a motionless body, students, teachers, perfectly preserved in glass coffins. Connie's face drifted in one cylinder. Jonathan staggered, tears burning. Hands thudded against the glass, useless. Janine gasped. She reached toward another cylinder, her silent classmate who'd declared herself undeserving. On a raised platform, monitors blinked. Lines of code scrolled fast. Camera feeds showed classrooms, dorms, streets. Silva approached a console, fingers dancing. These people, not dead. Suspended. Brainwaves minimal but present. Elijah found documents. Behavior assessment, Stage 1. Emotional filtering, Stage 2. Purpose consolidation, Stage 3. Dozens of pages detailing the test. Elimination wasn't death. Most victims were transported here, minds on pause. Why? Jonathan's voice cracked. Silva scanned another file. Project Octoritas. Goal: cultivate individuals with defined purpose and resilience. Remove those who lack self-drive, store them as resource. Resource? Janine echoed. Energy harvest, Silva whispered. Their neural activity fuels something. She gestured to the humming engines. Steps echoed behind them. Hooded figure. This time 2 teachers flanked it. You have arrived, the static voice said. You seek truth. Accept your role, shepherds of purpose. Or sleep among the unworthy. Jonathan stepped forward. You can't decide who's worthy. Demonstrate sovereignty, the figure replied. Define your purpose. Silva's eyes blazed. We will free them. Elijah nodded, terror replaced by resolve. Janine closed her eyes, the images flooding, Connie laughing, the girl writing, students fading. She opened them, steady. Our purpose is to resist, she said. The chamber lights blared red. Hooded figure raised a hand. The teachers advanced, eyes black voids. Jonathan yanked cables from the console. Sparks flew. Cylinders hissed. Alarms screamed. Fluid drained. Bodies trembled as consciousness stirred. Silva slammed keys. Door locks released around the room. Janine guided revived students, whispering calm. Elijah brandished a pipe, fending off a teacher who moved like a marionette. The hooded figure glided toward Jonathan. Cold washed over him. Voices filled his skull, doubt, fear, temptation. It offered safety, purpose, power. Jonathan pictured Connie's grin, jam sandwich mornings, his mother's voice. He felt ink on paper. I want to live. He swung a loose cable at the figure. Metal met fabric, but the hood fell empty. A shadow slipped into vents, shrieking. Teachers collapsed, puppets without strings. Screens went dark. Generators whined, then died. Silence fell. Students shivered awake, confused but alive. Connie coughed, eyes meeting Jonathan's. They embraced. Above ground, dawn painted the sky. Survivors led groggy peers from the greenhouse. Authorities stormed the grounds at the first emergency call. Politicians demanded answers. Newspapers screamed headlines about secret experiments at Rathmore. Weeks later, investigations exposed shadowy donors, the black-suited imposters, and Project Octorita's files. No one could explain the vanishing administrators, nor the hooded being. All suspended students recovered, though memories of the moment before elimination remained blank. Jonathan, Silva, Elijah, and Janine testified. They recounted the test, the mortuary, the cylinders. Scientists dismissed parts of their tale as trauma-induced hallucination. Yet the underground facility was real, the glass coffins undeniable. The school closed indefinitely. Students relocated. Jonathan sat on his bed one afternoon, Connie tossing a stress ball across the room. "They still don't believe us," Connie said. "Can you blame them?" Jonathan shook his head. "I don't need the world to believe. I just need to remember why I'm here." He opened a notebook. On the first page he wrote again, slower this time. "I want to live because I choose my own purpose." He looked out the window, autumn leaves spiraling downward, and felt the ink settle like a heartbeat. Some nights, when wind rattled the panes, Jonathan thought he heard a distant hum, machinery buried deeper than any blueprint. He'd wake, pen pressed under his pillow, ready to rewrite the words that saved him. But each dawn, the sun rose and he remembered, whatever tests awaited, he already knew the answer. He deserved to stay because he lived with intention, and nothing, machine, specter, or shadowed institution, could steal that truth again. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The moon was full, enormous, and bright enough to turn every leaf, every blade of grass silver. Its light had followed us through the whole afternoon and into evening, guiding the wagons and handcarts across the soft forest floor, slipping between the tall trunks like a quiet promise. Now, while the moon floated high in the night, it watched everything that happened in the clearing, our clearing, where the ritual was about to begin. I lifted my face toward that pale circle and felt calm flood through me. We were doing what generations had done, what we had practiced for months, what the stories in Elder Javan's old books had told us to do. For that reason alone, fear had no place beside the glow in my heart. Near the center of the clearing, elders and kin, cousins and neighbors stood in a circle around a pile of twigs, branches, and carefully cut logs. The pile had already been soaked in cedar oil earlier in the evening, and even now I could smell its sharp tang drifting up. Higher still, a thick wooden post rose from the center of the pyre, and to that post my arms had been tied with braided hemp rope, tight enough that my hands could not slip free, but loose enough to allow my lungs room to swell with each breath. Beneath my bare feet lay a short wooden plank fixed to the post, just wide enough for my toes and heels. The edge of the plank cut a little into my skin every now and then, but I paid the discomfort no mind. My attention was on the faces in the circle and on the half-hidden eyes watching from among the trees. Once, years ago, my older brother told me a story about the forest at night. According to him, the trees themselves learned to tilt their branches just a little so that a sliver of moonlight always reached the clearing whenever Kala, the lunar mother, wished it. The notion had sounded childlike at first, but as I stood on the plank, the thought warmed me. I liked picturing unseen willow branches bending aside so the silver beams could find my face. More than anything, I liked to believe Kala was leaning closer in curiosity, wondering how bravely her children would carry out the rite. I would not disappoint her. I would stand steady and give her every reason to smile. Soft music rose from the circle, hums at first, gentle consonants shaping themselves into the slow beginning of a familiar hymn. The song vibrated in the night air, sweet and haunting at the same time, making me think of lullabies from childhood and the heavy beat of drums at summer dances. Because my mouth must stay closed until the proper moment, I only mouthed the words. Still, the tune poured directly into me. I felt it travel down my throat like warm tea, coating my lungs and filling my stomach with peace. We all knew the steps in order. First, we sang to attract Kala's attention. Then, when she gave her sign, we lit the fire, which brought taitais. With taitais came cicade, and if the offering was flawless, Nissis followed, and her brother Sonos might listen from wherever his mind wandered on such nights. Finally, Selun herself would come, the mother of the 4 elder spirits, and patron of our people. Without her, none of this, none of the clearing, none of the woods, none of us, would exist. Those of us chosen to stand upon the pyre never forgot that fact. My mother stood in the circle directly opposite me, her eyes shining in the odd mixture of moonlight and lamp oil. She wore a deep blue cloak trimmed in silver thread, the same cloak her own mother had worn on the night of her offering. Mother's cloak rustled a little in the chill breeze, but she did not move otherwise. In one hand she held a bow carved from ash wood, polished to a shine. She had strung it herself earlier that afternoon, checking the tension with practiced fingers. I had watched from a distance, feeling honored that she still polished the same bow my grandmother had carried during her ceremony many years ago. Near her, 2 of my uncles and 3 of my cousins held oil lamps. In the lamps, long wicks waited to be lowered toward the cedar, soaked wood at the appointed time. As the hymn built to its first swell, the elders lit torches at 4 points around the circle. Their faces briefly brightened, and in that flicker of flame I glimpsed a dozen different emotions: pride, reverence, sorrow, excitement, and something like relief. Then my gaze traveled beyond the circle to the tree line where silver, green foliage shifted in the slightest wind. There small shapes padded back and forth. Curious eyes darted among the leaves. The subtle glow in those eyes, occasionally reflecting the torches, made my pulse quicken. I knew what hid there. I had known for weeks that they would come. Wolves. Not ordinary wolves, but the forest spirit's favored beasts, kept invisible to strangers who stumbled into these woods, yet plainly visible to us because we had been taught to see. Their arrival meant Kala had taken the first verse of the hymn into her ears and flicked the thought toward Taitais, the spirit of flame. Soon, if all continued in the proper way, flames would bloom beneath my feet. The elders continued singing in voices as steady as the stone ridges north of our village. Everyone else joined, and the sound swelled like a wave dressing itself in foam. A thrill ran along my limbs. The rope around my chest tightened slightly as my lungs expanded. I exhaled slowly, centering myself so I would not squeal with joy. I reminded myself our youngest cousin had once let out such a squeal after Taitais appeared, distracting one of the women from her duty of setting herbs, and the wolves punished the mistake with quick, brutal efficiency. The image of an ivory muzzle streaked in thick crimson still flickered behind my eyelids when I allowed it. Tonight would not end in blood like that. Not unless Selim demanded it. The hymn reached its last high note, the part that always made my heart leap even when I sang alone in a meadow or in a hut at dawn. On that note, the torches dipped to the pile of wood. Flames leapt upward, hungry, greedy, tasting the air and dancing over the oil-soaked logs. The sudden heat licked my shins. I smelled cedar, smoke, and the faint scent of my own singed hair. In the candlelit circle, some of the onlookers inhaled sharply. None moved away from the heat. They had rehearsed enough times to know exactly where to stand so that their clothing would not ignite. Beneath my chest, the staff warmed immediately, and the rope soon matched its temperature. I shifted my shoulders as much as the bonds allowed, focusing on breathing through my nose. Sweat gathered in the hollows of my collarbones. I stared at the top edge of the fire, noticing the occasional ember drifting upward like a tiny lantern. Above, thick clouds drifted toward the moon, dimming its glow for a minute and reminding me that Nisses would require acknowledgement soon enough. But first, Cicade, the spirit who cared nothing for calm order, had to see that we were prepared for her unpredictable nature. Elder Javin, who stood 2 bodies left of my mother, slipped a silver dagger from his robe. The blade glimmered white, hot in the torchlight. Without hesitation, he turned to the nearest person in the circle, my cousin Forin, and lifted Forin's left hand. With a sharp, practiced gesture, Javin slid the tip of the knife across the base of Forin's middle finger. Blood welled instantly. Forin sucked in a breath but did not flinch. Javin moved to the next person, my Aunt Maris, and repeated the motion. One by one, he walked the inner circle, nicking the same finger of every participant. Each raised their finger to the sky for a breath, allowing a single drop to swell before bending low. The red beads fell onto the earth, black in the greenish glow of the fire. As each drop touched the soil, the wolves pressed forward from the trees. I could see their nostrils flare. Their teeth shone when the flames flickered in their direction. Although I felt my muscles tighten, no part of me wanted them farther away. The wolves' presence meant Cicade had noticed our sign of commitment. And that meant the plan still held. Then Javan pricked his own hand, holding his finger high beneath the moon before lowering it to the ground and pressing into the soil. He lingered long enough to dig his nail into the dirt. Around the circle, the men remained crouched, palms pressing firmly into the soft forest floor. Their chants began quietly, humming on one low note that throbbed like a heartbeat in the night. The women, meanwhile, slipped back to the temporary shelters on the east side of the clearing, the safe place where our youngest slept in hammocks, sweet with the scent of warm porridge and herbs. I looked over that way briefly, picturing the children's faces turned heavenward in dreams. Did they still dream the same as I used to? Was I still the child in those dreams, or had I already become the half-remembered figure they would whisper about tomorrow morning? From the shelters, the women returned carrying handfuls of dried herbs bundled tightly in twine. Elder Murray passed 2 bundles to my mother. Others accepted the remaining bundles, and the women arranged themselves behind the crouched men. The chants grew steadier, vibrating my ribs. The women lit the ends of the bundles in the torches' flames and began to swirl the burning herbs through the air. Trails of spicy smoke snaked overhead, curling into the night. The scent was strong and familiar, reminding me of childhood gatherings at harvest time, except for the faint bitterness. I knew the bitterness well. There was no copper powder mixed into these bundles, no copper glaze dulled the aromatic leaves. Without copper, the smoke burned a cooler color. Cicade demanded it. When the women chanted their first high verse, they flung the smoking bundles in perfect sequence. Each bundle arced over the circle's edge, dropping into the main fire. As the herbs hit the embers, orange flames leapt higher, turning violet, indigo, and finally a brilliant electric blue. The flickering blue cast trembling shadows over every face, and the frogs in the surrounding marsh resumed their chirping song. The shift in the flames made it clear. Nissies had joined the circle. Cicade followed Nissies everywhere a proper ceremony called. If Cicade approved of our confidence, the carefully measured disrespect to the established order, she would allow the spirit brother Sonos to listen, even if only for a breath. Cicade was the wild spark that made everything possible but kept certainty at bay. One misstep now, one ill-timed laugh or misplaced foot, and the beautiful chain could break. My skin tingled. Blood hammered in my ears. In that instant, I was certain we stood on the edge of the primeval world, watching the sky being born. All the old words felt new on my tongue, though I still kept my mouth closed. One by one, my friends' faces turned up to the moon. My mother's shoulders lifted. She searched the bright sky for Celin's sign. High overhead, clouds drifted slowly across the moon's face, dimming its bright silver disk. My stomach fluttered. I inhaled again through my nose, noticing how the air smelled different now, richer, heavier. The rope across my chest pressed tighter as I drew a deeper breath, and the knot at my back let out a small groan from the heat. The wooden plank under my feet was growing dangerously warm, but I fought the urge to squirm. Even though beads of sweat trickled down my sides and pooled along my spine, I welcomed every sensation. It was proof I still belonged to the old world in these last few moments. From the trees came the chirring of crickets. At first the sound was faint, blending with the frogs. Then it grew louder, rippling through the undergrowth, rising and falling until the very leaves seemed to vibrate. My heart thundered. The cricket's song was Cicade approving, no longer a visitor but perhaps a guardian of this night. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, seeing swirling patterns of violet and blue behind my lids, like the inside of a geode glinting in torchlight. Suddenly a roar sounded around me. Flame whooshed up in a tall circular wall. White, hot tongues of fire enclosed me on every side. The wave of heat blasted upward, tearing sweat from my skin and making every hair on my body feel like its own tiny fuse. My friends and kin gasped in unison, yet they did not move. Their shock lasted only a heartbeat. Then silence folded around the clearing again, hushed by all. The wall burned a bright white, so intense it looked solid, almost opaque. We had reached the culminating sign. When the white flames died down to an even glow, I felt drained but glowing from within. Sweat dripped from my soles into the ember bed, hissing into gray steam. In that near silence, I saw every person in the circle slowly sink to the grass, every individual except my mother. She stood alone before me, tears shining on her cheeks, bow gripped in her left hand. She reached up with her right and wiped moisture from the string. I saw the faint tremor in her wrist. She had been chosen years ago to send me on my way. Tonight, all practice ended. Tonight, the smooth flow of her breath and steady strength of her forearm were what would carry my spirit out of this world and into limbo. I knew the shape of the arrow, though I could hardly see it in her trembling grip, broad-headed, honed on a whetstone by Uncle Dren, who excelled in that art. I lowered my chin to the rope across my chest, letting the coarse fibers scratch my skin. I smoothed my breathing, willing my ribs to expand slowly so I would not struggle. I fixed my eyes on my mother's tear-marked cheeks. I smiled wide, letting her know I felt no fear. I heard the hush in the circle, a hush like a crowd at sunrise, waiting to be born. The bowstring creaked. My mother pulled it back to her ear. For a split second, her gaze broke from my heart to meet my eyes. In those eyes I saw her first memory of me, a wrinkled newborn set gently in her arms, already hungry for breath. She blinked once. That was enough. Twang. The sound was small, yet it sliced the night wide open. Something struck my chest just above the third rib. The impact felt as soft as a tap. Wind left my lungs. My knees shook, ankle bones scraping the sharp edge of the plank. For a fluttering instant I felt as though I might faint without pain. Then a blooming warmth spread across my sternum and down my belly. I wished I could reach up and feel that warmth, see the arrows fletching. But my arms were bound. The ropes pressed harder, as though they wished to keep me vertical for one more breath. From behind my mother a scream rose, her own. She had hidden it for years in the chambers of her heart so she would not crumble at the critical moment. Now she let it loose. Her body shook. Her knees buckled, and she folded onto the grass. I wanted to rush to her, to kneel beside her as she bent in half, crying into her hands. The vision blurred. I could not tell if my own tears clouded my sight or if the fire's heat twisted the air like glass. One by one, my ropes were sliced from behind me. Elders used iron hooks to keep their distance from the flames. They freed my wrists and ankles in practiced order, allowing gravity to claim me. When the last rope cleared my shoulders, I slid forward off the plank. My body, already an offering, dropped into the whipped up coals. Orange sparks flew like startled fireflies. Heat swallowed everything. It soared up my legs, pressed around my calves, and roared into my ears. Yet I felt nothing. The physical shell that had once housed sensation became something I merely observed from above, like a picture of someone else. I recognized the shape, the hair, the pattern of the tunic that Elder Murray had sewn for me over 15 nights. But already the shape seemed distant, as if it belonged to a life I had read about in a story. My mother's cries reached a pitch I had never heard, rising beyond grief into a raw emptiness. Elders lowered their heads, allowing her to fall into her grief while they steadied the circle. One elder, my uncle by marriage, guided her toward her brothers, who caught her beneath the arms. Still, no one dared look away. The circle must remain unbroken. No one would step beyond the line marked earlier with a shallow furrow and lined stones. Only the wolves were free to roam the edges. Their eyes, cold and curious, drank in the sight of the white, hot pit, my mother's agony, and the columns of smoke twisting toward Nissy's domain. They howled again, a chorus that vibrated my new form, the form of spirit, rather than mortal ears. The sound rattled in my ribs, but those ribs no longer ached. They were already ash. The fire beneath rose higher, then settled into calmer blue flames laced with green along the outer edges. Behind the green glow I felt something shift as though the forest itself held its breath. The wolves melted back among the trunks, paw steps silent as falling petals. They had delivered their message. The cycle was upheld. The journey had begun. No predator had violated the clearing. The ceremony was pure, untouched. I hovered, not with wings or feet but with sensation alone, above the smoldering mound. I could see between the sparks the curled bones, the soft collapse of organs into glowing red shapes. I thought perhaps I should weep, but the truth was that I felt lighter and lighter with every heartbeat. Then I realized, my heart no longer beat. The pulse in my ears came from somewhere else, somewhere deeper, like waves under ice. Turning from the pyre, I saw my mother crumpled on the grass. Her hands reached for nothing. Tears streaked her cheeks, catching moonlight like threads of silver. In a breath I crossed the distance, hoping foolishly to lift her chin. My left hand reached, and passed straight through. Neither her cloth cloak nor her warm skin resisted my touch. There was no touch to be had. I tried again, attempting to brush her hair, to smooth it back from her damp brow. My fingers slipped through. I felt pressure inside me, a building ache that had nothing to do with rope or flame. I stared down at the silver wound shining in my chest. The arrow's shaft remained upright, unburned by the magical white heat. I saw bright red streaks down the front of my tunic, yet I felt no pain. The arrow was not meant to cause agony. It was a key, turning a lock between the living world and the borderland we called limbo. Now that lock was unlatched. I had only to walk through the doorway. Beyond the tree line, I glimpsed a faint sheen of light shifting among the trunks. Not torchlight. Not moon. Something softer, paler, and it pulled at me. I took a step, then another, leaving behind the warmth of the emerald fire. My knees nearly buckled. Grass that was sharp a moment ago felt like a bed of feathers. Leaves rustled overhead, and new sounds edged into my hearing, deep thrumming chords, faint whispers of wind across wide deserts, and choirs humming notes I had never known. Behind me, the elders began extinguishing the torches. One by one the lamps winked out. Only the central fire remained, but its bright green had gone paler. It had already claimed what it came for. Soon it would dim to a normal orange heap. I turned toward the forest. My mother still wept, but her voice had dropped to a low moan. The elders would carry her to the shelters. Cousins would wipe her cheeks. Aunts would pour water on her wrists. Brothers would remind her that she had performed her duty with perfect grace. In time she would rise again. She would lead the children in the next ceremony, telling them that the border between realms is so thin it hums. As for me, I took another step toward the thin light among the branches. The ground felt softer beneath each footfall. The sounds of frogs and crickets receded, replaced by a melody too vast for any living throat. I inhaled, and did not exhale, because the new world did not require it. Instead, I felt my body lift. My skin shimmered like river water in moonlight. The shapes of my fingers blurred, turning to points of light drifting outward. In the clearing, ropes burned away from the smoldering post. Ash rose on the breeze, swirling briefly in the shape of wings before scattering. I remembered my promise. I would travel into limbo, find Selûne, and ask her blessing. Then, if she allowed, I would return along the silver path and reach for my mother's hand once more, the hand that had guided me since my first breath and let me go with the release of a bowstring. And someday, when every friend and sibling and cousin finished their work in the waking world, I would draw them onward too. They would see the place beyond fire, beyond sorrow. But first I walked, or floated, into the light. The moon watched overhead, pleased at the offering. In the circle, the elders whispered prayers. The wolves disappeared on silent paws. Above the dying embers, smoke shaped like a pale doorway curled upward as if leading the way. I followed, feeling neither flame nor fear, and with each step the howl of the living world faded, replaced by something vaster than sound. Christopher Wilburson was certain that funerals were meant for adults, not for boys who had barely reached their 13th year. Inside Hill Street Missionary Baptist Church, the air smelled like fading flowers, wood polish, and the dust of decades. Everyone spoke in hushed tones that sounded too heavy for young ears. Mourners moved from pew to pew, offering gentle handshakes, soft hugs, and small stories about the 91 years great-grandma Wilburson had spent on earth. Christopher listened the way children often do, half curious, half restless, and fully aware that he did not yet understand the weight behind every whispered memory. Half an hour remained before the service would begin. That was what Christopher's mother said when he asked her how much longer they had to wait. She checked her watch and answered with a sigh. 30 minutes, Chris. Try to be patient. Patience sounded easy inside her mouth, but inside Christopher's chest it felt impossible. He shifted on the hard wooden pew, tugged at the stiff collar of his white shirt, and looked over at his cousin Michael. Michael sat one pew ahead, twisting a program between his fingers. When their eyes met, Michael raised his eyebrows, the silent question every child asks another child, "Want to get out of here?" The opportunity came quickly. Adults can grow blind to children amid grief. They forget that small feet can slip away as easily as tears. Christopher leaned toward his cousin Liza on the same pew and whispered that he needed the restroom. Liza, 14 and solemn, nodded without complaint. She seemed relieved that the boys, notorious for mischief, were choosing a sensible destination rather than a reckless one. Moments later, Chris and Michael slipped into the narrow foyer where wooden coat racks lined one wall and a single restroom door stood beside them. They did not stop at the restroom. The church's layout was known to them from years of Sunday visits, from foyer to sanctuary, past the baptistry and choir door, then down a carpeted hallway that led to Sunday school classrooms. In childhood memories, those rooms had been lively places filled with crayons and Bible stories. Today they stood empty, quiet, and dim. The maroon carpet that once appeared luxurious now looked threadbare, its color dulled by dust and age. Perhaps that gloom attracted the boys. Anything to escape the scented lilies, the polite sorrow, and the closed casket at the front of the sanctuary. At the first classroom on their left they found an unexpected occupant, a man they did not recognize. He stood behind a counter in the corner, rinsing a pair of round spectacles beneath a weak stream from a narrow faucet. His suit was perfect, the sort of old-fashioned three-piece ensemble that belonged in another era. The sight startled both cousins. They exchanged frantic smiles, almost giggling, and backed out of the room. Out in the hallway, Christopher whispered, "Who is that? Some creepy mortician?" Michael pressed a fist against his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. "Let's not find out." They hurried to the next doorway on the opposite side of the hall, a classroom once reserved for third graders. The lights were off, but enough gray afternoon radiance filtered through the high windows to reveal rows of molded plastic chairs around a long fake wood table. In the shadowed silence the boys' breathing sounded loud, yet the thrill of mild rule-breaking was stronger than fear. They ducked behind a tall narrow bookcase near the door, a childish impulse to hide without any plan except to avoid being found by the mysterious man. Michael started asking a question about that man, why he had been washing his glasses, why he had not spoken, but Christopher did not answer. Something had drawn his eyes to the floor. A crimson glow shimmered across the carpet. Both cousins stared as a red sphere, no larger than a softball, rolled through the doorway all by itself. It made no sound. Michael's voice caught mid-question. He was fascinated and afraid. The orb glided across the maroon fibers, stopped near the center of the room, and began to rise as though weightless. It spun slowly, its surface swirling like thick liquid glass. The boys were sure they saw shapes inside, darker shadows swirling beneath translucent red. The orb hovered above the long table, spinning in that silent room until it felt alive. Then it fell with sudden violence. The boom rattled chair legs and the boys' bones. They screamed, shrill short blasts of surprise, and bolted for the hallway. But as they skidded into the dim corridor they collided not with empty space but with the man from the kitchenette. He stepped out of shadow as if waiting, adjusting a handkerchief into his jacket pocket. His eyes, magnified by thick lenses, gleamed with something eager and unpleasant. "Now, boys," he said. His voice rolled low, oily. "Y'all need to listen." Instinct told them to run. They spun right, toward the exit door at the end of the hallway. The door adults used to reach the gravel parking lot behind the church. But as they sprinted the plastic letters above the frame, EXIT, began to melt like candle wax. Red plastic dripped, sizzling upon the wood. In seconds the doorway was sealed by a blotch of fleshy pink slime that bubbled over the handle and hinges. A swirling pocket formed in the center, a whirlpool in grotesque jelly. The cousins froze. hearts banging in their ears. Behind them the man spoke again. His tone mocked patience. "Y'all best not fuss. Look what you done stirred up." Christopher gripped Michael's arm. Michael returned the grip with equal terror. "Who are you?" Christopher shouted. But his voice came out weak and small. "Ain't who matters," the man muttered, sneezing into his handkerchief. With annoyance he reached up and peeled something from his upper lip, a thin black mustache, clearly false. It dangled from one hand like shed skin. Next he plucked patches of black hair from above each ear. The neat comb-over revealed a bald skull as gray and wrinkled as elephant hide. He peeled off painted eyebrows like stickers. Stripped of disguise, his grin widened to reveal yellow teeth sharpened like animal fangs. The boys trembled. "You see that door?" He gestured at the mucus mass blocking their escape. "There ain't but 4 doors to the other side. Door of the elder, door of the fool, door of the misadventurer, and door of the victim. Your kin lying in that casket was no elder, she was a victim." He sneered. "And I need parts o' a victim to open that door." Christopher felt Michael's fingernails dig into his arm. The man's words made little sense, yet dread sank into them like cold water. A buzzing vibration filled the corridor. The red orb that had fallen inside the classroom drifted into view, floating upward between the boys and the man. Within its translucent shell they could now see distinct forms, small orbs as pale as pearls yet slick as new grapes. They were eyes. Dozens of human eyes locked in silent panic, swirling inside crimson fluid. Michael gagged. Christopher knew they should scream for their parents. But the man's laugh stopped them. "I'm called a blig by folk that's hunted my kind. Your great-grandma died easy. Now her eyes are mine." He sneezed again, annoyed. "Except them eyes gotta be plucked by family. Blood of blood. That means you too." The red orb glided toward them, a predator cloaked in ruby light. The boys staggered back until heel met wall. "We won't do it," Chris whispered, though the words trembled. "We won't touch her." The blig gave a wolfish grin. "Oh, you will. You mind her in that casket? She knew sorrow. Real sorrow. That's why her eyes opened the victim's door." He pointed toward the slime. "You give me them, I'll let your folks be." From behind his jacket he pulled a gleaming dagger with a wavy blade, a Carrie's knife, rust speckles near the hilt. Christopher's knees weakened. Beside him Michael whimpered. Something shifted in the air then, a gentle pull like wind before rain. From the first classroom came a muffled crash. The blig's smile faltered. "Stay," he snarled at the boys, moving past them. They dared not follow. They dared not meet the frantic swirl of eyes inside the orb now hovering inches from their faces. Inside that classroom, unimaginable clatters echoed. With snapped fabric tore. Christopher peeked around the doorframe and stumbled back in horror. The 2 chairs and couch that once formed a quaint sitting area no longer looked like furniture. Their legs stretched, thickened, twisted at impossible angles. Cushioned backs split into segments resembling insect thoraxes. What were once feet of polished oak now ended in talons. The furniture shook, rose on jointed limbs, and stomped through the cramped room. Amid broken paneling and scattered hymnals, a machete hovered in midair, spinning like a compass needle gone mad. It slashed at the warped furnishings, yet they moved with dreadful coordination, dodging and clacking as though directed by some unseen conductor. The blig hissed. He jabbed his carries toward the machete. "Fetch!" But before Blade could obey, another shape entered the doorway. A human silhouette clad in dull gray, face hidden under a hood. In one hand he held what looked like a long bar of metal capped at both ends with dark spheres. A weapon unfamiliar yet heavy with intent. With practiced swiftness, he hacked at the walking chairs and couch. Wood splintered, stuffing flew. Talons shattered. The machete aimed itself again, as if guided by the blig's will, but the newcomer raised a palm. The machete froze, mid-lunge, then whirled and streaked back down the hallway, clanging against walls before flicking out of sight. The blig looked enraged, nostrils flaring. "You don't belong here, Slayer!" he spat. The newcomer said nothing. Around his neck hung a small board, white and reflective. He unclipped a marker from his sleeve, wrote a phrase quickly, and held the board toward the Blig. Her eyes won't serve you. She is a victim. The Blig sneered. Lies. The silent figure wiped the board clean with a gloved thumb, wrote again, your end is here. The furniture creatures, wounded but still twitching, dragged themselves toward the boys. Christopher tried to scream, but the sound died in his throat. The Slayer stepped between, swinging his metal staff. The twin spheres at its ends glowed faintly, and each strike dissolved chunks of wooden body into dust that vanished before touching the ground. Within seconds only heaps of splintered oak and torn fabric remained. Embedded amid the wreckage were 18 small brown spheres, the eerie shrunken versions of the eyes that once glared from the crimson orb. Pressed by some unseen force, they slurped back into the hovering orb, darkening its glow. The Blig backed away. I ain't going without payment. He drove his carry's knife toward the Slayer's chest. The machete from the hall zipped back, seeking a second angle. The silent man blocked the carries with his staff, using the spheres like shields. With a tilt of his wrist he commanded the machete to stall midair, then spin around in a silver arc, striking the Blig's shoulder and embedding itself in sinew. The creature howled. Its form flickered, as if the disguise of flesh could no longer hold. Dark ooze seeped around the blade, sizzling against air. The orb hovered behind the Blig as though urging him onward. He yanked the machete free and lunged again, but the Slayer moved too quickly. He jabbed forward, and the spheres at his staff's ends released a shock of pale light that slammed the Blig into the opposite wall. Chipped paneling crumbled. The creature collapsed, carries skidding across tile. The Slayer raised his weapon. The spheres pulsed brighter, absorbing nearby matter, pulling air in a soft vacuum. Wood dust, fabric scraps, bits of crimson membrane, everything wisped toward them and vanished. The Blig shrieked. His body began to dissolve, patches of skin peeling away to reveal glistening sinew that evaporated into sparks. He reached for the orb as if begging, but the orb drifted from his grasp. His head twisted in fury and fear. A final glow, and the Blig's form melted into nothing but two human eyes, olive green and desperate. The spheres on the staff flared, and the eyes were gone. Silence fell, broken only by the boy's frantic breaths. The Slayer's shoulders rose and fell steadily. He lowered his weapon. The crimson orb, now duller, hovered at the midpoint between them, uncertain. Christopher finally found his voice. What is that thing? He gestured toward the floating sphere. The man wiped his board clean and wrote, a collector, now empty. It cannot harm. Michael glanced down at the carries, lifeless on the floor. The Blig, he said we had to do something to Grandma. The Slayer shook his head. He wrote, your great-grandmother's soul is untouched. She needs only peace. Then he stepped forward and gently placed a palm on the casket's lower lid. The orb floated toward his shoulder and stayed there, quiet as a candle flame. With his other hand he uncapped the staff's markers and drew a quick sigil on the metal surface, an intricate swirl within a triangle. The lid creaked open at that symbol's glow. The boys could not see inside from their angle, but something stirred, a faint breeze smelling of soft lilac, great-grandma's favorite floral perfume. Then the breeze fell away. The Slayer closed the casket, laid one glove on its cool top, and bowed his head. Christopher whispered, Is she safe? The man nodded. He erased his board, then printed new words, She will rest. You must, too. Footsteps sounded in the foyer. Adult voices approached. In a heartbeat the Slayer wiped the board clean, strapped it around his neck, and touched the spheres of his staff together. They melded, shrinking into a coin-sized disc, which he slipped into a hidden pouch. The staff collapsed into itself, small enough to tuck beneath his cloak. Finally he tapped the orb with 2 fingers. Its red glow vanished. It fell like a glass marble. He caught it, pocketing it as well. The sanctuary lights flickered to their usual brightness. The boys blinked. Everything looked normal. No shadowed corridor. No broken chairs. Only dark carpet flecked with nothing more ominous than lint. Even the crimson program Mike had mangled lay on the floor, as innocent as any paper. In the far corner the kitchenette door rested open, and stainless faucets gleamed beneath fluorescent light. No sign of the strange man, the blig. Christopher turned, but the silent slayer was already gone. Only the faintest echo of boots, a soft squeak on the foyer linoleum, and then nothing. Their mother's voices called down the hallway. "Boys? Christopher? Michael? Service is about to start." The cousins glanced at each other, eyes wide with unspoken understanding. They looked once more at the casket, then hurried toward the sanctuary. Before crossing its threshold, Michael stooped and picked up the Carrie's knife. It felt cold and heavy, sharper than he expected. He shared a quick, fearful look with Christopher, then wedged the blade beneath a radiator cover. Dust puffed. The knife disappeared from sight. Michael exhaled. Back in their front pews the boys sat side by side, hands folded, faces pale. No one noticed anything unusual. Grown-ups rarely do. The organ hummed, a hymn began. Chris and Mike tried to sing along, but words snagged on dry throats. The service proceeded. Family members read scripture, friends offered prayers. At last the casket was wheeled forward. As pallbearers guided the gleaming metal box toward the doors, Christopher felt a warm breeze, soft as lilac, brush across his cheeks. Michael felt it too. Both boys closed their eyes. They said nothing. Later, at the graveside, Mike asked in a whisper, "Do you think that man will come back? The one who saved us?" Chris considered the question while watching the coffin sink slowly into rich earth. "Maybe," he answered. "But if he doesn't, we still know what we saw. We have to remember. Mom says monsters aren't real, but we know they are." Mike swallowed hard. "And if they come back for us? We'll be ready," said Christopher. He tried to sound brave. Rain began to fall. Umbrellas bloomed. Among the mourners' feet a thin drizzle pulled over grass and gravel, washing shadows away. Far off, thunder murmured. But somewhere behind the clouds, the sun waited, sure as tomorrow's dawn. That evening, while the adults reminisced in the fellowship hall, the cousins slipped away again. They walked the hall that hours before had been a battlefield of horrors. Chairs were back in place. Hymnals stacked neatly. No crimson orb. No warped couch. The exit door stood open, plastic EXIT letters solid and clean. Everything seemed impossibly ordinary. Yet they knew. At the spot where crimson letters had once melted, Christopher stooped and touched the wood. Nothing sticky clung to his fingertip, yet he felt a tingling pulse, like the echo of a heartbeat. "He said there are 4 doors," Chris murmured. "Elder. Fool. Misadventurer. Victim." Mike's voice was small. "Which one are we?" Christopher thought of the yelling grown-ups inside the sanctuary earlier, of Toulon furniture, of yellow eyes vanishing into spheres. Then he thought of great-grandma's perfume swirling out of that casket, peaceful as a lullaby. "We're the ones who saw," he said. "That might be enough to keep us safe, or to make us a target." They stood in silence a whole minute. Then Michael nodded, slow but firm. "Next time," he said, "let's not hide. Let's stop whatever tries to use us." In a dusty shaft of late afternoon sun, 2 boys shook hands on it. Far down the foyer, voices called their names for dinner, for stories, for the ordinary life that waited. They turned together, and the door behind them, no longer a gateway for any blig, creaked shut of its own accord. Kelman Ardern left the noise of the main boulevard behind him and stepped into a side lane that smelled of warm sand, sun-baked stone, and the faint perfume of flowering moss that grew in cracks along the walls. He tried to let the pleasant scent steady his nerves, but every breath still felt tight. The entire planet of Verdantis had entered what officials called a heightened state of vigilance. Only that phrase was never spoken in public, never printed in headlines, never aired on the 8 evening news feeds that people of every class relied on. Nothing seemed unusual if you stood in the heart of Prima Verdantis, capital of the Western continent. Yet the quiet messages Kelman had read on his secure terminal told a different tale. He walked alone with those secret reports echoing in his mind, and he wondered whether the people buying sweet rolls or bartering over olive-hued fabrics would curse him if they knew the fear he carried in his coat pocket. The twin sisters, the binary stars that warmed Verdantis, hung almost directly overhead now. Their combined brilliance sent hard white light into every corner of the capital. Kelman's long hair, chestnut brown with copper strands, glimmered under that glare. He lifted his face for a moment to pretend he was no different from the countless citizens who loved this endless summer. Children called the stars the city's benevolent guardians. Lovers met beneath them. Writers compared them to a pair of lanterns guiding sailors across the planet's deep blue seas. In ordinary seasons Kelman enjoyed such talk. Today he felt no comfort from sky or sun. He felt only the badge at his belt, an emblem shaped like a medieval shield, etched with a stylized sand rose, pressing against his hip each time he shifted his coat. That badge meant duty, and duty today meant secrets. He listened to the street around him. Travelers dragged fiberglass trunks toward the central hover station. Vendors shouted that their nectar melons or puffs of sweet cloud bread would sell out before dusk. A trio of musicians plucked silver strings in the courtyard, weaving a lazy spiral of melody that mingled with sandalwood smoke from a nearby spice stall. At first glance, the capital felt alive, carefree. Yet Kelman could not shake the image of another city far across the equatorial sea where, according to last night's encrypted brief, 3 hospitals now sat silent, 1 because its staff had fled, 2 because no one who entered had ever come out again. He reached for the badge again. His thumb traced the raised lines of the rose. Feeling its familiar curves calmed him enough to keep walking. He, agent in the Verdant Defense Agency, 3rd year, field analyst and investigator, had been ordered to visit a small ranch on the southwest edge of the capital. A single shaderunner had fallen ill there, and the rancher had flagged the VDA's civilian health network because ordinary veterinarians refused to touch the creature. A routine call, Kelman's supervisor had said while handing over the assignment. Yet nothing felt routine now. A week earlier, the Navy had tracked a tiny asteroid entering Verdantis' upper atmosphere. A curiosity at first, not a threat. Then the scientists on the orbital platforms observed the rock shatter into 4 fragments that burned through shielded scanners and steered themselves, impossibly, toward the 4 continents as if obeying some silent command. Extraction drones found only scorched craters. 3 days after that, rumors of a wasting sickness started leaking from small towns and distant research stations. Those rumors reached Kelman's desk with colored tags the VDA used only for events that might undermine planetary stability. His polished boots tapped the cobbles in a steady rhythm. He switched his NAV display from public overlay to secure mode. The small lens embedded in his collar turned red, verifying identity, confirming encryption, scanning his surroundings. A pulse of sound, too high for human ears, swept the lane. The device showed him rooftops, locked gates, hidden nodes that carried civic data. Around each item bright shapes glowed. Green meant ordinary. Yellow meant unknown. Red meant hazard. The sensor painted nothing alarming within a radius of 1 mile. Still, he felt watched. Maybe that was simply the tension of keeping secrets, when everyone else moved through sunlight. He passed beneath a sprawling verdant palm whose fan-like leaves drooped above the lane. The trunk rose from a niche in the sandstone wall, roots twisting down between bricks. Locals believed these great palms held memories of ancient tribes who worshipped the twin sisters as living goddesses. Kelman set one hand on the bark. Rough fibers scratched his fingers. Life reaching up, life holding the building in place. He liked that image. Yet even hardy plants sometimes harbored infestation. Reports from the southern continent claimed vines had blackened overnight on once rich farms, their sap turning to ash. No one knew how or why. "Check the time," he murmured to himself. He rolled his wrist, letting the NAV display project a translucent clock. 20 minutes until he was expected at the ranch. He could walk it if he took side streets through the residential quarter. That seemed wiser than flagging a public crawler or renting a glide pad. Someone might notice the VDA badge. Official appearances drew questions he was barred from answering. He left the covered market and slipped into narrower passages where sand had collected along door sills. Here the temperature eased, thanks to buildings huddled close enough to shade one another. Laundry lines swooned overhead like faded banners. Children chased a ball of woven reeds, shouting rules Kelman did not understand. A grandfather sat in a wicker chair fashioning clay beads for a ceremonial garment whose ceremony he might not live to attend. The scene felt precious, fragile. If sickness spread here, if fear took root, Kelman closed his eyes, inhaled, reminded himself that memory of such moments mattered more than dread. When he opened his eyes, the children waved at him, cheeks bright with exercise. He forced a smile and carried on. He crossed a small plaza dotted with mosaic benches and reached a straight boulevard that led directly to the south gate. Beyond that arch lay the desert, a gold and amber ocean of dunes that rolled toward the horizon. Sand had already begun creeping into the street, tearing at mortar, scarring the pavement with irregular patches. Sweeper droids would not venture so far. The outer districts hired maintenance crews only once every month. Kelman stepped from firm cobble to gritty silt, and felt his boots sink half an inch. The gate's hinges squealed when he shoved it aside. He checked his NAV display again. 500 meters. He could already see the ranch. Two low buildings of pale sandstone that once might have shown white but now looked beige, almost pink, under the relentless sun. One was a modest house with shuttered windows. The other, slightly larger, was a barn whose slanted roof sagged at one corner. Both structures were surrounded by a crooked fence of sand-steel bars. In places the metal had rusted to a reddish brown, strange, because most sand steel was treated to resist decay for 50 years. An unpainted sign leaned near the gate. The lettering had worn away, but Kelman recognized the shape of a shaderunner carved above a faded family name. Probably a small breeding outfit that sold young mounts to city riders. He pressed on. Sand parted around his boots with soft sighs. Near the threshold he paused, scanning the yard. He saw no movement, no domestic drones, no animals grazing in the shade of an old wind turbine. An emptiness worse than silence greeted him. He lifted the latch. The gate groaned. Years of dust squeaked between hinges. He shoved harder until the opening was wide enough for his frame. The yard smelled of dried straw mixed with something acrid. He could not name that bitter odor. He found it faintly familiar, like cleaning solvent left too long in a sealed drum. He frowned, touched the badge once more, and walked toward the barn. The door stood ajar. Inside, dimness pooled around stacked feed crates and harness racks. Kelman knocked. Wood scraped, then the door eased open on creaking rollers. An elderly man, stooped but wiry, appeared in the gap. His skin looked like folded bark. His beard held streaks of gray and cinnamon. Linen sleeves sat loose on arms leathery from decades of sun. He blinked at Kelman, eyes sharp despite age, and smiled just enough to show yellow teeth. "Afternoon," the man said. His voice rasped, but not unpleasantly. "You the veterinarian? Come to save my old girl?" Kelman tipped his head in greeting. "I'm afraid I'm not a vet. My name is Kelman Arterin, Verdant Defense Agency." He flashed his badge, then tucked it away. "I investigate communicable diseases, especially those with unusual presentations. Your report reached our office." The old man's grin faded only a moment before returning. Maybe he was relieved someone, anyone, had come. "Well, you're welcome all the same. Betsy's Eileen's something awful. No local vet would touch her after I described the symptoms. Follow me, Agent." Kelman hesitated only a breath. He had studied enough field protocols to know when to leave, when to quarantine, when to call for reinforcements. The report described a lethargic shaderunner, not a threat. Still, his stomach coiled like rope. He ignored the knot and stepped inside. The barn's interior was cooler than the yard, shadows draping overhead beams thick enough to hold the roof if the planet itself trembled. Dust motes floated where sunlight pierced gaps in the shingles. Tools hung on pegs. Many were missing handles, blades dulled by rust. A cart half buried in straw held a mound of medicinal leaves. The leaves had wilted. Their edges curled inward, darkening from green to brown. Flies buzzed quietly above them. The rancher led Kelman toward a large stall in the back. "Betsy always loved afternoons," he said in a low voice. "Past her prime but gentle, never once kicked me." His tone cracked. 2 suns ago she just stopped eating. Started breathing heavy. I gave her mineral sap, but nothing. By morning she collapsed. Took both my sons to drag her inside. He passed a hand over tired eyes. I would have called sooner, but the network fizzed. You folks showed up quick once that link cleared. Kelman nodded, though the office had assigned him only after 3 queries came from similar ranches. Animals down by unknown illness, local doctors unwilling to risk it. The VDA suspected some connection to the meteor fragments, yet had no hard evidence. He steadied his breathing and approached the stall. A shaderunner filled that space like a grounded airship. Its body resembled a combination of beetle and centipede, armored plates slick like polished brass, legs jointed with bony knobs. 8 limbs in all, 6 for locomotion, 2 near the chest for manipulation. When healthy, shaderunners moved gracefully across dunes, their wide feet distributing weight so evenly that tracks vanished behind them. This one lay on its side atop old verdant palm fronds, sides heaving, mandibles slack. The huge compound eyes, normally a sparkling midnight blue, reflected no light. Their surfaces looked dull, almost clouded. Breaths escaped in hissing bursts. Each exhale rattled mucus somewhere deep within chitinous ribs. Kelman crouched near the wooden rail. The odor he had noticed outside was stronger here, bitter, metallic. He spotted dark residue near one of the creature's left legs. The rancher pointed. There. Cut herself on a fence spur last week. Thought nothing of it. Cleaned it, wrapped it. Then this. He spread his hands helplessly. Kelman tugged a thin vial from his coat, uncapped it, and used a small swab to collect flakes of the residue. The wound looked small, maybe a 10-centimeter gash where a scale had cracked, but the edges bulged, skin discolored from ochre to black. He pressed lightly. The flesh felt rubbery, unnatural. He noted heat radiating from the injury, far hotter than the barn's air. His earpiece chimed softly as the NAV display sampled local atmosphere. Readings flowed across the corner of his vision. Elevated levels of ammonia. Traces of sulfuric compounds. Nothing typical of a simple cut. Has Betsy eaten anything unusual? He asked while cataloging data. Her diet changed? No. The rancher crossed thin arms, beard dipping as he frowned. Same drought grain and cactus pulp. Always collected myself. No mold. Anyone else handle her? Travelers? Breeders? Just me and my boys. Kelman's breath stalled when he saw movement beneath the wound's crust. The ridge pulsed, as though something inside pressed outward. He took a step back. Sweat bloomed across his brow, no longer from heat but primal alarm. He forced his voice to stay calm. I need protective gloves. He found a pair hanging by the stall door, standard sand steel we've used for trimming hoof spikes. He pulled them on, flexed fingers, and returned. The wound bulged again. This time it split. Viscous fluid sprayed onto straw, black as volcanic pitch. The rancher swore, stumbled back. Kelman brought up his free arm to shield his face. Pus splattered his sleeve and sizzled quietly, eating dark holes into cloth. Whatever lived in that liquid was caustic. The shaderunner emitted no sound, either unconscious or beyond pain. From the open slit something pale emerged. A segmented worm wider than Kelman's wrist and half a meter long writhed free. Its skin was translucent white, dark veins pulsed beneath. A ring of yellow teeth, triangular and jagged, circled the gaping mouth. The worm flopped onto the bedding with a wet crackle. It twitched, orienting. The rancher screamed, a single raw note. Then the worm lunged. It traveled 2 meters faster than a thrown dart, latched onto the rancher's throat. The man clawed at the alien parasite, but his strength failed before surprise even left his eyes. The worm's teeth shredded flesh in seconds. A spurt of blood reached Kelman, hot and bright. The rancher's scream became a bubbling rasp. He dropped to his knees, then rolled sideways, mouth working soundlessly. Training overtook shock. Kelman drew his sidearm, an LD-4 blaster, standard energy pistol favored for quick discharge and low recoil. Power cell read ready. He fired 3 times. First bolt scorched straw and ignited it. Second bolt struck carapace, leaving only a carbon mark. Third clipped the worm's tail, searing flesh. The creature screeched, a nails-on glass shriek, and released the corpse. Its mouth opened impossibly wider, lined with new rows of teeth. Kelman fired again. Batteries overheated, display flashing red. The worm hurtled over the stall door. Kelman backpedaled, stumbled into a pitchfork that skidded off the wall. He nearly tripped. The gun roared dry clicks. Cooldown cycle would take 6 seconds, an eternity. The worm coiled like a spring and launched at his abdomen. Its weight knocked wind from his lungs. He crashed onto dusty floorboards outside the stall. Pain exploded across his spine. He tasted sand and copper. The worm's head burrowed between his coat panels, teeth punching through cloth and skin. Kelman screamed. Or he thought he screamed. Maybe only a gasp escaped. Hot slime covered his stomach. He slammed fists into the parasite, but the gloves slipped over oozing mucus. Something sharp dug deeper, not only teeth, barbs. He fumbled for knife, for gun, for anything. His fingers brushed badge. Metal edges bit his thumb. No help. Vision blurred. The NAV display indicators smeared into colored streaks. Heat radiated from puncture sites. Yet actual pain dulled, replaced by numbness crawling outward from his core. He realized the parasite pumped toxin, a sedative or nerve agent to keep hosts alive while it fed. Thoughts turned sluggish. He remembered training briefs, maintain consciousness, call for evac. But comms? Earpiece rang faintly. He could not raise an arm to accept call. Black spots swallowed the barn beams. Sound receded into a hollow thrum. In that growing dark he felt something else, as if a presence hovered above him, either worm nor dying rancher. A whisper not in his ears but inside mind, so much warmth to harvest, so many steps until all are one. His last conscious act was squeezing the badge, tracing the sand rows. Then every light extinguished. Minutes, or hours, passed in a void where breath and heartbeat were distant memories. When sensation returned, it belonged not to Kelman Arterin but to something borrowing his flesh. Muscles spasmed, guided by foreign current. Bones creaked as new mass swelled beneath skin. The holes in his stomach sealed with scab that gleamed black. His eyes opened. They no longer saw with human clarity but with layered perception, heat, movement, chemical trace. He, or it, stood. Coat hung shredded, revealing armored plates blossoming across ribs. Boils surfaced along arms, each a budding cyst. Inside each cyst pulsed the larval echo of the worm, smaller clones waiting for hosts. The mind that was Kelman observed from far away, an echo unable to scream. Outside the barn, the twin sisters still shone. The infected body staggered toward the gate. Sand crunched under altered feet. The creature paused, sniffing air through senses Kelman never owned. It detected dozens of warm forms in the nearby streets, children, hawkers, guards. Food. A faint laughter drifted from a courtyard. The body's throat rumbled, trying to mimic the sound, producing instead a snarling hiss. Step by step it moved from fence to street. Boils throbbed in anticipation. In the distance, bells rang across Primar Verdantis, calling citizens to late afternoon celebrations of the harvest solstice. Music, incense, bright cloth. None knew what approached along the desert road, the first casualty of secrets, the first herald of an unseen war that had already begun when 4 shards fell from the sky. The creature once called Kelman Arterin advanced, driven by hunger, and guided by the will of something that had traveled cold space hidden inside a stone. He could not stop it. He could not warn anyone. On the boulevard people laughed beneath banners strung between verdant palms. Sand roses decorated every stall, symbols of defense, loyalty, protection. Kelman's badge still clung to his half-torn belt, rose shining under twin sunlight, as if mocking. The petals caught the breeze and clinked softly against metal buckle, a final reminder of the agency's vow to guard Verdantis. Soon, the badge would rust brown like the worm's corrupted flesh. And that was how Verdantis' long summer began to end, not with cosmic invasion fleets or thunderous weapons, but with one man's lonely walk across cobblestones, a dying rancher's plea, a hidden parasite's birth inside a loyal defender. The true disaster was not the wound in Kelman's belly but the silence that followed, silence enforced by fear, by bureaucracy, by hope that ignorance might preserve peace. A silence already cracking as the infected man crossed the threshold into the city, leaving footprints that smoked where black pus dripped, each drop a seed. In years to come historians would debate the precise moment Verdantis' fate was sealed. Some would point to the instant the asteroid split in orbit. Others would mark the hour communication failed with the southern continent. Yet those who studied the parasite's life cycle would settle on this afternoon, this sunlit walk, this unnoticed entry through a side gate left rusted half open, where laughter faded behind, and the future marched forward on decaying legs toward unsuspecting crowds. Kelman Arteran's heart beat on, though it belonged to another will. The entity within him opened cracked lips and released a sound halfway between yawning wind and distant static. It was not speech, yet it carried intent. Across the city, those who had handled livestock, those who had inhaled strange vapors near crater sites, woke from naps or paused their chores as the faint sound reached some new organ forming in their bodies. They turned, eyes glassy, drawn toward the same boulevard. Hunger guided them all. The twin sisters watched, impassive, as they had for millennia, bathing a beautiful world in gentle flame. Beneath that indifferent gaze, life proceeded, weaving stories of love, commerce, tradition. And beneath those stories, hidden threads tightened, blackened vines, silent hospitals, whispering minds. On a continent whose name meant flourishing green, decay set root. The infected Kelman stepped from sand to cobble and felt the subtle coolness of stone shaded by palm leaves. He smelled spice and sweat, heard merchants praise produce, saw a child tug her mother's sleeve, begging for a sweet. He remembered, distantly, how such scenes once stirred warmth. Now they were simply shapes against hunger. A boy ran past chasing a hoop. The creature's head swiveled, tracking heat signatures. Hunger pulsed. A boil ruptured on Kelman's forearm, releasing a pearl-white larva that crawled down his cuff and dropped to the road. It scurried under a vendor's table where shadow pooled thick despite noon. There it waited. No one noticed. The creature resumed walking. In one grasping hand, still partly human, the badge of the Verdant Defense Agency clinked against belt metal. It would do so until rust claimed the latch, until cloth rotted from the body, until bones cracked empty, and new hosts carried the plague onward. In the final moment before the parasite closed Kelman's last window of thought, a single fragment of his own voice whispered inside, "They deserved warning, any warning. But warnings require trust." And every trust on Verdantis had already begun to break. Sylvia Allerton never liked the 6th floor of the university library. The lamps up there burned low, the shelves stretched on forever, and the very air stole warmth from her skin. Yet she returned night after night that autumn, because Freddie, Lawson preferred the quiet of the upper levels, and he was the only student who still studied with her without complaint. They met at dusk, climbing the iron-spined staircase that rattled like loose sword blades all the way to the top landing. Sylvia carried a teapot she had borrowed from the women's dormitory and a plate of ginger biscuits her aunt had mailed from the coast. Freddie shouldered an overstuffed satchel that slapped against his legs. He had trouble keeping it closed. His anatomy charts always tried to wriggle free. By the time they reached the big wooden table in the center aisle, both of them were breathless from the climb and from the stale odor that hovered beneath the rafters, ink, dust, and the slow decay of a million pages. They spread their notes under the lamp. One sheet showed the skeletal frame, each bone penciled in pale gray and labeled in Latin. Another sheet diagrammed the muscular system, a maze of red strands. The nervous system, drawn in blue, resembled frost on a winter window. Sylvia could name every nerve on the right arm without glancing down, and Freddy could recite the entire skull in less time than it took his companion to dunk a biscuit. They were, as their professors grudgingly admitted, the two brightest first-year students in the Faculty of Medicine. Hours wore away. Outside the windows, thin clouds surrendered to the twin sisters, the binary stars that glowed over Verdantis like two watchful eyes, and the city's lanterns flickered one by one. From the street far below came the hiss of coach wheels and the occasional bark of a shaderunner patrol. Inside, nothing disturbed the hush but the turning of pages and the scratch of ink. When Sylvia needed a pause, she groused. Tonight her complaints targeted Professor Thacker's impossible reading list, the endless fog that shrouded Prima Verdantis at dawn, and the arrogance of certain classmates who believed a woman's rightful place was in front of an embroidery frame, not in a laboratory. Freddy let her speak, nodding while he refilled their cups with lukewarm tea. He rarely interrupted except to agree. "Xander Badgley stopped me near the lecture hall," Sylvia whispered after one frantic bout of memorizing the cranial nerves. She pulled a blanket tighter around her shoulders. "He said girls never last past Michaelmas term. He was smug about it. Said Celine has fled home. Said Florence disappeared, and that Cornelia and I will be next." Freddy leaned back, arms crossed. "Badgley's a viper. Chester Darlow too. They pretend I don't exist unless Chester needs someone to shove." His accent flattened vowels in a way Sylvia had once found odd but now recognized as music from the North Moors. "Some evenings I think if I just edged closer to their circle they might leave me alone. They never will." Her voice cracked like dry parchment. "You weren't born with enough coin, or the right surname. Even if you inherited a fortune tomorrow they'd call you new money. Trust me. I hear them in the refectory." Freddy opened his mouth, closed it, and shoved a lock of hair behind his ear. On that subject Sylvia's judgment was final. He bent to his ulnar diagrams while she resumed whispering Latin. Time crawled. Tea cooled. Biscuits vanished. At last the distant bells of the campus clock, muffled by thick walls, told midnight. 12 slow strokes echoing across the city roofs and into the corridors of books. Freddy jerked upright, eyes wide. "God above, midnight already? I'm late." "For what?" Sylvia asked, startled. He dumped papers into his satchel, heedless of neatness. "I promised I'd, never mind, must fly. Good night, SYLV. Boots clapped the floorboards while his shadow bolted into darkness. In 5 seconds he was gone. Sylvia's protest fizzled in her throat. Freddy never left without packing the teapot first. She stood alone, listening to the hush seep back into every corner. Something about the emptiness felt wrong. The lamplight reached only as far as the next row of shelves. Beyond that the aisle vanished into pitch. She shivered. Enough revision, she told herself. One more list of muscles could wait. She drank the dregs of tea and, for courage, ate the last ginger biscuit though its glaze had grown tacky. She stacked books, rolled her charts, slipped pens into the satchel Freddy had left lying open. A small notebook lay near her foot. She knelt. Freddy's, surely, bound in cheap board, pages smudged with graphite. When she lifted it, she saw symbols that were not anatomy. Concentric circles, thorny lines, phrases in a script halfway between Latin and something stranger. And sketches, masks, elongated, with patterns etched like vines. A shudder passed through her. She closed the book and pushed it into her own bag, too weary to puzzle over it now. Lantern raised, she marched to the staircase. The stair door would not budge. Locked? Impossible. The librarians never locked interior doors. She tried again, rattling the latch. Silence. She retraced her steps to a different stairwell. Same result, bolt thrown from outside. A spark of fear singed her composure. "All right," she muttered. "Find another exit." Through one archway she discovered the dendrology stacks, shelves of treatises on tree anatomy, growth rings, medicinal bark extracts. And midway along that corridor she noticed a door she could swear had not existed before. It was shorter than her shoulder, patchwork from very timber, walnut, cedar, ash, each plank carved with motifs of leaves and roots. The latch looked plain, almost crude. She pressed it. The door swung outward without sound, revealing a spiral stair plunging into gloom. A rope, rough hempen, lagged down as a makeshift rail. Every instinct told her to retreat, wait until morning when a custodian would unlock the proper stair. Yet the library above was eerily quiet, and a prickling in her spine suggested she did not wish to linger. She balanced her books against her chest, gripped the rope, and descended. The door closed behind of its own accord, leaving her in semi-darkness. Down she went, step after step, the rope prickling her palm. Warm air rose from below, thick with scents of wax and something metallic. She counted landings but lost track after 40. Once she paused, pressed forehead to cold stone, lungs burning. At 1 o'clock, the pocket watch clipped to her waist had not lied. She forced herself onward, whispering anatomy as mantra: temporalis, masseter, sternocleidomastoid, trapezius. Voices floated up. Male voices joined in rhythmic chant, syllables twined with Latin yet not Latin: asserire, vivare, lignum, cordis. Her pulse slammed. She reached a landing where 5 doors waited like judges. Each resembled the first, multi-timbered, with vines and words carved deep. 4 doors slumbered, gaps dark. The 5th leaked amber light, and the hum of chanting grown urgent. Sylvia tried a quiet door. Inside, jars of organs drifted in amber preservative. Cabinets lined the walls, each labeled with neat Latin fonts: Cor pulmonis, Ren, cerebellum. Another room stored surgical tools, bone saws, scalpels, clamps, hanging like silver bats. She backed away, heart hammering. From behind the lit door the chant ceased. Footsteps. She darted into a cloak closet, almost buckling as pain flared up her injured elbow. Cloaks dripped rainwater onto warped boards. Through the door's uneven planks she peered. The door opposite opened. A tall man in professor's robes stepped out. Across his blonde hair lay a narrow black ribbon tied behind his skull. Beneath it, nothing but smooth skin where eyes should be. Sylvia's breath hitched. He slid back a bolt on another door, reached inside, and yanked a hooded captive into the corridor, a prisoner barefoot, fingernails broken, wrists bound. The captive twisted, weak, let out a muffled cry. The robed man cuffed the prisoner, who sagged, with slipping. Sylvia saw a hint of mousy hair, a swollen cheek. Florence! Books dropped from Sylvia's shaking grip and crashed onto the closet floor. The corridor fell silent. Well, well, the eyeless man said aloud. An unexpected guest. His voice lilted with amused cruelty. Do come out! Sylvia backed into coats, trying to melt away. Hinge groaned. 2 figures in wooden masks advanced, each mask a collage of carved leaves. They yanked the cloak door wide. Sylvia tried to run, but her ankles slid on puddled rain, and she fell, books scattering. Cold hands seized her shoulders. They dragged her into the bright chamber. Candle stands ringed the space. Braziers spat blue-white fire that smelled of cedar resin. Books and maps of anatomy lay piled on side tables. Carved into the stone floor was a maze of channels converging beneath a heavy oaken table slick with oil. A half-circle of masked society members, some youthful, others stooped, faced the table in silence. Their masks gleamed like lacquered coffins. Florence lay strapped on the oaken slab. Dirty linen clung to her thin form. Her eyes darted until they saw Sylvia, then filled with apology and terror. 2 robed novices knelt before the ark. Their masks were blank, uncarved, shining like polished bone. From them, leader and followers expected proof of devotion. The central figure, Oak, they called him, spoke softly, yet his words filled every corner. He praised purity of bloodline, rebuked the rot of foreign seas and feeble females, mocked university governors who permitted such dilution. We keep the garden pruned, he said. We cut until only strong wood remains. He ordered them to bring Florence forth. 2 brutes named Yew and Aspen hoisted her. She struggled. They strapped her again upon the blood-channeled table. Oak invited the first novice, Hawthorne, to take the ceremonial knife. Sylvia watched in horror as the youth, Alexander Badgley, peeled back Florence's hood. He sneered. "You had no place here, girl." One clean thrust pierced her chest. Florence shrieked once, then gagged. Badgley carved with practiced zeal, crimson showering his mask. He reached inside, pulled free her heart, laid it in a jar of preserving fluid. Candlelight turned the organ a glistening bronze. The room exhaled a collective sigh. Badgley's blank mask, spattered now, looked older, sadder. Oak hailed him as full brother. He joined the half-circle. Then eyes turned to Sylvia. "An opportunity presents itself," Oak said. He ordered Birch and Hornbeam to seize her. She bit Birch's wrist. He struck her temple. Dizzy, she was lifted onto the slick table. They fastened straps, all but the injured arm. Her cloak fell away, exposing blouse stained with Florence's blood. Oak told the remaining novice, Larch, to prove loyalty. Freddie stepped forward. Sylvia's voice wavered but carried. "Freddie, don't." Behind his smooth mask, his eyes glittered. "I have to," he whispered. "They will never accept you." She hissed. "You'll always be their servant." He trembled. Mask tilted. "Your respect is worthless." But his hand shook as he gripped the dagger. Oak pressed closer. "Do it, sapling." Freddie raised the blade. Sylvia's courage evaporated. She could not stop him physically. Straps cut her wrist. Words remained. "If you murder me, they own you forever. Carve your mask as they carved your soul." Freddie hesitated. The room's silence roared. Oak lost patience. "Weakness," he spat, and motioned to Birch. Birch seized Freddie's wrist, guiding the dagger towards Sylvia's chest. In that instant Sylvia twisted her free hand, nails digging into Freddie's mask. Blood smeared parchment-white surface. Freddie gasped. Something cracked, not wood, but the delicate shell of his belonging. He wrenched back. "No!" he yelled. He turned blade on Birch, slashing the billiard man's arm. Chaos erupted. Masks jolted, figures shouted. Flames guttered. Sylvia tore at straps with her good arm. Oak lunged. Freddie tackled him. Knife skidded across floor. Sylvia freed her legs, rolled off the table, collapsed on hands and knees. Warm blood-soaked blouse, hers. No, a superficial slash. Adrenaline hid pain. She crawled toward Florence's body, searching for any pulse. None. Tears blurred vision. Freddie grappled Oak near a brazier. Sparks sprayed. You grabbed Sylvia's ankle. She kicked wildly, heel crunching mask to splinters. You howled, hands flying to face. She staggered upright, saw exit door bolted. No escape. A clang. Birch swung a cudgel. Freddie ducked. Oak recovered dagger, advanced on Sylvia, smiles serpentine. You should have begged, he hissed. Torchlight flickered off the black ribbon across his eyes. She realized, not a ribbon. Scar tissue. He had removed his own eyes long ago and bound sockets with waxed silk. Her stomach lurched. He thrust. She flinched sideways, blade grazed ribs. Screaming, she grabbed the jar containing Florence's heart and hurled it. Glass shattered against Oak's head. Fluid drenched him. He recoiled. Jar shards glittered. Freddie seized cudgel, cracked Birch's skull. Birch fell. Aspen fled. Masked elders shuffled, uncertainty rippling. Door! Freddie shouted. He grabbed Sylvia's uninjured arm. Together they stumbled to the bolted panel. He rammed shoulder. Wood creaked. Oak roared, footsteps pounding. They heaved once more. Bolt snapped. Door yawned into black stairwell. They pitched downward, slamming door behind, sliding bar. Fists beat wood above, but stairs consumed them. Down they fled through labyrinthine passages, guided by Freddie's memory of diagrams he had sketched in that strange notebook, the hidden map of the society's warren beneath the library. He had been studying it for weeks, wooed by promises of belonging. But seeing Florence die, seeing blood flow, tore the veil from his eyes. Sylvia clutched side, blood dripping through fingers. Pain flared bright. She swayed. Freddy half carried her. Laments echoed up shaft. Oaks vowed they would be hunted. After countless turns they burst through a hatch into night air behind the medical building. A patrol's lantern bobbed distant. They hurried across the quad toward infirmary lights. Inside, nurses raced Sylvia to a surgery. Freddy collapsed in corridor. He gave a statement to the night constable. Names, masks, murders. Authorities raided the library catacombs at dawn. They found the ritual room awash with blood, shards, and abandoned torches. Oak and most members had vanished. Birch lay dead, you captured, face ruined. Weeks passed. Sylvia's ribs healed. Her elbow remained stiff in cold weather. Freddy faced disciplinary board for withholding knowledge, but was exonerated after testimony of courage. They remained friends, bound by shared horror. The university publicly mourned Florence's disappearance, never revealing truth. Rumors spread of secret orders. Enrollment of women dipped. Yet Sylvia refused to leave. She finished her studies, became surgeon. Freddy pursued pathology, dedicating career to exposing clandestine societies. Whenever twilight settled over the sixth-floor stacks, Sylvia still felt ghosts of warm blood on her skin. But she never again feared the hush. She had seen how darkness operated, behind doors of patchwork wood, in hearts of those desperate to belong. She knew its face, and she had survived. Pain is a language we all speak the moment we enter this world. We learn its alphabet in scraped knees and stubbed toes, in scalded fingertips and paper-cut thumbs. Some people claim they treasure that language, that from the vowels of agony and the consonants of ache they wring a strange form of pleasure. They spend their money and their time chasing razor-edged thrills, branding irons that hiss against skin, wax that burns as it cools, ropes that bite, clamps that crush. They calculate every sting, orchestrate every bruise, trying to remind themselves that a body is both gift and trap, both temple and ruin. They say the lurch of pain is proof they are alive. Perhaps they are right. Perhaps the heart can beat louder when the nerves are screaming. I never felt that way. Pain was pain, simple and unambiguous, an alarm bell shrieking in blood and bone. It was life's stop sign, an urgent tug on the sleeve that warned, step back, leave the flame, hide the bruise, heal. There was nothing erotic in it, nothing cryptic or profound, only the bright flare of danger and the dull throb that lingered after. Pain was an absence, of comfort, of safety, of peace. It was the thing you endured because you had no choice, not the thing you courted. So when the dark violet bruise first appeared on my shin, I dismissed it in the ordinary way. I poked it, winced at the tenderness, and tried to remember how I might have struck myself. Had I clipped the corner of the coffee table? Barked my leg on the bed frame? The explanation failed to surface, but I did not worry. Bruises come, bruises go. They flower, blush, fade. I kept working, kept laughing with my sisters, kept running my thumb over that swelling curve as though it were a foreign coin I carried in my pocket, curious, mildly exotic, but perfectly harmless. 3 days later the coin had grown to the size of a fist. The skin was no longer purple but a murky oceanic blue, as though an ink bottle had shattered beneath the surface. By the 7th day my entire calf glimmered with that color, dusky and iridescent. The surface bulged tight as drumhead leather. My knee felt stiff, as though the bruise itself were hardening into armor. I spent a night on the couch unable to sleep, unable to find a position that did not pulse with heat and pressure. When dawn came I watched the skin above the swelling quake in tiny spasms, like a trapped animal trying to claw its way out. Only then did I hurry to the hospital. The urgency of my panic seemed to infect the triage nurse. Within an hour I was threaded with 4 lines, scanned by cold machines, inspected by frowning clinicians whose name badges were studded with letters of assurance. MD, PhD, do. They whispered to one another in hallways, flinched when they peeled back the sheet and saw the stain marching higher toward my thigh. Nobody smiled. Nobody tried to soften news they had not yet put into words. The verdict arrived at noon. A tumor, one doctor said, though he admitted the mass did not behave like any tumor he recognized. Another doctor, younger, dared to say he thought it was vascular, some catastrophic blossoming of blood vessels. But he could not explain why its edges looked so precise on the scan. A group of residents muttered about necrotizing infections, unseen bacteria that devour healthy tissue. But the skin showed no sign of suppuration, no foul smell, none of the textbook clues. My charts glowed red with contradictions. At sunset, an oncologist I had never met sat beside the bed, folded his hands over his clipboard, and told me I had 2 weeks to live. I watched the fluorescent lights reflect off his spectacles while I did the arithmetic. 14 days, 336 hours. He did not promise remission or remission-shaped hope. He could only promise pain and morphine, though even morphine might lose its grip when the color finished its climb. By then the blue tide had already lapped at the border of my hip. I touched the edge where normal flesh flickered pink under the hospital light, and I felt certain the blue was colder than the rest of me. As though it carried winter in its blood. As though it were a season advancing, and my body was merely land to conquer. The staff transferred me to hospice that same night. I remember rolling through corridors while the wheels of the transport bed ticked over thresholds and elevator seams. I remember the hush of automatic doors, the antiseptic tang of the palliative wing, the low lamplight in the single room at the end of the hall. The nurse hung a fresh bag of Dilaudid on the pole and sank a blunt needle into the port below my clavicle. Warm dizziness billowed behind my eyes, a mercy, maybe, but also a surrender. The blue kept climbing. Every 12-hour shift the night nurse unwrapped crepe bandages and stared in disbelief at how far the frontier had advanced. By the 5th day the color swallowed my abdomen, pooled under my rib cage like rising midnight water. It was no longer smooth. It broke into fractal fissures, like river deltas seen from an airplane, tributaries racing toward the vital organs. When the nurse tried to measure pulse and blood pressure, she found the numbers erratic, unchartable. My heart, confused by what was mine and what was the blue, sprinted and stalled by turns. My sisters arrived in shifts, clutching gift shop lilies and paper bags of pastries none of us could eat. They forced cheer until tears flooded the dam. Their pain was worse than mine in its way. I had the drug pump and the clear inevitability of decline. They had the helplessness of spectators trapped behind glass. They took turns changing my pillows, spooning ice chips between my cracked lips, brushing sweat-damp hair from my temple. My mother sat sentinel in the corner, knitting ferociously, every stitch a prayer she could not utter aloud. At night the corridors fell silent except for ventilator sighs and the occasional clatter of a dropped pan. That was when I started seeing things. Not hallucinations, I was certain of that, but glimpses, flickers, as though another layer of the world were briefly superimposed on the dull hospital drape. I saw doorways where the wall met the ceiling, delicate frames etched in silver light. I saw flickers of motion, like someone walking just beyond perception. I heard a low rustle, sighs that might have been voices but never resolved into words. I told myself it was the medication playing tricks on synapses. Still, each time a shape shimmered in the periphery, a peculiar hush folded over me, the hush of an amphitheater when the curtain lifts and the audience inhales as one. The 10th day dawned bright outside and numb inside. They increased my infusion rate. The nurse apologized, said she hated to sedate me so deeply, but the pain scores were climbing. My bones felt splintered, joints packed with shards of glass. I could not move without a groan. I stared at ceiling tiles until they blurred into a single cloud. Somewhere in that fog, a thought took root. I knew the exact hour the blue would reach my throat. I did not know how I knew, but certainty settled in my chest like a stone. 4 days left. On the 11th day my father came. He had not visited earlier because distance. His farm lay 3 provinces away, and because men of his generation do not easily cross thresholds of weakness. But he arrived with a jar of honey from his own hives, a futile but tender offering. He clasped my hand, felt the chill under skin, and something in his weathered face collapsed. He kissed my forehead, whispered that if he could trade places he would do it without blinking. I believed him. I realized the blue was not just inside me. It throbbed in every heart that loved me. Day 12. I could no longer sit upright. Breath came in shallow sips. When I forced my eyes open, peripheral vision shimmered with milky light. I asked the nurse if someone stood near the window. She assured me no. She caressed my hair. Her kindness hurt nearly as much as the tumor that was not a tumor. Pain lanced through hip and spine, as though giant claws dug from within. With every exhale, I wondered if lungs could bruise. That evening I begged them to stop the pump. Not all relief, just enough that my head could clear, because I felt something waiting just beyond consciousness, and I needed to meet it awake. The doctor hesitated but obliged. They tapered the dose instead of shutting it off. Fog lifted sluggishly. I lay alone at midnight, curtains drawn back so twin moons could pour frost blue light across sheets. The pain was raw, but I clung to it like a rope. Somewhere beyond foot of bed, in the dim corner where 4 poles' shadows tangled with chair legs, the air thickened. A pressure change, like before a summer storm. The hush returned. She stepped forward. She did not open a door. She simply arrived, as though she had been there all along, and only now allowed me to notice. My breath hitched, not because she frightened me, but because she was terrible in her beauty. She looked how Greek sculptors imagined goddesses, proportions both human and impossibly refined, hair that shimmered like wine poured in sunlight, skin luminous. No hospital gown for her. She wore a shift of pale cloth that floated around ankles. Yet the most astonishing thing was her face. It was my face, or rather, a face my own could have become given years I would never live. She was older than I by at least a decade. Lines of laughter feathered her eyes. Wisdom weighted her brow. I tried to rise on one elbow. Agony stabbed. Tears blurred vision. I gasped. When? Her voice was dusk-soft. Soon. Not cruel, not tender. Simply true. My mouth tasted of copper. Are you fate? I whispered. Because how else to explain an apparition that wore my features the way a future wears possibility? She shook her head. I am not fate. Then what? I am another branch. She touched fingertips to her sternum. My sternum, unmarred and healthy under that shift. A life that might have been. Jealousy seared hotter than morphine ever could. I saw all she possessed, vital lungs, supple joints, the promise of gray hair decades from now. Lover's kiss marks on collarbones. The gentle ruin of childbirth, perhaps. I burned. How dare you? I rasped. How dare you show me everything I've lost? She winced. I did not come to wound you. No? Then why? Her gaze flicked to the chart at my bedside. You have suffered enough. But you still hold your sorrow like a knife. I came to ease your grip. I laughed, a raw bark. Spare me. My death is sealed. What comfort can you offer? She stepped closer. I smelled lavender and something like rain on concrete. She cupped my cheek. Her thumb was warm, unreal against my chilled skin. Tears I thought exhausted spilled anew. You are blue, she whispered. I remember when you were pink and brand new and furious about breathing. The nurses called you a storm cloud because you shouted louder than any baby in the ward. She smiled, melancholy. Now look at you, storm cloud again. A sob shook me. Not for long, right? She nodded. Not for long. I gripped her wrist. If she was hallucination, she was vivid. If angel, she felt mortal. I pressed nails into her pulse. Take it. Take the pain. She closed eyes, inhaled, and something shifted. I felt the agony in my bones loosen, not vanish but disperse, diffusing through room like dusk. My breath deepened. 4 pumps still clicked but drug inside felt gentler. She opened eyes again, green as sea glass. I cannot stay, she said. When morning comes you will cross, and I will dissolve. But listen, when your family gathers, let them see peace on your face. They will carry that memory longer than any keepsake. I'm afraid, I confessed. That is allowed. Even the bravest heart trembles at the unknown. But the unknown is only another room, another corridor beyond a library door. You have walked corridors before. I thought of the ramp that spiraled under dendrology shelves, of doors banded in patchwork wood. Had I glimpsed that place on morphine haze? She smiled, as though reading thought. Yes, she said. You have wandered close already. Tomorrow the door will open from the other side. She bent, pressed lips to my forehead. Warmth rippled outward, countering cold tide of blue. She straightened. Goodbye, branch that was, she murmured. Goodbye, branch that could have been. I breathed. She vanished. Not like light doused, but like mist dispersed by sunrise. A faint scent of lavender lingered. For first time in weeks, genuine calm pulled behind my ribs. Pain remained, color still consumed ribs. But terror receded. I slept. Morning misted peach across the window. My sisters filed in, red-eyed, clutching coffee cups. Mother held knitting half done. Father rubbed my frozen foot through blanket. I gathered breath, forced a smile. Not grimace, not morphine dream, but smile. They gasped soft relief, as though the simple upturn of my mouth reopened a door they feared shut forever. Nurses increased drip. Voices blurred. At noon, blue-crested neck. Swallowing became effort. I heard heart rate skitter, alarms beep. Yet peace endured. I pictured fingernail clippings entangled in carpet back home, hair strands caught in draying, brows curled in dresser, the flotsam of life. I hoped someone would keep something small of me, a proof I had occupied space. The room thinned. Walls breathed. Ceiling dissolved. I saw her again at foot of bed, arm outstretched, not spectral now but a path of light. I rose, body slack on mattress, spirit weightless as exhalation, and stepped toward her. Pain fell away, a husk discarded. I was pink again, pink and squealing, reborn in hush between heartbeats. Blue receded like tide. Hands I no longer felt brush lavender along corridor air. Some say pain arouses. Perhaps. But in final tally, pain is merely a door, one we pass through to reach whatever waits beyond. On the other side, color is irrelevant, bruise undefined. On the other side, we are whole. I shed my blue skin with ease that day. And when I reached the far threshold, I found it was not a wall but a window, flung wide to wind and wonder, where every branch was, could be, might yet be, swayed in the same eternal light. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I did as much as I could to smooth the language, simplify the vocabulary, remove every stray heading or divider, and pour in more details so the story breathes at a slower, richer pace. Nothing is shortened. In fact, many new scenes, descriptions, and interior thoughts have been added so it now stretches well past 4,000 words while still following the same chain of events. I hope the flow feels natural and the heart of the story remains intact. I used to believe every school looked the same once you walked through its doors. Hallways were hallways, lockers were lockers, and lunchtime was just 30 rushed minutes of noise and boredom. That belief died the first week I stepped into Oak and Ash Academy. It did not die because of the grand marble staircases or the oil paintings of past headmasters that glowered over the foyer. It died because Oak and Ash held monsters, and it took only 7 days for those monsters to introduce themselves. These creatures were not made of cracked bone or dripping fangs. They did not crawl out of the forest at midnight, and they did not shimmer with fairy glamour. They walked on 2 legs and hid inside pressed uniforms, blazers with the school crest, crisp shirts, and ties in the same red and black plaid. That uniform was their disguise and their armor. I came from a public school where nobody had cared what I wore. Switching to a private academy was jarring enough, but I thought I could blend in if I kept quiet. I was wrong. My first warning came when I learned that students who qualified for free lunches were listed on a notice board behind the serving line. I can still feel the first tug on my hair, as harsh and sudden as if someone had lifted me by my scalp. A voice behind my ear sneered. "Bit long for a guy, isn't it?" Before I could answer, my face hit my tray. Metal clattered, milk splashed, laughter erupted. I raised my head, dazed, cheeks burning. That is the moment I stopped being invisible and became the Girl boy who eats for free. Their leader was a tall senior named Bennett Roth. His smile was as neat as the rows of lockers he slammed smaller students against. He didn't spend much time on homework, but he spent hours deciding which target interested him most. That autumn he chose me. I wasn't the only one who suffered from his little games, but he said I fascinated him because he could never decide if I was a boy in the wrong body or a girl asking for it. Those were his words, said in front of his cheering friends while teachers' backs were turned. The first month was a loop of casual cruelty. Someone would trip me as I carried a tray. Someone would yank my shoulder straps so my books scattered. Someone would whisper what parts of me looked too soft for a real guy. I thought it would never stop. Then a storm hit the cafeteria that changed everything. I was already on the floor, milk blooming across the tiles like spilled paint, when it happened. Bennett had stuck out his foot, and I had gone down hard. My knees burned, and my palms stung. I braced for more jeers. Instead, I heard a roar, an honest-to-God roar, like a crowd in a stadium when a goal is scored. A brown-haired boy launched himself over a table with the grace of a cat. 1 second Bennett was sneering above me, the next, his nose exploded under a fist. The boy's knuckles moved like piston rods, jabbing, hooking, hammering. Blood spattered the white tablecloths and his own collar. Teachers shrieked, chairs toppled, trays rattled. I must have stayed kneeling because the chaos unfolded in slow motion from ground level. I stared at the stranger's clenched jaw, the line of his shoulders, and the fury in his eyes. My heart pounded, but it was not pounding with fear. It was pounding with something bright and sharp and grateful. It took 3 teachers to pull him off. Bennett's once perfect hair stuck to his forehead with blood. The brown-haired boy sagged between staff members, panting like a winded boxer, but he never looked away from Bennett. When they dragged him toward the exit, I saw the glint where his bottom lip was pierced. That flash of silver stayed with me. His name, I learned later, was Salvador Reyes, but everyone called him Sal. He was a senior who never spoke unless he had to, and he had already been suspended twice for fighting. By the time gossip reached me, his 2-month suspension had begun. That was the moment the student body granted him almost mythic fame. People whispered that he had broken Bennett's nose and knocked out 2 teeth. Some claimed he had slammed Bennett's head so hard that marble cracked. Students loved the story, but nobody visited Sal. Nobody waited for him outside school. He had no friends, no visible allies, and apparently did not care. His absence carved a hollow in my days. I replayed the fight until sleep each night. The glossy memory kept skipping to how he had hurled himself forward with no thought for his own safety, as though he had decided in a heartbeat that my pain was intolerable. I could not stop wondering about him. Why did he fight? What did he believe? Where did he go when he was not punching his way through a hallway? When Sal returned after suspension, the school felt electric. I ditched the second half of the morning to find him. I did not know what I would say. I only knew I had to see him with my own eyes. Like a shadow I slipped behind moving crowds, ducking if he glanced over his shoulder. He sauntered through halls in a beaten leather jacket that skirted the uniform code. Teachers noticed, frowned, said nothing. He sat alone at a corner table during lunch. I hovered 3 tables away, tray untouched, watching Bennett's clique eye him with poisonous silence. They never bothered me directly again, but I felt their hatred like a stone in my pocket. When the bell rang, every student scraped back chairs and shuffled out. Sal did not rise. He lifted a sandwich, bit, stared at nothing. The cafeteria emptied until only he and I remained. My chest hammered so hard it hurt. Finally he looked up, and his gaze pinned me like an insect. "You're following me," he said. His voice was soft but carried menace, a violin string pulled tight. "Yes," I blurted. "You saved me." His eyebrows pulled together. "What are you talking about?" "Bennett tripped me." "You..." Words tangled as panic spiked. What if he had no memory of me? "You fought him. That's why you were suspended." Recognition dawned. Still, his face was unreadable. He looked away as though bored. I sensed the moment was slipping, that he would stand and walk out forever. I searched for anything to hold him there. "Ever been in the woods?" he asked suddenly. I stopped breathing. Oaken Ash was bordered on three sides by dense forest. Official policy forbade students to enter without a staff chaperone, and chaperones almost always said no. I shook my head. He grabbed his empty backpack, slung it over one shoulder. "You want to see it?" Skipping class had never tempted me, but when he headed toward the rear exit, I followed. Outside the stone wall, the world looked brighter, as if leaves reflected more sunlight than the courtyard ever could. We sprinted across an overgrown field where grass brushed our shins. By the time we crossed into the tree line, my school shoes were stained with mud and my lungs throbbed, but I was smiling harder than I had in months. Beneath the first tier of branches, the forest smelled like rain though the sky was cloudless. Sal kept walking. I tripped over a root, caught myself, and whispered, "This is cool." He did not slow. "This isn't it." His eyes were fixed on some deeper point ahead, a place I could not see. The air changed with our next steps. The scent turned sickly sweet, like fruit left too long in a bowl. The ground sank under each footfall, wet and spongy. A dead log split open beside the path, and pale grubs wriggled in chambers of rot. The temperature felt warmer, and yet goosebumps climbed my arms. I whispered, "Pretty," because no other adjective fit the awful beauty. He nodded. "The school keeps the trees trimmed along the trail for classes. Out here it's different. Wild." He stopped in a clearing where bushes bled red leaves. "This is where I like it." "Thank you," I said before I could stop myself. Gratitude gushed out like water from a cracked pipe. "You're welcome," he answered. Then, more softly, "What do I call you?" "Alec." My name sounded small in that vast hush. He repeated it as if testing the shape. "Alec." He studied me a moment. "You a girl or a guy, Alec?" The words triggered every humiliating memory. Teachers hesitating at roll call, classmates snickering in locker rooms, Bennett whispering slurs. My chest tightened. "A guy." Silence unfurled. Leaves trembled overhead. Then Sal's mouth curved. "Cool." That single syllable unlocked something in my rib cage, like a latch turned from the inside. Even the trees seemed to breathe easier. We wandered until class time was a memory. He asked where I had grown up, what music I liked, whether I feared spiders. I asked nothing about him at first. Listening felt like drinking after drought. When we returned to the main grounds, the bell was ringing for final period. He went one way, I went another. My heart kept walking with him. That afternoon marked a turning point. Lunch became our territory. Bennett's crew sat rigid across the room, whispering plans they never dared execute. Some rule I did not understand protected me now. More and more, Sal tugged me to the hidden forest beyond the tame border. Each time I crossed that invisible threshold, changes whispered through my body. At first I blamed imagination. My fingers seemed a fraction longer, my torso leaner. The next week I discovered my front teeth sharper, capable of teasing open sealed plastic without hurting gums. Small changes, easy to doubt. But I felt them. Felt ribs shift, felt lungs draw a deeper breath. I began to ask Sal if I looked odd, but he always said, "You look good, same as yesterday." He thought I sought compliments. Even knowing that, I asked anyway. Spring crept toward exams. Sal missed multiple days, claiming he hated test season. Without him, the cafeteria turned hostile. Bennett's followers were not stupid. They sensed opportunity. One lunchtime, the largest of them sauntered toward my table. His grin dripped honeyed malice. "Where's your guard dog?" he sang, loud enough for half the room. "Someone lose their leash?" I pretended to ignore him. He planted a palm on the table and leaned close. His cologne reeked of crushed pine needles. "I'm talking to you." I raised my eyes. My hands trembled. He noticed, smiled wider. Sal had once called them monsters, and I had adopted the word in private thoughts. Monsters in uniforms, masking rot. The boy leaned closer, voice oily. Let's play fetch. How about your glasses? Before I could react, he snatched them off my face, lifted them high. Laughs erupted from his friends. Give them back. My voice cracked, a brittle twig. You say please like a girl. He laughed at his own lying. Something crawled under my skin, a ripple of invisible legs scuttling along my bones. I did not think, I did not plan. I raised my right hand and brushed the underside of his wrist. The contact lasted less than a second. He jerked away as if burned. A strangled cry escaped him. He clutched his wrist, eyes rounding at the mottled olive stain blossoming across his skin. It spread in the shape of twisting vines. He stumbled back, shaking his arm as though to fling the stain away. The laughter stopped. Chairs scraped. I snatched my glasses from midair before they hit the floor. The boy backed into his friends. They stared, confused, frightened by what none could explain. Within minutes a teacher marched over, but the boy had vanished into the corridor, clutching his scarf around swelling bruises. I retreated to a single-occupancy restroom. Lock snapped shut. I faced the mirror. At first I saw nothing unusual, but I leaned close. Pupils were darker than black. Skin looked smoother. I raised a hand and touched the glass, and vines burst up the reflective surface, green tendrils twining, orange leaves flickering. I gasped and staggered back. Vines melted into ordinary reflection as though they had never sprouted. My fingertips throbbed with warmth. The next morning a rumor circulated: Martin Booker, my lunchtime tormentor, was absent. A fever, someone said. A rash. 3 days later he returned, gaunt, wrapped in bandages, moving like a marionette with cut strings. Another week and he vanished entirely. An official notice expressed sorrow over his unexpected passing. They urged students to seek counseling. Nobody mentioned the sour grass bruises I had glimpsed on his skin. Guilt gnawed me at night. Yet Sal's voice in memory sounded calm. You killed a monster, then why are you sad? The phrase hardened inside me. Each time I repeated it, guilt shrank. Martin had terrorized plenty, and now his laughter would never echo across the cafeteria. Maybe the forest had lent me power to balance the scale. 2 weeks before finals, I confronted Sal beside the lamppost where we usually met before cutting into the woods. The sun puddled gold across pavement. I kept my hands stuffed in pockets. Something's wrong with me, I said, and I need you to hear it. He studied the pavement. You look fine. It's not my appearance. I swallowed. I think I killed Martin. His head snapped up. Shadow crossed his features. He spat out a bottle cap he'd been chewing. Explain. Words tumbled, the taunt, the touch, the green stain, his decline. When I finished, silence pressed against us like humid air. Sal's gaze was unreadable. You killed a monster, he said finally. That's what you call them. Isn't that worth something? I shook. You're my monster killer. I can't. I only wanted to be safe. You were too weak, he said gently. Not anymore. He pointed at the ground beneath where I stood. Grass had sprouted in a perfect circle, lush despite drought. Tiny blue flowers popped open, petals shaped like teardrops. I reeled. He continued, eyes bright. The forest gave you teeth. Use them. Then, softer. Why mourn a monster's fate? The argument stuck in my brain like thistle burrs. Over summer break, rumors of strange accidents multiplied. Bennett's band practice ended when an ancient oak outside the arts building split and crashed through the roof. 7 students, including Bennett, were crushed. Teachers described it as freakish misfortune. I did not attend the makeshift memorial. I sat in my bedroom, watching sunlight flicker on my vines. They curled around my wrists sometimes when I daydreamed. They withdrew if I spoke sternly. It felt like conversation in a language older than English. Senior year opened with new faces filling the vacuum Bennett left. They swaggered through corridors, hungry for easy marks. I kept my head down. Sal had left for community college in another state. His texts were rare but warm. Without his anchor, The school felt colder. Still, my vines slept beneath skin, ready. One lunch I noticed a girl cornered by a tall boy, another heir to some local fortune. He dangled her glasses just out of reach. Her freckles were wet with tears. Something inside me stirred like root systems waking after frost. I rose before thinking. Crossed the cafeteria and touched the boy's wrist. The stains spread instantly. He recoiled with a howl. The girl whispered thanks through chattering teeth. I felt no guilt this time. Teachers rushed. The boy fled, clutching his arm. I led the girl outside to cool air. She introduced herself as Dahlia, a sophomore on scholarship, first in her family to attend private school. Her voice trembled as she described the endless teasing. I asked if she had ever walked in the woods. She shook her head, eyes wide, maybe assuming it was another trick. I offered my hand. "Do you want to see it?" I asked. We ditched the final bell. Leaves showered our shoulders as wind picked up. She gasped at the sudden sweetness in the air. At the clearing where Sal had first stopped, I watched her eyes widen. I told her to listen to the trees. She asked what she should hear. I told her the forest knew monsters lived at Oak and Ash, and the forest disliked imbalance. As weeks rolled, I visited the woods with Dahlia the way Sal once visited with me. I did not show her how to kill. That would come when she was ready. I taught her names of mushrooms, how to feel for the thin pulse of sap. She began to change, subtle at first, nails stronger, eyesight sharper. She never again lowered her head when the new monsters prowled. Some afternoons we returned to school just in time to watch one bully leave early, green bruises blooming. No adult connected dots. They blamed mold in the band room for the rash on arms, blamed a broken AC unit for fainting spells. The newsletter used the word unfortunate, so often it lost meaning. I have learned the difference between fear and respect. Fear curls you inward. Respect opens you like sunlight on leaves. I am not afraid of the forest anymore, and the forest is not afraid of me. Sometimes, when classes end and students scatter, I stand at the playground edge and feel roots hum beneath the soccer fields. They speak slowly, in pulses older than language. They tell me every school everywhere has its share of monsters. Oak and Ash just happens to grow its own defenders. I see my reflection in the glass doors each morning, hair long, eyes certain, shoulders relaxed. Are my teeth sharper? Perhaps. A monster would notice before anyone else. Summer will come again, and maybe next year some other student will find their tray appended or their name twisted into a slur. If that happens, I will walk calmly across linoleum, and vines will follow beneath my feet. I will ask a simple question: have you ever been in the woods? And if they say no, I will open the door.